to make the best better. I pledge my head to clearer thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living. For my club, my community, my country, and my world. And in support of the FFA motto, learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, and living to serve.
Thank you. If we all bow our heads for a prayer from Madison Mosley.
Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts, thankful for the opportunity to gather together for this stock show. We thank you for the hard work and dedication that has brought us to this moment. Lord, we ask you for your guidance and protection throughout the day. Bless the hands that have worked so tirelessly to raise these animals, and grant wisdom to those who judge and make decisions. May this event be a time of learning, growth, and community. We pray for safety for all participants and animals, and that the spirit of good sportsmanship and respect fill the atmosphere. May we celebrate the achievements of all involved, recognizing the effort, passion, and commitment it takes to bring these animals and projects to life. Lord, may this event be a success in every way, and may it bring honor to you. Thank you for your provision, your blessings, and your constant love. We ask all this in your name. Amen.
And now we'll have our national anthem by 6-year-old Araceli Salazar.
You want to walk right here? Okay. Whenever you're ready, you can face the crowd. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Good job, honey. You did awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hey, look, the judge wants her.
She's 6-year-old.
Now that's where we start a cattle show. Alessandra Salazar, 6 years old, singing our national anthem. On the west side of our ring, we're going to start, you betcha, give her another round of applause. On the west side of our ring will be our Angus Heifers, and on our east side of the ring, we'll start with our Charolais Heifers.
Second call, Angus, Class 3. Second call, Angus, Class 3. Second call, Charolais, Class 3. Second call, Charolais, Class 3.
Judging our Angus show today on our west side is Ravina Bloomberg. Ravina grew up in central Nebraska on a diversified livestock operation. Her passion for livestock industry led her to Black Hawk East and then the Oklahoma State University, where she was a member of the livestock judging teams at both and named an All-American on the junior college and university level. She holds a bachelor's degree in Ag Communications from OSU and an MBA from the University of Central Oklahoma. Ravina has judged major shows in over 25 states as she enjoys spending time evaluating livestock and working with the youth in agriculture. She and her husband, Blake, live in Secor, Illinois, and have 4 children, Brecklin, Brenham, Burrick, and Bexton. Welcome, Ravina. Today on our east side, starting out with the Charolais show today, is Mr. Kyle Perez of Perez Cattle Company in Nara Vista, New Mexico. Kyle graduated from Kansas State University and was a member of the livestock judging team. After graduation, he returned to the family ranch where they run 800 cow-calf operation. They raise both registered Herefords and Angus cattle. They have 2 bull sales a year, selling 200 bulls annually. The spring sale ranch is in New Mexico in February, and the fall sale is in Columbus, Texas in October. They also offer 90-day pregnant reset programs for their customers in both spring and fall transfers. He and his family have shown on the national level and exhibited cattle national champions at Denver, Reno, Fort Worth, Louisville, and Cattlemen's Congress. In 2009, Kyle was named Hereford Herdsman of the Year. He was also served as a junior on the junior board of directors for the Hereford Association and the senior board of directors for the American Hereford Association board. Kyle has judged shows all over the nation from the country, the elite national shows. Welcome, Kyle.
Dalton Birdwell, Angus, Class 2. Dalton Birdwell, Angus, Class 2. Please make your way to the arena immediately. Final call, Angus, Class 3. Final call, Angus, Class 3. Final call, Charolais, Class 3. Final call, Charolais, Class 3. First call, Charolais, Class 4. First call, Charolais, Class 4. And first call, Angus, Class 4. First call, Angus, Class 4.
No show's complete without a lot of volunteers and help, and I want to really give a big shout out and thank you to Sam Houston State University and the team they brought here today. We'll start with Dr. Marcy Beverly, Dr. Stanley Kelly, and Dr. Mark Anderson, plus all the interns from Sam Houston State University. They're involved in all the unloading, checking in of all the cattle, running the show today, and working the lineup. Without them, we could not do this show. Please give us a big round of applause from Sam Houston State University. Thank you.
Test. There it is. Well, good morning, folks. Certainly a pleasure of mine to be back on day 2 and get started in the Charolais division. And we start off in the younger heifer calves here on the Charolais side. And I just think a good place to start with this a really good kind of female here to win the class. She wins this class and does so in terms of feet and leg structure. She's really the one that gets out here and picks them up and puts them down with the most authority. I love this heifer, the amount of mass that she has from her shoulder back. She's opened up in terms of her forerib. She's got a big center body to her. She comes back with some width and dimension to her hip and hind leg. Yet you get underneath this female. She's got some spacing in terms of that teeth size and spacing. But this, watch her go there, where she makes a step off that front foot. The hind foot ends up in it. Really nice opened up female to win the class. The heifer in second is the nicest looking, maybe in terms of balance and profile. I appreciate her freshness of body condition. I like that about her. She's attractive up through that front end. Just gets a little narrower right behind the shoulder there in her forerib. Like to give her just a little more spring there if we could. The heifer that comes next is this very functional here in third. I like her body type. She's got some fleshing ability to her. She's going to be a functional cow prospect. She's sound structured. She's big-bodied. She's got enough thickness. Yeah, maybe just some. You might want to fancy her up through that front end. But for me, that reads cow look. I just see more production, soundness, and overall doability in that one. A bigger framed heifer that comes next, and there's no question about that. She excels in terms of length, in terms of muscularity. I just like to make her a little more coordinated off those hind 2 legs, maybe moderate her a little bit in terms of frame size for this stage of life. Something can be said for the next 2 heifers that come out here. Pretty horsey in terms of WDA out here. A heifer that's got a lot of length and power and dimension to her. Just like to make her more coordinated on those hind 2, make her more maternal when you analyze that teat and udder structure underneath her. Really like the body and substance of the heifer next. Again, a heifer that wants to get up in her tail head, not quite as coordinated on them hind 2. We come into another longer-sided heifer here that's just a little plainer and overall look. The next young lady's heifer's got a lot of muscle, pretty sound in terms of structure, just not quite the body and substance. Same for the next 2 heifers that come in. Really straight and strong down their top, good enough in terms of their lines. Just like to make them a little sounder and a little deeper and a notch more attractive. The remaining 3 cattle are a good kind of cattle. Their necks come high out of the top side of their shoulder, just from their shoulder back. Like to see more capacity if we could.
Second call, Angus, Class 4. Second call, Angus, Class 4. Second call, Charolais, Class 4. Second call, Charolais, Class 4.
Well, really nice way to start off our Angus show over here. I think we got several females that have a lot of quality that you can kind of discuss and figure out what you want to do. For me, the one that I find the most functional in terms of her body type, combining that with some structural integrity, is a young lady on the far end here that I like to use to start. I think this is a really good-bodied kind of a heifer. She's genuine in terms of her width, starting at her base. She maintains that up high. And of my initial so many, I find her the one that's the most correct in terms of the angle to her shoulder. She's good in terms of her reach off both ends. I think this is a really solid, complete kind of a heifer here to win the class. Now, there's some intriguing pieces about the one in second, and if you like them just a little bit stouter and a little bit cooler looking, she's the one for you. I love the way that her neck ties into her shoulder. She's really elevated there. She's got a lot of foot and bone, and I love that extra stoutness. My issue here is when you set them in motion, she gets a little tighter in her spine, wants to kind of come apart just a little bit there behind her shoulder, kind of throws her balance off just a little bit more, and I start questioning her a little bit from a structural standpoint because she wants to get just a little short and quick in that step. But boy, she can paint you a really nice picture from the profile. Young lady does a really nice job getting her shown. Heifer in third is one that she gives up some age, I think, a little bit out here in this class, but when you break them down piece for piece and what this heifer has to offer, she's a really nice heifer. She's one that's super elegant and fit feminine up front. I love the balance and lines that she gives you from the side. She's one that's good in terms of her mobility. Yep, she gives up just a little bit in terms of power and dimension today, but I think that she's a quality kind of a heifer there to stand in third. Fourth is a big-bodied, broody-made kind of a heifer that I appreciate that sogginess that she represents. She's one, though, again, when we ask them to lead, she's wanting to get just a little bit tighter in the way that she hinges from behind. She's also one that, for me, at this stage, probably has plenty on her from a condition standpoint. Got a heifer coming next here. Another young lady does an exceptional job getting this one shown. She's one that's sure feminine in terms of her appearance. She's one that again, I like her lines and her body type. She's one that's just a little bit coarser in the way that she blends it all together, a bit more upright there in her shoulder. Heifer coming next is another one that's really deep-bodied and high volume. She's a little bit moderate. She's a little bit quicker looking, and as I view her, she's one that's carrying just a little bit more on her as well. Got a nice big-hipped heifer coming next that's got a lot of substance of bone. She narrows up at her chest, and I'd like to change the way she comes out of her knee. Next couple heifers here, again, heifers that you can appreciate some basic pieces and some look, ones that to me just need more shape and dimension to them throughout. And as we work our way on down in this class, I think several of these heifers, again, make nice projects for these young people. They're ones that today just need to be made just a little bit different from a structural standpoint, maybe need just a tick more natural body depth for me. If you would, please congratulate those exhibitors on a nice first class.
Results on our east side in the Charolais heifers, 61 heifers. First in class 1 goes to Lexi Hughes, 39.43. Second went to 3085 Westland Elliott, and third place went to 81.23 Scarlett Vance.
Final call, Angus Class 4. Final call, Angus Class 4. First call, Angus Class 7. First call, Angus Class 7. Final call, Charolais Class 4. Final call, Charolais Class 4. And first call, Charolais Class 7. First call, Charolais Class 7.
Well, again, as we move into our second class here, I think a really good 5 heifers out here. That's the thing, when these 5 heifers came in the ring, there's not a structure issue in any of the 5, and I think all these exhibitors should be commended on that for bringing really sound, functional cattle out here. As we ask them to have a little more things put together in terms of balance and dimension, these 2 cattle surface up here. But the heifer that's going to win the class, I think this ties it all together in terms of a balance standpoint. You see the broodiness and the attractiveness that she has up through her head. I love how flattery she is in through her shoulder. She comes back into a nice rib shape. She's long-hipped. She's level-hipped. She's good at the ground in terms of structure. A nice place to start. A really fresh, elegant heifer here that I like a lot of things about is the young ladies in second. I'll be the first to tell you I would like to see more utter spacing in between that front and rear tit. I'd like to space that out and this make her more maternal underneath. But with that, she's a sound structured heifer that gives you a nice look from the side. I like the freshness of body condition, the overall muscularity and soundness of structure in that one. The one here in third is a moderate frame, big-bodied, easy-doing kind of cow. I appreciate her moderation in terms of cow size and in just her overall productive look. Maybe you could maybe strengthen her up off that hind leg and maybe just make her just a little more presence out here today. But that's being critical of a good high-volume cow prospect that's going to be very, very functional. The same be said for the young man's here. I appreciate how maternal this one is in terms of her utter quality that she's going to have. She's a opened-up heifer in terms of the width of her chest. She's long-sided. She's level designed. She's sound-structured, just maybe not quite as much sweep to that rear rib and body capacity that we had in the other cattle. Young man's heifer here, again, another really sound structured heifer that's very functional. Again, maybe this like to change her off that hind leg if we could, but again, one that's going to make a nice cow prospect that's got a lot of performance.
On the west side on our Angus Class 1, 65 total heifers. First in class, 86.32, Cheyenne McMurray. Second, 87.94, Kinley Bozeman. And in third place was 11.08, Hayden Lee. Congratulations.
Second call, Charolais Class 7. Second call, Charolais Class 7. Final call, Brandon Schwab, Charolais Class 4. Final call, Brandon Schwab, Charolais Class 4.
Results in Class 2 of the Charolais on the east side. First went to 41-28, Briley Blackshear. Second went to 66-35, Caitlin Sullivan. And third place went to 86-60, Jordan Campbell. Congratulations.
Just 2 heifers in this particular class here, but the young man that's going to win the class does so in terms of the structure and body and broodiness. His female is just more opened up in terms of her center body. She's bigger in that center rib and back into that flank. And then as the cattle come in or they're asked to leave, she's just the most flexible off them hind two. You see it in terms of her shoulder. She's more laid back and more correct in her angle. Again, just a big-bodied, broody female that's got a lot of capacity, going to make a nice female. The young man's got a really attractive heifer here in second, like a lot of things about her in terms of strength of top line, length of side, length of hip is all really good. He does a nice job out here in terms of presentation. Just as we watch this heifer go, we just like to see her more coordinated off them hind two, just relax and drive off those hind legs a little better. Like to see maybe a little more body in her, but again, that's a good heifer that's been fed well for the show, that's really fresh in terms of body condition.
Another really nice class over here on our Angus side. A heifer that I like to win, I think gets your attention from the gate. She's one that's got a really cool look to her at the stand, one that I appreciate her attractiveness and the extra flash and presence that she offers out here. One that's good-bodied. She's good in terms of her width. She's one, I think, if you're going to nitpick just a little bit, I'd like to change the way she sets down out of her hock. Gets just a little bit more insecure from that standpoint, but still a really good profiling, attractive made kind of a heifer here to win. I think it gets closer from there. To me, the one that I like next best, the young lady's got here in front of me, is a really functional kind of a heifer. She's one that's really big-bodied. I like the way that she's got up her curvature there to her rib cage. She's one that's still feminine, the way that she ties in up front. I'd like to set her down in her tail head just a little bit, especially on the go. She kind of wants to get up in that, throws her balance off just a little bit for me, but still in terms of her basics, I like that heifer quite a bit. In third, I think we got a heifer here that she's got some width. There's some power to this heifer when you get right in behind her. I wish that that power I see up high matched what she goes to the ground with, as she gets a little smaller footed, a little finer boned, and a little plainer from that standpoint, but that's still a nice heifer there in third. Young man in fourth has a big, high-performing kind of a heifer, one that you appreciate that about her. I think her advantages, especially over the next couple, is her composition. She is so good in terms of being relatively trim, but still having some shape and some dimension when you get in behind her. She's just a little bit piecier in the way that she puts it all together. She wants to get a little harder there behind her shoulder, in through her heart, a little off in her top line. Young man coming next there with a heifer is one that, again, I like the broodiness that she offers through her center body, but one that's just a little bit plainer in terms of her look, a little bit off in terms of her hip. And the heifer that's going to round out the class is one that, again, a young lady does a nice job with her out here. She's one that's got a lot of body volume, but I appreciate that about her. She's a little bit finer boned, a little bit narrower all the way through. Just like to power her up just a little bit from a stoutness standpoint. If you would, congratulate those exhibitors.
Final call, Charolais, Class 7. Final call, Charolais, Class 7. First call, Charolais, Class 8. First call, Charolais, Class 8. Second call, Angus, Class 7. Second call, Angus, Class 7.
Updates on the east side in the Charolais ring. Class 2 goes as followed. First went to 41-28, Briley Blackshear. Second goes to 8660, Jordan Campbell. And third goes to 1506, Kaysen Yargo. In Class 3 of the Charolais, first place went to Jet Mahoney, and second place went to entry 3944, Harris Kelly. On the Angus side, on the west side of our ring, Class 2, as follows. First goes to 46-12, Brax Frederick. Second place went to 83-91, Sophia Webb. And third place goes to 56-79, Kaylee Shaw. Congratulations.
Final call, Angus Class 7. Final call, Angus Class 7. First call, Angus Class 8. First call, Angus Class 8.
Nice class over here. I like this class winner. I like both of them on the top end of this class, actually. A young lady that's driving out my class winner here. Just a real elegant, trendy maid kind of a female. One that I love her look up front and how high she ties in there to the point of her shoulder. She's good in terms of her structure and still one that gives you a nice picture from a profile. She's wide at her pins, and I call her enough in terms of her width and power. Just a real complete kind of a heifer there to win the class. Real bold-bodied kind of a female that's going to come in second here. One that you really appreciate, that extra dimension and volume that she has there. To me, she's one that's just a little bit plainer as we start comparing her back to the class winner. A little shorter in her neck, a little more upright in her shoulder, goes to the ground on just a little smaller foot, but still I think there's so much more dimension, so much true width in that female. That keeps her in second pretty logically for me. Third place is a heifer that, again, I like some parts and pieces here. She's one that looks like a lady up front. She's good in terms of her mobility. She's a little bit plainer all the way through. She's a little more open there in her shoulder. Like to tuck that into her just a little bit nicer. Heifer that's coming next here, that's spinning around on us, is a stout featured kind of a heifer, one that I appreciate the bone that she has. She's one that's carrying just a little bit more on her. I'd like to trim her back from a condition standpoint, and at the same time, she's one that also wants to get just a little up in her shoulder, a little off in her hip as well. And we got some heifers here as we work on down in the class. Young lady that's pulling out here has got another good high volume kind of a heifer, one that I appreciate that about her. She's another one I'd like to add just a notch more true width and power all the way through. Heifer coming next that's spinning around is one that's, again, a big-bodied kind of a female that could be trimmed back just a little bit from a condition standpoint. I think that'd help her get out and travel with a bit more flexibility as well. And the young man that's going to round out the class has a heifer with some extra length and extension. She just needs more total body volume for me to want to work up any higher. Nice class. Congratulations.
Second call, Angus, Class 8. Second call, Angus, Class 8. Second call, Charolais, Class 8. Second call, Charolais, Class 8.
Results of Class 3 on the Angus side. First went to 54-36, Aniston Bray. Second place went to 8888, Dalton Birdwell. And third went to 74-59, Shannon Pick. Congratulations.
Well, as we get in here to the January's, really useful kind of heifer that's going to win the class. Really youthful in her presence and very functional and fresh in her body condition, and I like that about her. I like the stage of maturity that this one's in terms of where I project her as a mature cow herd weight. She's really sensibly sized. She's beautifully structured. She's good in terms of her lines. I like the strength of top that she has. She's got a long, level hip. She's very sound at the ground in terms of feet and legs. You get up underneath this heifer, she's going to drop the most beautiful udder of any in the class in terms of when she comes in production. The bigger muscled, the longer-sided heifer that comes in second, I like her freshness of body condition. She just wants to get up in that tail head, get her hind legs underneath her a little bit. She doesn't have quite the center body of the one that goes outside of her relative to her added frame size. Really like the capacity of the performance in the next heifer, but at times she's just a little more opened up. You see it at the top side of her skeleton. You see it in her forerib, especially when the young lady gets her parked. She just wants to come unhooked behind them shoulders. She's also pushing a little more chest floor, if you would. Like to lay that shoulder into her better and make her this a little more flexible. Another long-sided, high-performing heifer that comes next. Just like to change her off those hind two, if we could, make her a little more coordinated. Again, the young man's going to come out with another really big top, big hip kind of heifer. Again, as we ask her to go, just not quite as coordinated off them hind two. Young lady comes next. She's got a really long-sided heifer that's got some body to her. Again, just not quite the overall balance and presence. Bigger framed heifer, the young man's that comes next. Maybe like to tone her down in terms of size and this mature cow herd weight. Young man's heifer that goes next. Got a lot of muscle shape to her. She's big top, she's big hipped. She's good enough in terms of her structure. Again, maybe like to refine her up in her teat and udder quality and give her more style and presence. Again, we round out the class with we have a heifer here next. Again, long bodied, just like to see her sounder and deeper. Young lady's heifer that rounds out the class. Big bodied, good doing kind of cattle. Again, just like to freshen her up through her front end, give her a little more show ring eye appeal.
Results in Class 4, the Charolais side. First goes to 75-68, Sophie Bradshaw. Second goes to 47-21, Randon Schwab. And third place goes to 42-67, Samantha Malman. Now coming in is the calf champion drive on the Charolais side of the ring. Again, calf champion and reserve calf champion on the Charolais side.
Nice place to start here on this class. Young lady brings us a real functional maid, kind of a female. One that of the initial three, in my opinion, she's the winner when you set them in motion. She's the one that can really gravitate the ground and move out with some flexibility off both ends of her skeleton. I appreciate that. She's still one that's got some shape and power when you get in behind her, yet looks feminine. If we're going to nitpick her on her little, I'd like to level her out in her hip just a little bit, maybe add just a notch more extension to her up front. But still, I think a heifer that's got so many good pieces from a basic standpoint, she needs to win the class. And then I think you got a pair of heifers that are intriguing. There's some pieces to both of these that I really like, and a couple things that maybe we could change at this point in time. Young man does a really nice job getting this heifer shown. She's one that's super attractive. She's one that's really cool in terms of her look. I like the body volume that she represents and the evenness in terms of the shape that she has. She's very dimensional all the way through. She goes to the ground with some bone and some substance. My problem here, and where I question her just a little bit, is when we ask the cattle to lead, she wants to kind of get out of herself up front. She's a bit more insecure in the way that she handles herself out of her hock, and then when she comes to a stand, until he gets that stick on her, she kind of shows her true colors and really wants to get out in her front end in terms of her toe set, but still, I think one that gives you an awful cool look. Definitely got some pieces you could breed around and be pretty happy with. Heifer in third is one that, another one. She's a little bit higher performing than the two heifers we just talked about, but one that gives you some extra length, one that gives you some body depth and some volume throughout. She's a little piecier in the way that she puts it all together. A little bolder in her shoulder, a little tighter in her forerib there. Doesn't quite blend together as nice a top line as we'd like to see. She's just a little bit plainer in her look up front as well. Heifer in fourth is a good solid maid, kind of a brood cow, one that's opened up in terms of her structural base, one that to me is just a little bit finer boned. She's a little bit flatter in terms of her shape, and I think if we could give her just a notch more true dimension all the way through, she's one that you could really like as well. Heifer coming next here is one that gives you some length up front. I appreciate her ladylike appearance. She's a little skinnier, a little greener for us today, but that's okay. I don't mind that. I actually appreciate her condition that she comes to us in. She just needs more true width, more true honest shape when you get right in behind her. And the heifer that's going to round out the class, she's one that's got good body volume. I just like to change her just a bit from a structure standpoint, make her a bit more attractive on a profile.
On the Charolais side, as we get into this first division, certainly impressed with the cattle that we found through the particular classes, or that I found, I guess I could say. You know, I try to keep these cattle sensible sized and youthful in their appearance in these classes the best I can, and I think that's something we need as breeders and exhibitors need to focus on here. Is these things are young cattle, they're adolescents, they should have a cute head to them. We shouldn't get into a deal where you put a judge in a tough position in terms of the maturity level of these cattle. And I think when we get our class winners out here, these heifers look like young ladies to the biggest point of the degree, especially the ones on either side. I certainly like that about them, how they got the rest of their life in front of them. You know, we got to look and put things in perspective. Yes, this is the Austin Stock Show, but at the same time, these young ladies have just turned a year old. So we got to keep an idea in terms of where these cattle are in terms of maturity, body condition, and just a performance and WDA standpoint. But with that said, I really like the two heifers on the either side, the one that came out of the first class and the one that came out of the fourth class. I think they're just very neat cattle to look at in terms of their structure, in terms of their balance, in terms of their eye appeal. I'm going to give them one more look But again, it's very close between these cattle, but I'm going to go pick the one I like the best here today in this particular calf division. Again, it's been very solid and very good cattle all the way through the classes.
On our Angus side of the ring, results Class 4. First went to 50-39 Ainsley Sears. Second went to 75-65 Hunter Miller. And third went to 38-73 Madison Mays. On our Angus side, we're now in for calf and reserve calf champion.
Final call, Charolais, Class 8. Final call, Charolais, Class 8. First call, Charolais, Class 9. First call, Charolais, Class 9. And first call, Charolais, Class 10. First call, Charolais, Class 10. Second call, Angus, Class 8. Second call, Angus, Class 8. And first call, Angus, Class 9. First call, Angus, Class 9.
Really nice first division here on our Angus side. If you would, please put your hands together for these exhibitors that are out here in the ring. It's a competitive show, and these kids can definitely be proud of making it back out here, whether they stood first or second within their respected classes. And as I go back through and I analyze these cattle as they come back in, it's not to take away from those that stood second in these classes, but I think it comes down to a few of them that are on this side that were class winners in here in terms of the differences that they offer and what I think really represents the quality that I'm looking for today. Just to kind of recap a few things, the class winner out of Class 1 is one that's really good in terms of her general build. I like her basics. I like her with the skeleton. I like the extra shape that she has up high. Really good from that standpoint. A heifer that came out of the second class is one that's sure flashy and good looking from the side. I love her presence out here. She looks like a show heifer, and at the same time, she's got some extra substance in terms of bone work. She's big-footed. She's maybe not as wide-pinned as a couple of the others, but I call her more than enough in terms of her shape when you get right in on top of the cattle, and I love that extra body volume that you see in her. Heifer out of the third class is one that's so feminine and so attractive. She won that class because she was good in terms of her build. She maybe doesn't fit in with a few of the others out here in terms of total power, but I think that she's one that's definitely got a bright future to her because she's so attractive and made really, really well. Heifer out of the last class is one that we talk about in terms of body volume and density, and I love that about her. She's a big hipped kind of a heifer that's got some shape up high. She's not as long or extended up front. She's a bit more moderate, and when we ask him to go, although I call her very, very sound, she does want to duck her hip just a little bit and get a little underneath herself, but still a really high quality stout made kind of a heifer there to win that class. I think it gets close between a couple of these. When I get down to it, the one that I'm really drawn to, I liked from the gate, young man out of the second class here going to be your champion. I like this heifer here to be reserved. Congratulations.
Final call, Angus, Class 8. Final call, Angus, Class 8. Second call, Angus, Class 9. Second call, Angus, Class 9. Second call, Charolais, Classes 9 and 10. Second call, Charolais, Classes 9 and 10.
Results on the Charolais side. Our heifer calf champion came out of Class 4, 75-68, Sophie Bradshaw. And the reserve heifer calf champion came out of Class 1, Lexi Hughes, in entry number 3943. Congratulations to our Charolais exhibitors.
Final call, Charolais, classes 9 and 10. Final call, Charolais, classes 9 and 10. First call, Charolais, class 13. First call, Charolais, class 13.
On our Angus side of the ring, our Heifer KF champion went to Class 2 winner Brax Fredericks in entry 46-12. And our reserve Heifer KF champion went to Class 1 winner Shannon McMurray, number 86-32. Congratulations to our Heifer KF and reserve Heifer KF champion on our Angus side.
Well, as we move into the November, Decembers here, just a really good one to start the class with. Ideal in terms of body shape and build. Love the broodiness and the cow power that she offers. You see the strength that she has up through her front end. Heifer's got some width to her chest. She's deep in her heart. She's bold in her rib cage. Again, really long hipped, beautiful structured. And then that balance and design that we see in all the other parts and pieces. It follows through under her flank there. Her teats are spread out nice, very uniform in that. That's just a high-quality brood cow that's going to make a tremendous donor and breeding piece for this young lady's breeding program. The young man's got a good heifer that comes next. She's fresh conditioned. She's big top. She's thick-hipped. She's sound-structured. She's going to drop a nice udder as well. Wanting to fight him a little bit out here, but still, that's a functional female. Go ahead and lead her out. You're all right. A heifer that's just got a lot of good to her is going to have better days as she goes along. Then we come into some cattle that all have some issues. I mean, I'll be the first to admit this heifer is too heavy conditioned. I'd like to trim her up. But I do like the fact that she had the ability to put some body condition on, and that's why she comes in third, because I just see more function in her cattle. She's sound structured, she's big-bodied, she's easy doing, she's productive. The heifer in fourth is longer-sided and fresher conditioned. I get that. Her udder quality concerns me a little bit as she's starting to get a bulge there. Would like to see her nickel sounder as she goes too, but I do admire her attractiveness, her length, and her freshness over the heifer that directly went. We get into another bigger hipped, stouter, muscled heifer that comes next. Again, one that just like to soften up and see a little more stable as she goes off them hind two. Young man's heifer, again, big muscled, long-sided, just needs more rib and body. Same for the young man's next. It is like to see more cow power and center body from her shoulder back. Young ladies the same way. Like to see more rib, body, and volume. Tone her down on her size. Young ladies got a green condition heifer that sound structured next. Just like to see her more opened up. The heifer that rounds out the class is just a little too much for me in terms of WDA and performance today.
Nice heifer over here to win. The young lady has on this far side one that's nice looking, looks like a female, one that's attractive and well built, yet at the same time within the class, she's the one that's also the power heifer in terms of the extra width and shape that she has. I like the spread that she has on the top side of her skeleton. It matches what you see at her base. Just a good kind of a heifer there to win the class. Heifer in second, I like her added moderation. I like her big body look that she gives you. She's one that's just a little bit plainer in terms of her look as we compare her back to the class winner. She's also just a little bit straighter in terms of her shoulder. I'd like to see her with more actual bone underneath her to add to some substance. The heifer that's going to be in third out here, boy, she's one that ties really high under her shoulder. She gives you an awful cool look in terms of her front end. She's one that's just a little bit narrower in terms of her construction all the way through. I think if we could just open her up in terms of her base width and dimension, boy, she's one that could rival up towards the top of the class. Heifer coming next, the young man has good, solid kind of a heifer here in terms of her basics. I like the rib cage that's designed in this heifer. She too needs to have just a bit more in terms of true shape and power. And when we set the cattle in motion, she wants to get just a bit more awkward in the way that she handles herself out of her hip and hind leg. Heifer is coming next here is one that, again, I appreciate her depth of body and the added bone work that she has. To me, she's just a little bit awkward in the way that she sets them down, a little bit plainer in terms of her look. Heifer's going to round out the class is another one. She's got some pieces I appreciate. Her design and levelness of pattern is actually better than a couple of them in the class. To me, she's just a little bit plainer, a little finer, and a little narrower all the way through.
Final call, Angus, Class 9. Final call, Angus, Class 9. First call, Angus, Class 10. First call, Angus, Class 10. Second call, Charolais, Class 13. Second call, Charolais, Class 13.
Results in Class 7 on the Charolais side. First in class went to 8411, Georgia Godet. Second went to entry number 473, Wyatt Art. And third went to entry 3911, Ariana Anthony. Congratulations. Class 7 results on the Angus side go as follow. First went to 2999, Riley Goen. Second went to entry 1469, Whitney Buenling. And third went to entry number 6934, Catherine Coing. Congratulations.
Really nice pair of really youthful, broody females to win this class. I like this heifer, both of these heifers in terms of their feet and legs and their structure. Really like how this heifer gets out and goes here in first. Again, she's a big ribbed female that's very functional in terms of her dimension and her body, her capacity, her doing ability. If anything, I'd like to just freshen this one up in terms of body condition. I know it's hard when you got a big-bodied, easy-doing one and you're trying to make all the stock shows. But young lady, from this point forward with this heifer, you're going to have to step off the gas pedal and let her freshen up to be competitive on this summer, because that's a good heifer. She just doesn't need a whole lot more feed. The heifer that comes next is a good heifer. I like her in terms of her moderation, her rib, her body, her structure. She gives me a nice cow look, just very functional, broody, and maternal in her makeup. The heifer that comes next is fresh conditioned. I like that about her. From her shoulder back, I just like to see more rib and body and capacity, but I do see more refinement in this heifer in terms of her smoothness of muscle pattern, her soundness of structure, and the way she gets out and goes off that hind leg. Maybe the biggest muscle, the highest performing heifer comes here next. She's just a little too much in terms of muscle shape. Like to refine her in her shoulder, her head, her muscle pattern, and definitely change her structure off them hind two. Just see her more ladylike. Sometimes when you get so much mass in these cattle, they're just not maternal enough in their overall look. And the heifer that rounds up the class, really appreciate her for her freshness, the body condition. She's strong-topped. She's not coordinated enough off her hind two, and just needs some more rib, body, and volume. But again, very nice set of cattle all the way through.
Final call, Charolais, Class 13. Final call, Charolais, Class 13. First call, Charolais, Class 14. First call, Charolais, Class 14. Second call, Angus, Class 10. Second call, Angus, Class 10.
Results on the Charolais side in Class 8. 5 in the class. First goes to entry 6605, Emily Flo. Second place goes to 4326, Emma Harden. And third goes to 1504, Briley Yargo. Congratulations.
On the Charolais side here, this 2 in this class, and this is a really good one to start the class with. I mean, the only criticism I see on this really good heifer is I'd like to refine her up in terms of utter quality. You see it there, she down in her flank. I definitely like to see a shorter teeth there with more spacing. But beyond that, that's a really good maternal-looking female that's been fed right for the show. She's fresh conditioned. Like the way her neck gets out of the top side of her shoulder lays into her body nice. She transitions into a nice big rib cage. She's soft back into that flank. She's beautifully structured as she gets out and goes. Again, gives you a nice balance from the side. This a highly presentationed, well-fed heifer to win this particular class. Then we come into a heifer here that has some good things about her. I like the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. She's long-sided. But after that, when we analyze this heifer structurally, it starts up in her top line. She's just too jammed up and humped up in that back. Like to this see her more maternal and flexible if we could.
Final call, Angus, Class 10. Final call, Angus, Class 10. First call, Angus, Class 14. First call, Angus, Class 14. Second call, Charolais, Class 14. Second call, Charolais, Class 14. And first call, Charolais, Class 15. First call, Charolais, Class 15.
Class 9 on our Charolais side. First goes to 8410 Georgia Godot, and second goes to 4970 John Doyle. Congratulations.
Well, this is what makes cattle showing fun, when you can get a class like this and have this much quality on the top end and get to kind of pick apart the differences. It makes my job fun. It makes it challenging, but it makes it fun. And with that said, with as much quality as there is not much question in my mind with where to start. I think this heifer on the top end of this is really, really good. I think that she's one that is impressive from a profile. I love the way that she blends everything together so nicely, so feminine in terms of her look, yet broody in terms of her center body, and yet just as importantly, when she's leading out, she is so good in terms of her structural base. I love the extra integrity she offers from that standpoint. Awesome place to start on the end of this class. Now, if you got some preference that maybe you line these next three up in a little different order, I think that's okay, because I think they're all three really good heifers, but they're all three very, very different in terms of what they offer out here. And I will be the first to admit that I think the heifer in second is just a little bit on the big side, for me anyway. I wish we could moderate her down just a tick. But aside from that, she's the next best in terms of her mobility. She's the next best in terms of true compositional, being genuine from that standpoint. I like that she's a little bit fresher in terms of her look. I like that she's got some added stoutness out of her hip. She's proportional in terms of her body depth, and she's a big-footed, stout-featured kind of a heifer that has some added substance to her. Heifer in third is one that I love the body type and the volume that's represented here. here. She's wide base. She maintains that advantage up high. I love that extra shape and dimension that she has to offer. I question her just a little bit when we set them in motion. She gets a little bit shorter in terms of that step. She gets just a little bit out in terms of that hock, and as we start projecting them from a future standpoint, that concerns me just a little bit more. Like to stick that into her just a little bit, give her a bit more stability in the way that she hinges and goes from behind, but still, I love the body type and the cowiness that one represents. Heifer in fourth, by golly, she's one that from a profile standpoint, I like her look. I like her body type. I like her front end. I like the way that she blends everything. She's proportional. She's well balanced, but she's a bit two-dimensional. I get off either end of her skeleton. She wants to narrow up and flatten just a little bit more for me, and in a very competitive class like that, it just works to her disadvantage from my aspect, kind of sorted her down to fourth. And then from there, we got some differences. Young man coming next here, another really opened up, big-bodied kind of a heifer, runs into a competitive class that when we set him in motion, she gets a little bit awkward in the way that she handles herself from behind. She's carrying just a little bit more on her, which adds to her chest, kind of throws her look off just a little bit for me. Young man coming next, got another one in terms of volume and utility look in terms of her center body. I like that heifer. I like her straightness of lines and her levelness in terms of her design. A little more upright in terms of her shoulder, a little flatter in terms of her shape all the way through. Heifer coming next is the one that's probably got just a little bit more genuine width. She's a little bit wider in terms of her pin set, a little more tubular in the way that she's put together. Like to see more natural body volume in her. Some of the same sentiments can be said about some of the others that we have following. I like this heifer's basic look and her femininity. She needs more stoutness. She needs more upper curvature to her rib. Heifer that's going to come next here is another one. I like her presence out here. I wish she was just a little bit wider and stouter when I get right in behind her. Heifer that's going to round out the class is another one. Again, I appreciate her condition in the sense that she's fairly trim. I wish she had just a little bit more natural body depth, especially as I analyze her back there through her rear rib and flank. Really nice class. Congratulations.
Back on the Charolais side, this really good kind of cow prospect to win the class. She just does so with the big term I come up with her is function. She's functional. She's sound. She's mobile. She's robust. She's got some width to her chest floor. She's full in her heart girth. She's bold ribbed. She's deep flanked. She's sound structured. She's massive hipped. You get up underneath this heifer. This young lady's got her bred up to calve here before long. She's going to have a beautiful mammary system when she gets into production, one that's going to go a lot of ways and do a lot of good things for that young lady in terms of a breeding program. The young man's got a real youthful, really fresh, conditioned one here yet. I think she's fresh in the fact that maybe she needs a little bit more doability to her. But I do appreciate how the refinement that she has in terms of teat size and spacing. I appreciate her length, her freshness of condition, and her overall reach out of her front end, the way she flexes there and goes. Just wanting to be a little chargy on the halter. We come into a heifer here that's big-bodied and easy doing. Maybe that's worked to her disadvantage here a little bit in that maybe she's just a little chuffier made and heavier conditioned. If we lean her up, I think that becomes a heifer that's more competitive. And then we round out our class here with a heifer that this doesn't have as much cattle from her shoulder back when you analyze her in terms of center body and just overall mass.
Second call, Angus, class 14. Second call, Angus, class 14. First call, Angus, class 15. First call, Angus, class 15. Final call, Charolais, class 14. Final call, Charolais, class 14. And first call, Charolais, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Charolais, Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
Results in Class 8 on the Angus side go as follows. 63-19, Wyatt DeBerry, first place. Second goes to 96-94, J.C. Collins. And third goes to 72-81, Kylie Byler. Congratulations.
Nice class here. Heifer, I like to lead off as one that's just so good in terms of her build. I like her openness of skeleton. I like the added shape that she has when you get in behind her. She's a stout-featured kind of a heifer that's big-footed and really robust in terms of her body shape. And just a really nice kind of heifer there to start the class. There's a lot of things about this female in second that I like too. I like her basic look. I like her lines. I like her symmetry. She's a little bit plainer in terms of her look up front. She's got just a little more chest on her today. I think you trim that back and boy, it gets really close up there on top because she is really attractive and flashy in terms of her look. Heifer in third here that we got is one, she's really open in terms of her rib cage. I like that added volume that she has. I like the udder development that we're starting to see here. She's a little tighter in the way that she wants to handle herself out of her hip, gets just a more insecure as she handles herself out of her hock. And then the heifer that's going to round out the class here is one that again, I like her basics. I like her with the skeleton. I wish she was just a little bit more opened up at the top side there as she comes into her rib cage. Wish she was just a little bit more attractive as you view her through her front end.
Results on our Charolais side from Class 10. First went to 39.42, Lexi Hughes. Second went to 94.24, Noah Silvas. And third goes to 7.42, Hannah Dalton. Currently in on our Charolais side is our Junior Champion Drive. Our Junior Champion Drive is in on the Charolais side.
Well, another nice heifer over here to lead off this class. One that's just really good in terms of her kind. I like her structural advantages that she has when you ask the cattle to lead. She's so good off both ends of her skeleton, yet at the same time she's attractive. It looks like a show heifer out here, good in terms of her body type. Nice female there to win. Heifer in second is one that's sure broody. I like the center to body dimension that we see in this heifer. I like the advancement that we see in terms of her udder development. She's a little finer boned, a little plainer in terms of her look, and as the cattle go, she wants to kind of get underneath herself just a little bit more, but a nice female there in second. Third is a heifer that, again, you like the condition that she's brought to us in. She gives you some extra length and extension. I appreciate that. She's a little more closed up all the way through. I'd like to widen her at her, starting at her chest. I'd like to see her stouter out of her pins as well. Heifer that's going to come next here is one, again, you appreciate the body type. She's got some extra volume, and I love to see that, but she goes to the ground just a little bit finer, and that matches kind of what you see with her. To me, she just needs to be stouter and more dimensional all the way through. Heifer that's going to round out the class is one that is stouter featured. She's got a bigger foot and bigger legs that she's built on, but she's piecier and tighter in the way that that's all constructed. She wants to kind of get up in her spine and up in her tail head. She doesn't want to blend together quite as nicely or stay as fluid in terms of her movement.
Angus, Class 14, Abigail Cohen. Angus, Class 14, Abigail Cohen. Please make your way to the arena. Final call, Charolais, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Final call, Charolais, Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
Results on our Angus side, Class 9. First goes to 62-19, Trista Lehman. Second goes to 43-58, Abigail Snoddy. And third goes to 64-46, William Blake Landers. In Class 10 of Angus, first goes to 10-61, Hadley Howe. Second went to 54-35, Aniston Bray. And third goes to 31-17, Layla Cox. Congratulations.
Well, on the Charolais side, I mean, it's probably been how these classes have been broke from the beginning of time. But, I mean, this is a really tough division on not only the cattle but the judge to try to evaluate the differences in quality from a heifer that's probably 65, maybe 70 days bred to one that's fixing to calve. I mean, there's a huge distance here and maturity level and stage development in these cattle's life. And I mean, this division here is almost like a grand drive. I mean, I got to decide between a bred heifer and a fall heifer, which one's better in this particular division. And there's differences in the cattle, but the heifer that's going to come out of that first, I believe she's a December or November, correct? Right? It's your heifer. I mean, that's a cow. I love the femininity of that heifer. I love the maternal look of that heifer. I love the way the parts and the pieces all fall together in her in terms of the way her shoulders laid into her body, the way she transitions back to a huge rib rear and flank. She's long-hipped. She's good-legged. She's very sound in terms of feet and legs and mobility when you ask her to go. And then thing that's probably the most impressive, when you look underneath her, look at the teat spacing and the refinement that she has in terms of that other quality. I call her elegant. I call her a big-time show heifer and one heck of a brood cow and future donor cow in that one in the making. If you're interested in getting in the Charolais business, or and at least in my mind, what a good cow prospect looks like of any breed, that's a good one right there. The one that comes out of the next class I really like in terms of her muscularity, but at the same time you get her out here, she doesn't have the smoothness, she doesn't have quite the maternal build as some of the other ones out here. I'd just like to maybe freshen her up at the top side of her neck, give her just a little more youthful head if we could. The heifer that comes out of the next class, like I said, I like her freshness, I like her body capacity. I just like to see more refinement in terms of that udder quality. You know, I'm a stickler on this. These things are show heifers right now, but it still doesn't change the fact of what they are and their future brood cows. And I don't think enough judges talk about that in terms of what these animals are going to look like in the next stage of their life. The heifer that's going to round out the class winner here, the May or summer heifer that's springing and awfully heavy bred, again, just robust in her build. She's really pulled apart in terms of chest. She's very flexible. She's stout boned. She's big ribbed. She's stout hipped. She's beautiful uddered. Again, she's very, very competitive. Again, a big time brood cow prospect, future donor cow for this young lady. So in my mind, it gets really close between the one that's about to calve and the one that is just kind of starting her life out as a bred heifer. So I'm going to give them one more look again. Give these exhibitors a round of applause. Tremendous division.
First call, Angus, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Angus, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Hereford, Class 1. First call, Hereford, Class 1.
Well, what a fun division we got over here on the Angus side. If you're excited about these kids and these heifers in the ring, if you would, put your hands together for them. It's a really nice lineup over here. Starting with our first class, that was one that I really liked this heifer in terms of her basics, and she's still one when she gets out here. You have to consider her in this lineup because I think she's so good in terms of her body type, yet so attractive and good looking up front. She is the nicest necked, nicest fronted heifer that we have out here, and the way that she ties in, she's elegant and thin in her neck set, but yet extended, and I love the way that transitions then into her shoulder and back into her forerib. Just a really nice kind of a heifer. Young lady does a nice job getting her shown. Heifer out of that second class, that was a competitive class, and this is a good heifer. This is one that, in my opinion, is made so nice from the profile. She looks like a show heifer. She looks like a donor cow. She looks like one that's going to be in contention. You watch them travel. She's so good in terms of her structural base and the amount of flexibility that she has off both ends. Yet there's some stoutness to this heifer, and she's deceiving in that way. She's good in terms of her bone work. You analyze her up high. There's shape and width to her. She's maybe just a little flatter as you analyze her there through her lower quarter, but in terms of genuine width, I think there's plenty there. And because she's a little fresher in terms of her condition, I think that what you see is what you get. She's so genuine from that standpoint. I like that heifer a great deal. Heifer out of the third class is one that's really good in terms of her body depth. I like the added volume that she has. She's another one that's really extended there up front. In this lineup, she's maybe just a little bit plainer in terms of her look, but that's getting nitpicky on one that I think is really offers you a lot of basics and a lot of breeding pieces that you could sure breed around. And the young lady that wins our last class here, this is one I just talked about in terms of being so good at the ground, and she still is out here. I think that's definitely an advantage that she has in terms of the way that she sets down up front, her toe set there. She's toes true. She's one that follows through with her length of stride, still attractive enough from a profile. There's times I'd like to set her down in her tail head just a little bit, but still I think that she's a nice heifer. She's one that's got the basic pieces there. Is she as broad and opened up as a couple of them? Maybe not, but I think that what you see is what you get, and she's one that's so good from a cow standpoint. She's got to be in the mix as well. Our respected seconds were really nice females too, reflecting back within their classes. Some of those classes were more competitive than others, but I think all of these seconds are really nice heifers that deserve to be out here too for the amount of quality and merit that they offer. To me, I think there's a couple of them that really hit me hard in terms of being my kind, the kind of heifers that I like, combining those functional traits with those elite show ring presence and extras. Young man, you're going to be my champion. Little lady, you're going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Second call, Angus class. Second call, Angus, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Second call, Angus, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Limousin classes 1 and 2. First call, Limousin classes 1 and 2. And second call, Hereford class 1. Second call, Hereford class 1. Final call, Angus, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Final call, Angus, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Please make your way to the arena.
Really nice class of Charolais heifers here with us. Leave them as they came in. Young lady, go ahead and come on around. This beautiful presented heifer here that's going to win the class. Heifer I this really like in terms of the way she's been managed. She's fresh in terms of body condition. She's sound and flexible in terms of structure. I appreciate the udder quality that she's building there. A young lady's got her bred up nice, going to calve here before long. Again, long, level, feminine, broody. Just a nice, fresh condition, big bred heifer to win this class. I like the fact that this heifer's in production. I think you could be complimented for that. And that's a moderate size, sound structured, big ribbed kind of female. Maybe like at this stage of her life, see her udder more youthful. Like to maybe not see quite as much bulge in that front end. But she's got a little calf, and it's going to continue to nurse her. But I do like her center body, her soundness of structure over the cow here that comes in next. The cow next, again, one that's really long-sided. She's strong-topped. I like the fact that she's in production. But from her shoulder back, just like to soften this one up in terms of her center body and make her more flexible as she goes. Same with the young lady's heifer that's the furthest from calving here that's going to round out the class. Again, one that's good enough in terms of the strength of her top line, but from her shoulder back, like to see her with more capacity and like to see her more flexible, especially off those hind two. And the way that heifer gets out of her shoulder, she just wants to struggle.
Really nice class winner over here. I tell you what, young lady, whether it's you or you got some help at home, getting one managed to be a big one like this and still be that attractive and that good in terms of their composition. This is a nice female. This is one that's good in terms of her structure. I like her look from the side and the balance that she has from that standpoint. Yet she's got plenty of stoutness to her, good-bodied, really nice place to start on this end of this class. And we got some choices to make. The one that I like next best is a female that's already in production. She's already doing her job out here. Got a nice high-performing calf at side. She gives up just a little bit in terms of look and presence out here to our class winner, but the basics are there, and she's one that's got some substance of bone underneath her. She's still got the right kind of body type even after having her calf. Still has that look that I like to see from a profile, and I think she sorts herself over third in my opinion because she's just so much better in terms of her mobility. Heifer that's going to be in third out here is one that can paint you a nice picture. Young man does a really nice job getting her presented for us. She's a stout featured kind of a heifer, one that's wide in terms of her pin set and stout out of her hip. When you set them in motion, she starts to come apart just a little bit more. She wants to get a little off in her top line and tighten her heart. She's a little bit tighter in the way that she handles herself from behind. Heifer that's going to come next here is one that another high volume kind of a heifer, one that I appreciate her extra base width, with the base, but one that to me is just a little flatter in the way that she's put together all the way through. A little flatter in terms of her heart, a little flatter out through her hip. Just like to stouten her up. And we got another pair out here, another female that's already in production. I appreciate that. She's another one that's good in terms of flexibility. She needs just a little bit more to her in terms of true width and dimension. Like to see more natural body volume in that heifer as well. And we got a female to close the class here that is dimensional through the center portion of her body. She wants to flatten a little bit more out of her hip. She's a little plainer in terms of her look, a little shorter in terms of her step.
Final call, Hereford, Class 1. Final call, Hereford, Class 1. First call, Hereford, Class 2. First call, Hereford, Class 2. Second call, Limousin, Classes 1 and 2. Second call, Limousin, Classes 1 and 2.
Well, what a nice female we have here to win this class. This one, this screams brood cow. I just love the cow look that she gives. Been well managed. She's fresh conditioned, and yet she's so maternal in the way she's made into her center body. Love that length of hip and length of body that she has. Granted, we can all see that maybe her tail head comes up, and maybe she's starting to drop a little bit in her back, but look at the other quality that she's had. She's getting really close to calving. I calve a lot of cows, and they all do that when they're getting close to calving. You got to study this one at the ground and analyze her and call that one sound structured because she is. She's beautifully in the way she goes, picks them up and puts them down. Again, love the center body and absolutely love that udder quality. The one that comes in second, I like a lot of things about her. I mean, probably the nicest thing is this high-quality heifer calf that's beside her. This heifer calf's got some quality to her. She's big-hipped. She's already got some length of top. This cow's really working in the body condition that this calf's in. I appreciate her soundness of structure, her udder quality, and this her overall production that she's at this point in her life. We come into a bigger yellow heifer here that like to moderate her and just give her more function if we could. Same for the young lady's heifer. A heifer here that her neck comes high at the top side of her shoulder, but from her shoulder back, just like to see more rib, body, and just overall production.
First call, Limousin, classes 3 and 4. First call, Limousin, classes 3 and 4.
Well, a really nice single entry over here on our Angus side. Definitely a female that I can appreciate in terms of her look. I love the balance that this cow gives you. She's one that's stout-hipped. She's one that's got some substance underneath her and some base width. I like the body volume that's represented here, and I like this calf at side. She's put a lot into this calf, and that's a nice one. She could toe just a little bit truer up front, but we're getting nitpicky on one that's already doing her job and doing it quite well. A really nice single entry. Congratulations.
Second call, Hereford, class 2. Second call, Hereford, class 2.
Angus side of the ring, our junior champion, class 8, Wyatt Dewberry, entry 63-19. Our reserve junior champion was Catherine Cohen, and entry number 69-34. In class 14, it goes as follows. First goes to 69-37, Abigail Koenig. Second goes to entry 94-23, Aspen Glick. And third goes to 64-55, Tate Landers. In class 15 on the Angus side, first went to 78-55, Olivia Wortham. Now coming in on our Angus side will be grand champion Angus female.
On the Charolais side, heifer here that's a little older, and we get into these senior yearlings, and really at that point, I really like to see a calf at side. I mean, we encourage you guys that have these senior falls. You know, this really got to have a goal of calving those things as close as we can to 2 years old or shortly after that. And I understand the Texas Junior show cycle. You know, you're wanting to keep them together and make it all the way around, but it's different when you're talking about a March and April heifer doing that and still having her bred when it's still March and April. But these falls, when we get to April, I mean, we should see a coupon at their side. Beside that, I like the fact that this heifer is sound. She's long, she's level, she's correct. Like to tidy up that udder quality if we could, and just like to see a calf already beside her.
Class 13 on our Charolais side goes as followed. First goes to entry 1928, Avery Hunt. Second place goes to entry 7483, Summer Jackson. And third goes to entry 4126, Haley Polson. And on class 14 on the Charolais side, first place went to Sophie Bradshaw. Second place went to Liliana Vasquez. And third place went to number 69, Samuel Whalen. In class 15, single entry, first place went to Chase Goodwin. Now we're entering on our Charolais side. Should be our senior champion heifer.
Well, another nice division. If you would, put your hands together for these exhibitors out here. A nice trio of females that I think represent a lot of quality and a lot of good. First class winner was one that, really hits me hard in terms of having those extras being everything that you want to see from a show ring presence. She's got look, she's got balance, she's got those wow factors that as a judge makes it fun to evaluate her. Yet from a function standpoint, she's really good. She's good at the ground. She's good in terms of her body body depth and her rib and the extra dimension that she has. I like that female quite a bit. The pair that stood second to her in class, this is a heifer or a cow now that is doing a really nice job. You can tell that she's one that's attractive. She's well built. She's putting a lot into a high-performing calf at side. I appreciate that pair a great deal as well. And then our last class that I just talked about, here's a female that's so attractive and so good looking. I like her lines. I like her balance. I like the extra stoutness that she's built on. And I like the calf at side. She's doing a really nice job there. I think it's a nice lineup that we have out here. To me, there's just one that overpowers them in terms of all those extras. I like the Class 1 winner to be your champion. We'll follow it up with Class 2 to be reserved.
Charolais Prehota, please make your way to the back gate to pick up your ribbon. Charolais Prehota, please make your way to the back gate to pick up your ribbon.
Entering the ring on our Charolais side is our senior champion division in the Charolais.
Final call, Hereford, Class 2. Final call, Hereford, Class 2. First call, Hereford, Class 3. First call, Hereford, Class 3.
Well, as we get the more mature bred heifers out here and pairs for your last division, we bring these class winners back out here. Now, there's a lot of things you like about this first class winner. She's been managed right. She's fresh condition. She's long-sided. She's good in terms of her feet and legs. I mean, I would change this one structurally as she gets out and goes. She does want to open up at the top side of her shoulder and kind of pinch in there in her top line right behind her shoulders. But, I mean, that's being critical of a very good heifer that's got a lot of good. She's long-sided. She's extended. She's going to drop a high-quality udder. She's not as heavy bred as the one directly behind her, but she's not going to calve that far later. I mean, there's probably 35 days difference in calving in these females, but I do like her added length, her soundness, and just her overall freshness of body condition. The heifer that comes out of the next class is one I just really like from a brood cow standpoint. She's a little more moderate in terms of frame size. She's a female that's adequate in terms of her rib and body and capacity. She's sound structured in terms of feet and legs. I love the udder quality that she's going to have. Yeah, you get her out here. I would like to elevate her maybe at the top side of her shoulder, strengthen her up down her top line, and probably lay that tail head in her a little nicer if we could. I know she's getting heavy bred and close to calving, and that's hard to totally evaluate that. But I even think probably months ago she was the same characteristics. You'd probably want to stouten her up down that top line just a little bit, and even lay that tail head in her earlier in her life as well. But as we get out here, she's sound structured, she's mobile, she's got a lot of good things going for her as well. And then we round out the class with a young man's heifer that had some added length of body. Like I told him in class, I'd just like to see that one already in production. And then when she does come into production, we just need to see more quality in terms of that teat and udder quality.
Second call, Hereford, Class 3. Second call, Hereford, Class 3.
Well, what a fun Angus show we've had here this morning. If you're ringside, put your hands together for these kids out here and then the ones that have already left. It's been a fun show. You know, as an evaluator, you know, when you get called to judge a show, there'll be quality, and I knew that the Angus cattle down here would definitely be full of quality. I'm an Angus girl at heart. It's what I grew up with, and it's what I still have a passion for, and so anytime that we get a chance for my daughter to get an Angus heifer and be able to drag one through in competition, that's always near and dear to me. I like to see good Angus cattle. I like to evaluate them, and this has been fun for me here this morning. Sorting through these different divisions, you know, I think they've kind of fallen together to really replicate what I like in high quality females. You know, starting with Division 1 and all the way through the last division, I like females to look like high quality future donors. I want them to look like ones that are hard to make, ones that are expensive, ones that are going to generate something from a profitability standpoint for those young people, and ones that from a functional aspect are built right, look good, and combine all of that into a complete kind of a package and as fault free as you can make them. And I think that all three of these division winners do that, and I think that there's parts and pieces of all these division reserves that rival some of these in different areas. So my compliments to these young people for that, because I think that this is an exceptional lineup. These breeders and these exhibitors should definitely be proud of what they brought out here to the Angus show. Division 1, you know, that was a division that I loved in terms of the quality that was represented. There was a lot of numbers in that division. There was a lot of good ones. You know, I landed on these two as being my favorite, and I get them back out here, and I'm still impressed with the look that they give, the quality that they represent, the structural base that they're built on. They're good cattle. And Division 2 comes in, and then I'm even, you know, further impressed with the quality that ran deep in that division. You know, there was a wide age range there, and we got a little heifer here in the middle that I think is made so nice. She's so impeccable in terms of her look on the profile. I love the body type that she represents and how she blends so nice from her shoulder back into her forerib, and then complements that when you set them in motion. She's so good at the ground in terms of her mobility, that added flex that she has off both ends. I like that heifer a great deal. In Division 3, you know, maybe we didn't have the numbers, but the quality didn't deviate at all. This Division 3 winner is one that in terms of making a big bred that's got this much to her in terms of power, in terms of body, in terms of look, and yet at the same time is so correct in terms of her composition. The management on this heifer was impeccable because she's so trim in her condition, yet she's got so much shape that you have to appreciate this heifer from that standpoint, and still good at the ground. She's showing an udder underneath her. I like to see that, and yet at the same time, she's just a high quality female. The reserves in those divisions, awesome. Awesome cattle all the way through. There's a couple of them out here that I really, really like. They're my speed. I wish my kids owned them. I'm going to go out and shake the hand of these two exhibitors. If you would, please put your hands together one more time for our Angus show we've had here this morning.
We've concluded our Angus show, and our Angus show, our overall grand champion heifer was 69.37. It was also our senior champion heifer, Abigail Koenig, and our reserve grand champion female was 63.19, Wyatt DeBerry. Congratulations to our Angus exhibitors.
Well, as we get Charolais out here, I'm certainly impressed with the quality that we had, and the more important test, and more importantly, what I'm impressed with is the mature cows and future donor prospects that we have out here. I think these cattle are built right in terms of their structure, in terms of their mobility. I really like them in terms of udder quality and teat spacing and what they're going to mature into in the next stage in life. And then I like the stage these cattle are out here in terms of the youthfulness, especially about these calves. When you look at their head shape and the mature size and their stage of maturity they are today, they look calfy, they look youthful, and they got the whole future ahead to them. Then we come back into the division here that was maybe a little more challenging in terms of, we had a December heifer going up against a May or June, and then that's a big spread. But I'm really impressed with both of those cattle for different reasons. To start with, I think both of those cattle in that division are really sound, structured, and really broody in their appearance. There's differences in them. It's hard to compare anything else. I will give the advantage, probably the stoutest constructed heifer of the whole lineup is the one that comes out of the second division. But every heifer out here, in my mind, has plenty of muscle. So, beside that, I think she's just well built. I think she's very mobile. She's really pulled apart. I love the udder quality that she has. I just love the cow look to the one that was second to her. She's huge ribs, sound structured, broody. It's going to be perfect uddered as well when she comes into production. I really like the female qualities of both of these females in terms of their head shape, their ear shape, the eye shape, the way it lays into the skull. The heifer that comes out next class here, she did so this in terms of freshness. You see it when you get back out here. She moves well. She's long-sided. She's extended. Maybe when she gets out here, she's just a little piecier. I kind of see three sections of this heifer to a degree. I see a shoulder, I see a center body, and I see a stifle. And you kind of see it the most is when that heifer gets out and goes. She just wants to roll out of them shoulders, and you see that action on the top side of her skeleton. And even when you get on the front side of her, or even from here, I'd like to maybe see her from her shoulder into her forerib transition with just a little bit more mass. But from that, after that, that is a tremendous heifer that has that added length. She's sound in terms of feet and legs. I like the fact that she's bred up and going to calve here before long. Again, a well-managed heifer. And then the big heifer on the other side, like I said, I appreciate how heavy bred she is. She's big ribbed, she's sound structured, she's beautiful uddered. Again, maybe this like to strengthen her up a little bit in terms of that top line and lay that tail head in her. I'm going to give them one more look, but put your hands together. This tremendous set of cattle, tremendous set of breeders and exhibitors that we have out here, and I'm going to get you a champion Charolais.
Final call, Hereford, Class 3. Final call, Hereford, Class 3. First call, Hereford, Class 4. First call, Hereford, Class 4. Second call, Limousin, Classes 3 and 4. Second call, Limousin, Classes 3 and 4.
Catching up on our Charolais side, our senior champion went to out of Class 13, Avery Hunt, 1928, and our reserve senior champion heifer came out of Class 14, Sophie Bradshaw, showing entry 7567. Our grand champion overall Charolais heifer came out of Class 10, Lexi Hughes, entry number 3942, and our reserve grand champion came out of Class 9, Georgia Godot, out of entry number 8410. Congratulations to our Charolais exhibitors.
Well, as we start our Hereford show over here, I like this class winner. I think that she's one that's made right. She's attractive. She comes in the right rig in terms of her condition today. I think that she's one that just blends so many good things together, yet she's appropriate in terms of her structure. Just a nice female there to win the class, and she does so pretty handily, in my opinion. Heifer that's going to end up in second out here is one that I like her body type. I like her extra length and extension. She's a little bit plainer than the heifer I just talked about. She's a little more up upright in her shoulder, but there's so much more to her from a width and a power standpoint. That keeps her in that second place spot for me. Heifer in third, I think's got a bright future to her. You know, she gives up a lot today in terms of weight per day of age, but at the same time, I think there's pieces of this one that's flashy and good looking and be a fun project for that young lady. Next one that we got coming here is a little bigger bodied. I appreciate that about her. I just wish we could open her up just a little bit from a width perspective. She gets a little narrow at her chest, a little flatter when you step in behind her. The young heifer that we got in class is one that I think is made nice. I think she's one that gives you some extension. She's good in terms of her structure. She's long strided and true moving. She just needs time. She needs time and feed. She gives up a lot today and in terms of dimension, but that's a nice made kind of a female. The one we got coming next, I like the robust body type that she represents. Just like to change her structurally. She gets too straight for me up front. She's too tight and restricted in the way she handles herself out of her hip and hind leg. Then we got a heifer coming next here that's bolder in terms of her center body. She too's a little tight in terms of her movement. She's also a little flatter in the way that she's put together. And the heifer that's going to round out the class is one that, again, I appreciate the volume that she offers. Just like to change her construction a little bit. She's a little lower fronted, a little deeper in her chest, a little rounder out of her hip.
Final call, Limousin, classes 3 and 4. Final call, Limousin, classes 3 and 4. First call, Limousin, class 7. First call, Limousin, class 7. Do you want a second on yours? Second call, Hereford, class 4. Second call, Hereford, class 4.
Really nice way to start the class with an extremely high quality. She's either in April or May is what this class is on the Limousin side. Really youthful in terms of her appearance, very sound in terms of structure. I think her body type matches her proportions very well. The young lady's done a tremendous job of keeping this one fresh and elegant. She's got a big time future going forward through this summer. Through the junior nationals and whatnot. I just like her added grow, her added length and size compared to the one here in second. I like the moderation to a degree in the body of the one in second. I guess I like the body relative to her frame size the most. Compared to the one that went directly ahead of her, you know, I like moderate cattle, but this one's probably just getting just moderate enough. I mean, if I could change her, I'd strengthen her up at the top side of her shoulder and maybe just give her more length of body if we could. But I like her soundness of structure. I like her broodiness. I like her rib. I like her body. That's where she beats the one here in second, is she's got more body and a little sounder structured. I like the added length of the performance in this effort here. She just wants to fight the halter a little bit. She's not hooked up as well in terms of her top line, and I like to just give her a little more sweep to that center body. The heifer that comes next is a little bigger framed, a heifer that's a little coarser in the way that tail head's designed. I like her added length. But a heifer that just like to see a little more maternal in her look, tuck that chest up in her if we could. The heifer that's going to round out the class, again, a heifer that's got some dimension to her in terms of that center body. Just like to see that one longer sided, longer hipped, and a little more correct in terms of structure. Single entry on the March class here, and a heifer that's really youthful and fresh in terms of her body condition. I like that about her. She's sound enough in terms of her feet and legs, maybe from her shoulder back. There's like to see a little more cow prospect there. There's like to open her up and give her just a little bit more dimension all the way through. But again, a nice balanced heifer that has some eye appeal.
Second call, Limousin, Class 7. Second call, Limousin, Class 7. Final call, Hereford, Class 4. Final call, Hereford, Class 4. First call, Hereford, Class 7. First call, Hereford, Class 7. Ella Isabel from Limousin, Class 4. Ella Isabel from Limousin, Class 4. Please make your way to the arena immediately.
Nice class winner here. I think this is a competitive class and a little challenging at times, maybe to kind of sort these differences because there is some vast changes in terms of condition. We got a lot of differences in terms of shape and power, but I like this heifer here to win. I think that she's one that's so good in terms of her look. I like how everything blends. She's good at the ground, and I think that's where she further solidifies herself in that top spot for me is because she's so correct in terms of her movement. Heifer that's going to be in second. You know, she gives up a lot today. She's a little greener. She's a little, doesn't quite have as much to her today in terms of shape and power, but I like her basic kind. I think she's elegant in terms of her neck. I think she's the right kind of body type. She's good in terms of her structure, and I appreciate that. I think these two heifers coming next have some give and take, and depending on where you lay your priorities, maybe that's kind of how you sort them. To me, the young man's heifer is just a notch more genuine all the way through. As she's a little bit smoother there through her shoulder, and as she backs into her forerib, I like the added body depth and volume that she offers as well. Young lady's heifer probably has more upper shape, probably a little stouter out of her hip, but my question on her when we ask them to lead, she gets just a little bit more open up front in terms of her shoulder and her front leg placement. She's tighter in the way that she handles herself from behind. Heifer coming next is one that can give you a good look on a profile. You set the cattle in motion, and she gets pretty short and quick in terms of her step. Like to roll her shoulder back in her just a little bit, make her a little looser constructed in the way that she handles herself from behind. Young man's got a really big-bodied kind of a heifer coming next. I appreciate that. She's a little bit on the moderate side, and that's okay. But to me, she's just caught a little bit too much on her from a condition standpoint, and when you get in behind her, doesn't really match up quite as nicely in terms of true width all the way through, a little plainer in terms of her look. Young lady that's next in the ring there's got another one that gives you a nice extended front end. She too needs just a notch more body volume and power. And then the heifer that's going to round out the class, it has got some pieces that you can appreciate. She just needs to blend it together in a little nicer, more eye-appealing kind of package.
As we get the February heifers out here on the Limousin side, I definitely think that there's a good class of cattle, and there's a lot of quality throughout this class, but I think the one that wins does so in terms of presence. I'll be the first to tell you, I do not want this one to get any bigger. I mean, she's pushing the upper limits in terms of size, but with that, the young man has done a nice job in terms of keeping her fresh. You can analyze the sharpness about her side of her neck, down into the chest, even down into her belly and flank. This is a fresh conditioned heifer. That sound structure, she's big-ribbed, she's long-sided, she's beautiful presented, high-quality heifer to win the class. And I personally like her added length and extension. You know, like I said, she's a little big on maybe a mature cow herd weight, but I do like her added length of hip and length of side over the heifer here in second. The heifer in second is very sound, very complete. I love her rib, her body, her capacity. I love how fresh condition she is. I love her broody look that she offers. Again, maybe there's not quite the wow factors of the one directly ahead of her, but I do like that kind of heifer that's sound and structured. It's her soundness of structure that keeps her second over the one here in third. I like this heifer's moderation. I like her rib. I like her body. I like her substance. Again, I'd just like to change the way she goes off those hind two to be competitive with those first two. And the young man's going to round out the class, a heifer that's just a little too green in terms of condition today. Just like to see more cow power there from nose to tail.
On our Limousin side, catching up from Class 1. First goes to 184 Paisley King. Second goes to 9100 Danica Daughtry. And third goes to 6975 Killian Scott Fuller. In Class 2, there was a single entry. First went to 4982 Blake Morrow. In the third class of limousines, first went to entry 1036 Brigham DeBoer. Second goes to 2866 Casey Parrish. And third went to entry 3860 Audrey Edwards. Congratulations on our limousine exhibitors.
Final call, Limousin Class 7. Final call, Limousin Class 7. First call, Limousin Classes 8, 9, and 10. First call, Limousin Classes 8, 9, and 10. Second call, Hereford Class 7. Second call, Hereford Class 7.
On our Hereford side, both horned and polled. First class, 8 in the class. First goes to 9046 Peyton Alexandria. Second place goes to entry 2969 Raleigh Hollis. And third place goes to entry 183 Presley Turner. In Class 2 on the horned and polled side, first went to 3955 Brighton Muir. And second went to 9138 Mackenzie McCullough. And third goes to 4715 Mason Roeder. Congratulations to our Hereford breeders.
As we get our Januaries out here, it's just a matter of youthfulness that separates this pair in quality. They're just a lot more of an adolescent head and ear shape and overall size and performance in the heifer that wins the class. She's a deal in my mind in terms of a mature cow weight, and I just like the stage of maturity that she's at because she looks more youthful. From there back, she's nicer balanced. She's leveler top. She's better in through her tail head, and she's better in terms of structure at the ground. I just see that as a high-quality heifer that I admire for being very good in terms of her age. The heifer that's going to be here second today, a heifer that's a little too much for me in terms of performance, just like to freshen her up and make her more youthful.
On our limousine side, results for Class 4 go as followed. Entry 185 Paisley King goes first. Second goes to 6761 Ella Isabel. Coming in now in our limousine, we'll be picking our calf and reserve calf champion. Calf and reserve calf champion on our limousines.
Good pair heifers on the top end of this class. I have some trade-offs back and forth. Young man's heifer that doesn't want to lead out very good is going to be your class winner out here. I think when this heifer actually collects herself and pulls herself together, she's the well-balanced one that we have in the lineup that still blends together some functional traits. I like the body type that's represented here. When she does want to lead and she gets out and moves, she's correct in terms of her angles. She's good in terms of her step. I like that heifer to win. There's a lot of things about this heifer in second that I like. She's probably a little denser, a little stouter in terms of her feature, but she's also just a little coarser in the way that she puts it all together. She's a little bolder in her shoulder, a little tighter there in her forerib, and collectively just throws her look off maybe just a little bit when we compare her back to my class winner. And what heifer that's going to be in third is one that I like her added extension, her levelness of kind. She's a little bit off in terms of her look in the sense that she's a little deeper in her chest than she is back there at her flank. Just like to balance her up just a little bit more from a profile aspect to move her on up as well. Young lady's going to be fourth out here. Has got a high performing kind of a heifer that ties in high to her shoulder. To me, I'd like to change this heifer structurally. She gets a little off in terms of her front end, a little straight in that shoulder. She's tight and quick in terms of her movement from behind. Just like to make her more flexible, more correct in terms of her angles. Heifer that's going to come next is another one that I appreciate her basics. She has an advantage over the heifer we just talked about in terms of being and longer and truer in terms of her step, but she's also a little bit plainer in terms of her look. She's a little more off balance, a little narrower when you get right in behind her as well. And then the heifer that's going to close the class is another one. I appreciate her length and neck. She's one that to me is a little greener today, and that's okay, but she kind of finds herself down in the class for me as she's pretty tight in terms of her mobility. She's also a little flat and narrow when you step in behind them.
Final call, Hereford Class 7. Final call, Hereford Class 7. First call, Hereford Class 8. First call, Hereford Class 8. Second call, Limousin Classes 8, 9, and 10. Second call, Limousin Classes 8, 9, and 10. Hannah Wages from Limousin Class 7. Hannah Wages from Limousin Class 7. Please make your way to the arena immediately.
Results in Limousin Class 4. First went to Paisley King. Second went to Ella Isabel.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Results on the Hereford side in Class 3 are as follows. First goes to 78-17, Bentley Kuzmic. Second goes to entry 78-20, Easton Kuzmic. And third goes to entry 2297, Kaylee Edwards. Congratulations, Kylie Edwards. Currently on our Limousin side, Heifers coming in are for calf and reserve calf champion.
Final call, Limousin, Class 10. Final call, Limousin, Class 10. First call, Limousin, Class 13. First call, Limousin, Class 13.
Results of Class 3 on our Horned and Pole Hereford side. First went to 78-20. Easton Kuzmik. Second went to 22-97. Kylie Edwards. And third went to 77-57. Cheyenne Feller. Congratulations.
Good class here. Lots of differences, but a lot of quality at the same time. Heifer that I like to go ahead and lead off the class with that the young man has here is one that I think is just so good in terms of her basics. She's practical in terms of her look, yet at the same time she's got some stoutness. She still has some femininity. I like those things about her. Now there's times that I wish she was laid down just a little bit more in terms of her tail head, level out her hip just a little bit, and I think that would allow her to reach just a little bit better from behind on the go, but still I like her presence and her look out here, and that's what keeps her at the forefront for me. Heifer that's going to be in second, I think there's definitely some differences between second and third. I like the extra power that we have in the heifer in second. You step in behind the cattle, there's so much more to her in terms of the top side of her skeleton. She's stouter out of her hip. She goes to the ground with more substance. I like those things about this heifer. She's a little bit more extended from her shoulder forward as well. I wish she matched up right there behind her blade with a little more punch. She gets just a little bit dry there in her forerib. I wish she had a little bit more lower body as well. Heifer that's going to be in third, she does have that center body dimension and extras that I would like to see. She has the advantage from that standpoint. I also like the way that she's laid in there in terms of her front end and how she gets out and travels. To me, she's a little bit narrow. When you step off either end of her skeleton, she wants to get just a little bit off in terms of her hip as well. Heifer that's going to be fourth out here, young man does a nice job getting her shown. That's a long stride, a good moving kind of a heifer that's just a little bit plainer all the way through. She's a little open in her shoulder, a little piecier in the way that she blends everything together. Heifer coming next, the young lady has here is one that gives you a nice look up front. She's got some length and extension. To me, she's one that's just too flat and too narrow off either end of her skeleton. I'd like to open her up from a dimension standpoint. Heifer that's got more dimension is coming next, but I'd like to change her structurally. She's too upright in her shoulder, too tight out of her hip. And we work into some cattle here, and next pair of them, I like their body type. When we set them in motion, they're a little quicker in their step. As we work down in the class, just like to make them a little bit prettier from a balance standpoint, add just a notch more true power in them as well.
Well, as we get the cattle back out here, there's definitely differences in them, and all this describe. The youngest heifer of the class or the division, the April heifer out here, I think one that's just very sensibly sized. I think she's appropriate aged. I think she's a female that's very honest as she comes to us. I like her overall completeness. She's very sound in terms of structure. She's nice balance. She's big ribbed. She's got plenty of muscle to her. This comes to us in a highly presented, very sweet package and very youthful package to win that first class. The heifer that comes out of the next class here, a heifer that this doesn't have the overall look of the other cattle that are in this drive. Then we come into a young man's heifer here that gives me some problems. I like a lot of things about this heifer. I like her quality. I like her length of body. I like her the way she's built. I mean, she's a good heifer. I just like to tone this one down and just make her head a little more youthful if we could out here in this particular drive. And the heifer that comes out of the next class is one that I really, again, I like in terms of her feet and legs. She's very fresh and youthful in terms of her presence. I like her appropriation and this way she's displayed out here today. She's big ribbed, she's sound structured, she's nice balanced, and she's high quality as well. So with that being said, I'm going to go pick the two that fit me today, just in terms of a mature cow herd weight and performance level. With that, I'm going to go out and pick the two that suit me today. Again, thank you.
Second call, Hereford, Class 8. Second call, Hereford, Class 8.
Well, really nice lineup here for our first division. If you would, please put your hands together for these Hereford exhibitors. There's some nice cattle out here. You can tell there's been a lot of work and preparation to come to the Austin Rodeo and Stock Show here. I like these class winners and respected seconds quite a bit. You know, starting with our first class, that was a competitive class. That was a deep class in terms of quality. There was a lot of numbers in that class, and I felt like these two heifers kind of surfaced to the forefront because they offered so much more good in terms of long-term value, offering some look and some presence to them. I have the right kind of body type and functional build, and I think the class winner on that end was one that I like quite a bit. I think that she's wanting to fight the stand a little bit out here, but I tell you what, when she gets pulled together, she's super attractive. She's well built, she's good bodied, she's proportional. That's a nice heifer. The heifers out of our second class, both of them were very practical in terms of their type and kind. The class winner I felt like was so good in terms of her mobility, so smooth in terms of the way that she proportions and transitions in her body type. She's one that's stout featured and heavy boned, just a good solid built kind of a heifer. Not as flashy as some out here, but fairly fault free from that standpoint in the sense that she can get out and travel. She's got that look of function to her. I like her quite a bit as well. The third class pair of heifers out here that represent what we saw in that class. They're the ones that elevated themselves to the forefront for me in terms of having just enough extra look. The heifer that wins that class I thought was so much better in terms of her body type and her basics. Out here, she maybe not quite as flashy, maybe not quite as well balanced as a few of those, but again, I love that center body volume that we see in her. She's sure one that you have to think about from a functional standpoint. And then the last class, just discussed those two. They're a little different in terms of their type and kind, but I like pieces of both of them. And the class winner on that end that's closest to me out here is one that's so good looking. I love her at the stand. She ties high, she blends well, she's good in her body type. You set them in motion, and I wish she was just a little bit better out of her hip. I wish she handled her hock just a little bit better. But those are the differences that I kind of see in them. I don't think that it's that close for my champion out here. In my opinion, I do think it gets close for reserve. I like that Class 1 winner quite a bit. She's going to be your division champion. And on a closer decision, I always side with a little extra function. Young lady with the second class here is going to be reserve.
Final call, Hereford, Class 8. Final call, Hereford, Class 8. First call, Hereford, Classes 9 and 10. First call, Hereford, Classes 9 and 10. Second call, Limousin, Class 13. Second call, Limousin, Class 13. And first call, Limousin, Class 14. First call, Limousin, Class 14.
On our Limousin side, our heifer calf champion came out of Class 1, Paisley King, entry 184. And a reserve champion came out of Class 4, also Paisley King, entry 185. Congratulations to our calf and reserve calf champion on our Limousin side.
Well, in this particular class, there was never a time in my mind that this young lady wasn't going to win the class because her heifer's just the right kind of cattle. She's functional, she's broody, she's capacious, she's got a cow look, she's beautiful in terms of structure. I just love the rib shape that she has, the balance that she has, the way she plant and dries off that hind leg, and then she gets her parked. Her neck comes good out of the top side of her shoulder. This gives you a real practical cow look from the side. We'll come into a heifer here that's just functional. Yes, she's a little heavy condition for the show here today, but I like the fact that she's sound enough and she has enough rib and body and capacity to put on some body condition. With that, her teat and udder spacing looks nice. She's sound in terms of structure, just like to freshen her up in terms of overall body condition. Same for this young man's project here. She's sound in terms of her feet and legs. She's got some body to her. She just needs to be trimmed up from nose to tail. She's just past her you know, he's really going to have to exercise this heifer and get some more fiber in her and pull off on the grain. The heifer that comes next has a nice look, and I want to get this heifer up into second. I just can't do it in terms of structure. You see it in the angle of her shoulder. You see the way that she handles her hip and hock and the way when she wants to roll up in her top. She's got a lot of mass to her. She's heavy muscled. She's big ribbed. Just need to see her sounder more flexible. And round out the class with the young lady's heifer that has some length of body and has some overall production to her. We just don't see the balance and structure and overall presence in her that we see in some of the other cattle. Like to lay that tail head down in her as she goes.
Results in Class 4 of our Hereford heifers. Hereford and Horned and Pole Hereford, Class 4. First goes to 4559 Leland Green. Second goes to 8559 Hadley Doris. And third goes to 4109 Zeb Murphy. Our calf and reserve calf champion on the Hereford side goes as follows. First, our heifer calf champion comes out of Class 1, Peyton Alexander, entry 9046. And our reserve champion comes out of Class 2, Brighton Maurer, on entry number 3955. Congratulations.
Second call, Hereford, classes 9 and 10. Second call, Hereford, classes 9 and 10. Final call, Limousin, class 13. Final call, Limousin, class 13. And second call, Limousin, class 14. Second call, Limousin, class 14.
Class 7 on the Limousin side. First goes to 4317 Hannah Wages. Second goes to entry 479 Ruby McLeenan. And third goes to entry 1783 Carter Marburger.
Really nice place to start with this class over here. I like this heifer that wins. I think she's so good in terms of her look. She's a robust-bodied kind of a heifer that's really opened up all the way through in terms of power. She's a little tighter in terms of her movement, but at the same time, she's packing so much on there, that's to be expected just a little bit. But in this particular class, she just kind of overwhelms everything in terms of added dimension and still maintaining a quality look from a profile. Nice heifer there to start. The heifer that's going to be in second is one that I like her basics. I think she's one that, again, she matches up high with what you see at her base. There's some width there. There's some power. I like the added dimension that she gives you when you step right in behind her. She's proportional in terms of her body depth. Still gives you a nice look up front. Not quite as flashy or as trendy maybe as the heifer that wins the class, but still I think her pieces are there. I like that heifer too. Heifer that's going to be third out here is a good-bodied kind of a heifer that's really sound-footed. She's one that's a little plainer in terms of her look. She gets a little deeper in her chest. A little more peak at an A-frame there as the analyzer behind her shoulder. Heifer that's going to come next here is another one that I appreciate the extra volume that she has. She's plainer and piecier all the way through. She wants to get kind of dumpy there in terms of her look up front. Rounds just a bit more out of her hip. I think if we could level her up and tuck her chest back in her just a little bit, her functional pieces are right. We just got to make her a notch more attractive. Heifer that's coming next here is one that ties high, and she is good looking up front. She's one that's tighter and more restricted off both ends of her skeleton. I start to question her just a little bit from a genuineness standpoint because she doesn't really handle herself on the go quite as well. Then we can round out the class with a pair of heifers that are a little bit similar in terms of their type and kind. I'd like to see more natural body depth in these heifers. I'd like to see them handle their hind leg with a bit more stability.
Results on Class 7 on the Hereford side goes as follows. First goes to 92.95 Lily Liao. Second goes to 85.94 Layla Doris. And third goes to entry 4112 Jace McFree.
The young lady here has got a nice cow prospect that's got a lot of function and production to her. I like her this in terms of her soundness of structure. I like her in terms of her body mass. She's a big ribbed female that's got a lot of depth to her center body and back into her flank. She's got a beautiful set to her hind leg. I'll be the first to admit, young lady, you probably got this heifer about 1:30 or 2 o'clock in terms of body condition. I'd definitely like to get this heifer out, freshen her up if you're going to take her to the junior national, because she's got the structure, She's got the body. She's an easy doing one that you just don't probably have to feed as much. But with that, I do think she's just more functional cattle than the other two we have in the class. The heifer that's second is fresher conditioned. For that, I like her ladylike look up through her front end and the way she blends in at the point of the shoulder. That's particularly where she beats the one here in second. I just see her a little more smoother in her muscle pattern. I just see her a little more flexible in terms of her feet and legs. I would like to give her more depth and lay that tail head in her a little more correctly if we could. Young man's heifer that comes next has more muscle. If you're into that, heifer here that's just a little bolder in that shoulder, a little straighter in terms of her angles. Just like to see her a little more ladylike in her features.
Final call, Hereford, classes 9 and 10. Final call, Hereford, classes 9 and 10. First call, Hereford, class 13. First call, Hereford, class 13. Final call, Limousin, classes 13 and 14. Final call, Limousin, classes 13 and 14.
Results on our Limousin side, class number 8. First went to 6660 Kennedy Griffin. Second went to 8543 Emily Chappell. And third went to entry 1450 Justin Head. In class 9, we had a single entry. First goes to 824 Kylie Gregory. Congratulations.
Just a really stout-made single entry heifer here, a heifer that's got a lot of substance to her. She's big and opened up in terms of her top. She's full in terms of that heart girth. She comes back into a big hip with a lot of stifle and base width to her. You get off to the side of her, she's a long-sided heifer. She's sound enough in terms of structure. Maybe if I could change her, I'd just like to maybe see her nickel more maternal in her build. You know, that starts with the shape of that head, the way that shoulder's designed into her. Maybe this a sweep to that rib, but still that's a sound-structured, stout-footed, muscular heifer that handles that much mass very good when she gets out and goes. I do like her fluid movement.
Addison Forsberg, please make your way to the arena. Hereford Class 9, Addison Forsberg, please make your way to the arena immediately. Second call, Hereford Class 13. Second call, Hereford Class 13. Justin Head. And Justin Head, Limousin Class 13. Justin Head, Limousin Class 13, please make your way to the arena. Lena Ottmers from Hereford Class 10. Lena Ottmers, please make your way to the arena.
In the A class here, a really nice place to start, and in a really fresh conditioned, well-managed heifer here that's going to win the class. Not only is she the soundest structured heifer that really gets out and goes, I do like the fact that she's got a lot of body to her. She's very flat and maternal in terms of that muscle shape and pattern, and yet she's still wide-gauged. I think that's something to keep in mind in these heifers, that they need to be maternal in that muscle shape, and that this helps them transition to a brood eater type of package. You see it in that one too in terms of teat size and spacing. She's going to make a nice productive cow. That's what made advantage of the one here in second. The one here in second, I definitely would like to see her more maternal in that underline and in that teat size and spacing. Outside of that, that's kind of a nice balanced, sound structured heifer that's very muscular in her kind. I just like to lay that tail head into her, and again, make her more maternal in terms of that mammary system. The heifer that is going to round out that class here in third, a heifer that has some body mass to her. She has a durability to her. Again, she's one that's probably 2 o'clock in terms of body condition. Just like to milk a lot of that body condition out of her neck and down into her chest and shoulder, because she's got plenty of body. She's sound structured. She's the right kind of cattle. Just got a little aggressive in terms of her body condition.
Good class winner over here. A heifer that just kind of overwhelms everything else amongst this class in terms of her power and width. There's a lot of shape to this heifer, yet at the same time, she's proportional. She's correct in terms of her angles. She maybe could be trimmed up just a little bit, because when we set them in motion, she gets just a little bit awkward in the way that she handles herself from behind. That's getting nitpicky on one that I thought won in a smoke. The next two, I think, get a little bit close. I think they're a pair of heifers that are similar in the sense that they offer you a good look, and then there's some differences from there. I like the young lady's added femininity that she has to her heifer. It's one that blends just a little bit smoother. I like her look at the stand. I wish she traveled with just a bit more flexibility from behind, but again, I think she's just got so much added presence out here that I keep her in second. The heifer that's going to be in third is a big-bodied, robust-made kind of a heifer. I appreciate that about her. I wanted her to be sounder, so I could justify moving her up, but I don't call her any better out of her hind leg than either of the two heifers that placed ahead of her, but she's soggy built and she's functional from terms of her body type. I like her in third. Young lady's heifer has kept growing on me out here. One that I think is proportional. She's good in terms of her look up front. I like the body type and the hip shape that's represented here. She's a little narrower at her base, a little plainer in the way that she comes to us today, but a nice female. Heifer that's going to come next is one that's really functional in terms of her body type. She's one that I like that added volume that she has, and she's still feminine yet up front. She's plenty moderate. She's got plenty on her from a condition standpoint, and as you step in behind her, she wants to funnel more to her base and flatten there through her lower quarter. Heifer that's coming next is one that I appreciate how high she ties there into her shoulder. She's level out of her hip. She's just a little flatter constructed all the way through. And the young lady that's got the tall heifer here coming out next is one that I appreciate the foot and bone that she's built on. She needs more body depth for me to match up proportionally. And the young man, same can be said about his. I like the length of body that's represented here. Needs more rear rib and flank. We work into some heifers as we sort down through the bottom end of these that just need more center body volume. They need to be a little bit stouter, and a few of these need to be leveled up just a little bit from a balance standpoint. Congratulations.
On our Limousin side, class 10, first went to 74.46, Breckdois. Second in the class went to entry 11.48, Weston Austin, and third went to 153, Hudson Heckler. Congratulations. Next in will be junior champions on our Limousin side. Next in will be for junior champion on our Limousin side.
Hudson
Results.
Atwood, Limousin Class 14. Hudson Atwood, Limousin Class 14. Please make your way to the arena.
Results of Class 8 on our Hereford side are as followed. First goes to entry 964, Carly Rowe. Second goes to entry 5546, Bailey Dobbs. And third goes to entry 2082, William Tackett. Congratulations.
Well, as we get these class winners out here for this middle division in the Limousin side, I was really happy with our class winners and seconds, respectively. This in terms of keeping the cattle functional, keeping some cow look in them, and this keeping the priorities right in terms of size and rib cage and function and just overall mama cow look. And really, like, it all comes together in an attractive package in the one that wins this first class. I mean, she's just beautiful in the way she's designed in terms of her femininity and her cow look in her head. She transitions into her shoulder into her body nicely. She's strong behind them shoulders. She's bold in that rib cage. She's beautiful and correct in the set of that hip and hind leg. And then I love that underline that she has. She's got a nice sweep and lower rib shape in her. She's good in terms of her teat size and spacing. I think that's a high quality to win that first class. I like the cow and function and fleshing ability in the one here in second. It's just maybe worked to her disadvantage in terms of a show cow here today. Just like to trim her up in terms of body condition. The parts and pieces are there. She's sound, she's big-bodied, she's functional. Just need to slow down in terms of body condition. A big muscled one that comes here and out of the next class, like I said, I like her length, I like her structure. She's got some intriguing pieces for this young lady to use as a breeding tool. She just needs to find a bull that's a little flatter in his shape and a little softer in his rib to mate to her, because she's got the power. She's strong top, she's big hipped. I just like to see her more ladylike in the way she's designed. And the young man's heifer that comes out of the May class, again, like I said, he's done a nice job with her in terms of her body condition. She's a heifer that's nice in terms of that center body. I love the teat size and refinement that she has. She's sound in terms of structure. Maybe I'd like to gauge her just a nickel wider and maybe lay that tail head into her just a little bit better. But that's a good heifer that does all the basics really good in terms of having some rib, some body, some femininity in terms of that udder quality, and then very sound in terms of structure. You got off to the profile, you like the balance that you see. So with that, the young lady, the first class, you're going to be the division champion here today. I love that cow power that heifer offers. This young man right here is going to be a reserve champion. I like that build, I like that freshness, and I like that structure.
Final call, Hereford, Class 13. Final call, Hereford, Class 13. First call, Hereford classes 14 and 15. First call, Hereford classes 14 and 15. First call, Maine, classes 1 and 2. First call, Maine, classes 1 and 2.
Well, not as many numbers in this class, but a really good one here to win. I think this is a heifer that, in terms of stoutness and power, boy, you have to recognize what she brings to the class out here. She's opened up. She maintains her base advantage to the top side of her skeleton, yet at the same time, she's the right kind of body shape. It looks like she should at this stage of production, meaning that you see some udder development going on underneath her. She's still attractive, feminine in terms of her look. Nice female to start. Then I think you got some trade off. So I like the little ladies here, heifer that's going to be in second, because I think she just blends so much better from an eye appeal standpoint. She's a little longer neck. She's a little leveler in terms of her spine. She's a little stouter in terms of her feature. Heifer's going to be third out here is one that I can appreciate her functional body type. She's round ribbed and she's got some volume to her. She's a little shorter necked. She's a little plainer in terms of her look. And as she goes to the surface, she's a little finer boned and narrower based relative to what else was in the class. If you would, congratulate these exhibitors.
On our horn and poled side, results go as following. Class 9. First went to 1035, Brigham de Bourg. Second one goes to 4538, Cedar Love. And third goes to 2975 Adderson Forsberg. Congratulations.
Really nice pair of cattle here. We just got more rib and production and mass in the young man's heifer. She's a good sized heifer. But I think she's still properly in terms of her body condition. That blends together nice. She's just got so much from her shoulder back relative to the one that's in there in second. I like the heifer in first. I like her in terms of her lines, a set to her hind leg. Again, she's got a lot of body and a lot of rib. The young lady does an excellent job on this heifer here in terms of her presentation. She's excellent in terms of her showmanship skills. A heifer I'd just like to stretch out and just give more total performance in her, but she does the right things. The heifer's sound structured. The heifer's nice balanced. We just need to see more of her.
Good pair of them over here. Young ladies, stouter built one is the one I like to win. I think that she's one that's good at the surface in terms of her flexibility, but aside from that, she's opened up at her skeletal base. She's got some shape up high. I like the added depth that you see through her throughout, yet she's still proportional and attractive. The heifer that's going to be in second out here is another one that, again, she's got some pieces you appreciate in terms of being robust there. She drops out of her spine with some upper curvature. To me, though, she's one that's just a little coarser in the way that she puts it all together, a little tighter in terms of her movement.
Second call, Maine, classes 1 and 2. Second call, Maine, classes 1 and 2. Second call, Hereford, classes 14 and 15. Second call, Hereford, classes 14 and 15. First call, Hereford, Calf Division, Champion and Reserve. First call, Hereford, Calf Division, Champion and Reserve.
On our Limousin side, our junior champion goes to our Class 7 winner, Hannah Wages, entry number 4317. Our reserve champion came out of Class 10, Breck Boyce out of 70, and her number was 7446. In Class 13, first went to 1451, Justin Head, and second went to entry 9413, Laney Lancaster. Congratulations to our Limousin exhibitors.
Well, as we get into an older class here, January and February, the young man's going to win the class, and certainly I want to appreciate him for getting his heifer bred up. And I know he probably all you wish he would calve her because you calve her pretty close to 2 years of age. But I mean, he had a goal to come to the stock show and bring a heavy bred heifer that hadn't calved yet, and you accomplished that goal. With that, I still think she's the heifer in this class with the most quality in terms of this mass and rib and production and overall shape. She's sound in terms of structure, nice enough in terms of utter quality. Then we come into a pair of cattle here relative to their age. I certainly like to see them further along in terms of gestation period. I do see more rib and body and volume in the young man's heifer that goes out there in second. The heifer here in third, I appreciate for her length of side and her top line. Just like to see more sweep and curvature to that center body, and certainly like to see her a little further along in calf.
Results on Class 10 on a Hereford side, horn and pole. Class 10, first went to 7784, Lana Myers, and second went to 8332, J.C. Garcia. Congratulations. Next in will be junior champion and reserve junior champion on our Hereford side.
Final call, Maine, classes 1 and 2. Final call, Maine, classes 1 and 2. First call, Maine, classes 3 and 4. First call, Maine, classes 3 and 4.
Class 14 on our Limousin side goes as follows. First goes to entry 178, Hudson Atwood. Second place goes to entry 3130, Wyatt Jacoby. And third goes to entry 5645, Connor Barstich.
Well, another great division here. If you would, please congratulate these exhibitors in our Hereford show on some nice cattle that they've brought through the ring here. I think there's 8 head out here that offer you a lot of quality and a lot of good. There's some differences, yes, and that's what makes it fun as an evaluator, is to get to kind of sort through those. And today I get to share with you my opinion on how I kind of like them. But what's fun about the livestock business is if you own these or you want to own them, you can go on and use them in whatever direction you want to make the next generation better. I think there's several of them out here that lead you a lot of opportunity to do that. Real quickly, a first-class winner is one that's so elegant in terms of her look. I love her pattern and just her lines from the side. She's one that blends so correctly, and she's good in terms of her structure. She's long in terms of her neck. She's not as powerful maybe as a couple of them, but I call her more than adequate because I think she's genuine in her width from her chest all the way up to the top side of her skeleton and out through her hip, and yet at the same time she goes to the ground on a big foot. I like that heifer quite a bit. The heifer that wins the second class is one that's so dense and so powerful when you get right in on them. There's a big top and a big hip in this heifer, and I appreciate that. I like to see stout cattle. I like to see ones that have that look of performance and shape. And at the same time, she's super attractive. I like her look up front. You know, if we're going to get nitpicky, does she follow through with as long a step from behind? No, probably not, but I think that there's so much good to this heifer in terms of the density and the power and the extra dimension that she has. Boy, she's one that you have to find out here. And then you go into the next class winner, and I think, you know, that way maybe wasn't as many numbers in those next 2 classes, but this is a nice functional female. This is one that grabs the surface and moves out with some flex off both ends of her skeleton. She's proportional in terms of her body depth. She's correct in terms of her composition. She's a nice female too. She's not as flashy or maybe as cool looking as a couple of them, but her basic pieces are sure there. And then the last class winner that I just discussed is one that I love her foot size. I love her substance at the surface. She's one that's wide in terms of her base width. She maintains those same advantages up high and out through her hip, yet at the same time, she's good in her body depth. She looks like a brood cow. She's not, again, some of the same sentiments as the class winner right before, maybe not quite as trendy looking, maybe not quite as flashy as the 2 on the other end, but I like her functional pieces a great deal. So that's what I see in the class winners. I think they're good. If you got a favorite out here, I hope you tell those kids when they exit, because I only get to pick 2. Today, my favorites are the young lady out of Class 1. She's going to be your champion, and I like this Class 2 winner to be reserved. Congratulations.
Second call, Maine, classes 3 and 4. Second call, Maine, classes 3 and 4. Second call, Hereford, Calf Division Champion. Second call, Hereford, Calf Division Champion. Please make your way back to the arena.
Well, as we get these 2 heifers back out here, or I guess these 4 heifers back out here to select our division champion, it becomes a race here between the 2 class winners, in my opinion. But the young man's heifer in the front is going to be our division champion today. She just blends a little nicer in terms of the top line, in terms of her structure, just the way everything's put together. She'll be our division champion. The young man here that's his heifer's getting really heavy bred would be reserve champion. Like a lot of things about her, she's just not as correct in terms of her structure down her top line and her feet and legs as the young man directly ahead of you. But a nice pair of heifers here to be grand reserve in that particular division. Congratulations.
Results in our Hereford side, both Polled and Horn Juniors, Junior Division Class 7 winner Lily Leal, entry 92-95. Reserve champion came out of Class 8, Carly Rowe, entry 964. Congratulations to our Hereford exhibitors. Our senior champions on the Limousin side came out of Class 13. First went to our senior champion is 1451, owned by Justin Head, and our reserve senior champion also came out of Class 14, Hudson Atwood, entry number 178. Currently on our Limousin, we are picking the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion. Grand and Reserve Grand Champion on our Limousin side.
First call, Red Angus, Class 1. First call, Red Angus, Class 1. Final call, Calf Division Champion for the Hereford. Calf Division Champion, please make your way back to the arena.
Tension in the barn, tension in the barn. Once your class is done or you're done showing, you can go request your release from the office. Once you're done showing, you can go request your release from the office, from the show office. Thank you.
Well, another good class over here. A top end, the little guy's got a heifer here he's going to bring out to be my class winner. I think this is a nice made kind of a heifer in terms of her look and her presence out here. She's good in terms of her body type. She's good at the ground and yet still looks like a female. Nice place to start. You got some give and take from there. The heifer that I'm going to use in second, I appreciate a lot of things about her in the sense that she's good in her feet and legs. She's flexible off both ends. She's still attractive enough up front. I like the udder development that we see going on here. To me, that gives her an extra edge as well. The heifer that's going to be in third is one that she ties high, and she's one that propped up at the stand can give you kind of a cool look. But when we set them in motion, I question her just a little bit because she gets a little tighter and piecier all the way through. I really wish we could make her hinge just a little bit better as she moves out of her hip, let her reach with a little longer stride. Heifer that's going to come next, a big-bodied, robust-built kind of a heifer, one that I appreciate that about her. She's got plenty on her from a condition standpoint, and so that extra in her chest there kind of throws her look off just a little bit. And as we get him out and travel, she gets more hesitant in terms of her movement off both ends, so collectively that kind of sorted against her in my opinion. Heifer that's going to round out the class is one that I appreciate her length and extension. To me, she's a bit more tubular in the way that she's put together, and at this stage of production, I'd sure like to see more natural body volume. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Maine Class 2, Addison Wall and Reese Schwab, please make your way to the arena immediately. Maine Class 2, Addison Wall and Reese Schwab, please make your way to the arena immediately. Final call, Maine Class 4. Final call, Maine Class 4. And first call, Maine Class 7. First call, Maine Class 7.
Well, in the Limousin side, as we pick our champion female out here, it's certainly been an honor, and I've enjoyed analyzing the cattle, and you know, it's always fun. I got the opportunity to evaluate the San Antonio Junior Heifer Show a number of years ago, and our champion or supreme champion female ended up being a Limousin. And you know, I hadn't really been around a lot of Limousin cattle in my life. I had never really been to the Limousin Junior National. I know Mr. Bruce Lawrence down around Lubbock has just been a huge supporter and a good friend for a lot of years. But outside of that, that's the most I've ever knew about a Limousin cattle. But I have to tell you that I'm truly impressed with you young kids and you breeders and the little bit that I've got to judge the cattle, because there is so much function in these cattle. I mean, they're stout, they're sound, and they're maternal looking. And I think there's You know, Limousines have always been known for their great presentation and the young people's showmanship skills, and that certainly shows out here in terms of this preparation and this style and class of the whole show. And as we get to the cattle, the young lady that comes out of that first division, I mean, that's a highly, highly competitive in a lot of situations. I mean, she's just beautiful in the way she's designed. She's balanced. She's got a nice rib cage in her. She's got plenty of muscle. She's got plenty of substance. I mean, you know, I think a lot of times show judges just get hung up talking about muscle and top and hip and bone. I mean, I like these females to look like ladies. I like to see them broody. I like to see them capacious. And then I think when you make them ladylike, that's when you find the ones that are really smooth in their design and smooth in their structure when they get out and go. And I think that's things that heifer does really nice, very appropriately in terms of her body condition and her age. The heifer that comes out of the next division is one I really like. I mean, this is a practical brood cow. Whatever color you want to paint her, that's a good kind of female. She's big middled, she's big ribbed, she's deep flanked, she's sound structured, she's fresh conditioned, and yet the young lady does a tremendous job in terms of presentation. I like the broodiness that this heifer offers up through that front end, the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder, the way that shoulder lays into her body. She's smooth and maternal in that muscle shape and design. And then again, like I said, when she goes to the ground, she's very, very flexible. The heifer that comes out the next class is Power. And if that's your deal, I mean, that's a heifer to hinge to. To me, she's just a little bold and maybe just a little coarser in the way she's designed. You see it up in the crest of her neck, the roundness to her shoulder, and maybe I just like to see her a little more maternal in terms of her shape, but that's a breeding piece. That's a female that this young man mates her right. She can do a lot of great things in his breeding program because she's got the bone, she's got the base width, she's got the mass, and she's got the muscle. This maybe doesn't do it in quite an elegant look as these two heifers up here in the front do. So in my decision, it comes down to these two heifers in terms of the way they're designed, their quality, their female characteristics. I'm going to go get you a grand champion again. Give these exhibitors a round of applause. Tremendous high-quality show.
Second call, Red Angus, Class 1. Second call, Red Angus, Class 1.
Good class over here, a pair, a female that's already in production that's going to win the class. So flashy and good looking. I like her extra extension or elevation up front. Still good in terms of her body type. Just an attractive maid kind of a female there with a calf at side to win the class. And second is a very practical, good built female as well. I like her extra body. I like the volume that's represented here. Comparatively, she flattens maybe just a little bit more when I get right in behind her. She wants to funnel to her base just a little bit more, but still a real functional maid kind of a female that I appreciate a great deal. Heifer in third is one that's nearing calving, and I appreciate that. She's one that's a big bodied, she's robust, she's a little tighter in terms of her movement today. She wants to get a little hesitant out of her hip, a little up in her tail head, and doesn't want to get out and flex quite as good, but still a really nice maid kind of a female. And the one that's going to round out the class is one that's good in her lines. She offers you some length and extension. To me, she's just flatter and narrower all the way through. Got to add just a notch more punch to her to work up in a competitive class.
Grand champion on our limousine side comes out of Class 7. Hannah Wages, entry 4317, and our reserve grand champion come out of Class 1. Paisley King, entry 184. Congratulations to our limousine grand and reserve grand champion. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. We will not be breaking for lunch. We will go straight through. We will not be taking a lunch break. We will be judging straight through the classes.
Nice.
Second call, Maine, Class 7. Second call, Maine, Class 7. And Sinette Greer from Maine, Class 4. Sinette Greer from Maine, Class 4. Please make your way to the arena.
Just a single entry over here. Nice female that the young man brings to us. She's one that ties high. She's good in terms of her lines. She's got a big body in her. I appreciate all those things about her. Maybe a little finer bone. Like to see just a shot more true substance and width to this female, but a nice place to land at just a single entry class, but congratulations to him.
Results on our Hereford side, both pole and horn from Class 13. First goes to 7806. Kanan P. Crisp. Second goes to 5953, Cameron Fontenot. And third goes to entry 2996, Kylie Edwards. Class 14 on our horn side first goes to 4716, Mason Roeder. Second place goes to 4713, Holden Roeder, and third place goes to entry 177, Knox Atwood. In Class 15, first goes to a single entry 4488, Milam Henry. Now we will be picking our senior champion and reserve senior champion on our horned and poled side, followed by grand champion. Thank you.
Final call, Red Angus, Class 1. Final call, Red Angus, Class 1. First call, Red Angus, Class 2. First call, Red Angus, Class 2.
As we start in the main show here in the young heifer calves, the April class, young man's got a high quality heifer that's going to win the class. She's youthful in terms of her appearance. She's right in terms of her composition and her body condition at this stage of life. I love the length of side that she has, a sweep to her rib cage. She's really good in terms of feet and legs. She's sound structured. This is a nice place to start. The young lady in second's got a high quality heifer. Admire this heifer for her length of body. Her length of hip is good. Her soundness of structure is good. Just not quite the center body and rear rib and flank of the one that goes directly ahead of her. But you've done a nice job in terms of managing this heifer. She's fresh condition. She's youthful. Just like to give her more body if we could. Her soundness of structure and flex is what beats the heifer here in third. The heifer here in third, relative to her frame size, has a little more body. She's a little straighter in terms of the way she comes out of her shoulder and straighter in that hock. Like to just stretch her out and make her a little more maternal as we could. Come into a big black boldy heifer here that appreciate for her udder quality. Her teat size and shape is nice. A heifer that this maybe needs to be toned down in terms of performance out here today. The heifer that's going to round out the class. A nice project for this young lady. She's done a nice job getting her ready for the show. She's broke. She's presented. She's a moderate framed heifer that's got some body. Just out here today doesn't have quite the show ring presence as the other cattle, but certainly she's done a nice job with that female.
Well, nice division over here. Again, if you got an exhibitor in the ring and you're proud of them, would you put your hands together on this Hereford side? A nice set of females. You know, we get into these older divisions, and it's kind of been the same, whether it was on Thursday or today. The numbers drop off just a little bit, but what is impressive is not always just the quality. And I think there's good things to all these females out here. The first class that we had in this division, boy, this is one powerful made, big-bodied, robust kind of a heifer that I appreciate a great deal in the sense that she's got that much with her, yet still maintains advantages when she sets to the surface with flexibility flexibility off both ends. She's good out of her hip. You could trim her back just a little at her chest, but again, I think we're getting nitpicky on one that offers you so much good in terms of genuine width and power, yet at the same time still looks feminine and attractive from a profile. Heifer that stood second to her in class was one that's a little closer to Kevin. I appreciate the udder development that she's got. I like the body type that's represented here, and she's square and level in terms of her design. She just gives up a little bit too much in class in terms of shape and power, but she's a heifer that you can sure recognize some quality in. Heifer that wins the second class, a pair of them out here. Boy, talk about one that's attractive. She ties so nice there in the top side of her shoulder. She's good in terms of her lines. I love the elegant look that she gives you from that standpoint. I question her just a little bit in terms of being a little bit too much two-dimensional, because when you get off either end of her skeleton, she wants to narrow up, flatten just a little bit more. If we could just open her up just a tad, I think, boy, she's one that gives you such a cool look. She's already doing her job at the calf side. That's one that's definitely in contention out here. Heifer that stood second to her in class was another one you appreciated her stage and production. She's one that's still good-bodied, and she still looks like a female should up front. She's good in terms of her movement. She's not flashy or as attractive as a couple of them out here. She comes to us a little bit more in her working clothes, but that's okay. I think the basics are there, and you have to recognize that extra quality. And then the single entry that I just talked about out here is one, again, she's got some pieces that you can appreciate. She's maybe doesn't balance up quite as nicely out here in this division, but again, I like the added width that she has. I like her levelness of kind. So that's kind of what I see in the difference amongst these out here. To me, there's one that's just a little bit more my speed in terms of hitting me hard. She's highly presented. She looks good. I like the young man out of this first class here to be your division winner, and I like this pair right behind him winning class 2 to be reserved. Congratulations.
Braxton Hunt, Red Angus Class 1. Braxton Hunt, Red Angus Class 1. Please make your way to the arena. Final call, Red Angus Class 2. Final call, Red Angus Class 2. First call, Red Angus Class 3. First call, Red Angus Class 3. Final on 7. Final call, Maine Class 7. Final call, Maine Class 7. And a first call on Maine Class 8. First call, Maine Class 8. And first call, Maine Class 9. First call, Maine Class 9.
As we get into our second class here, maybe a pair that's a little more challenging for me to evaluate, because I like things in both heifers and I dislike things in both heifers. Where I fall on this heifer that's going to win the class, she's just more flexible and more athletic in the way she gets out of her front end. She's more correct in the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. She's more correct in the angle of her shoulder. You see it in her step. And then she's more flexible for her hind leg. I don't think she handles her hind leg quite right either, but I do like the reach that she has. She fills her track as she goes. She's a female that's long-sided and fresh conditioned. The heifer that's going to be second here today has more body mass, and I like that about her. She definitely has more rib and body and volume. She's as a heifer that's angled too straight in that shoulder. You see a little more condition in that chest floor. And then as she goes out for her hind leg, like to give her more reach there as well. If we could change her structure a little bit, you can definitely switch that pair.
Results on our Maine-Anjou side from Class 1. First went to 162, Daniel Sullivan. Second went to 32.27, Layla Houghton. And third went to 39.91, Peyton Johnson. In Class 2, first went to 90.36, Addison Wall. Second went to 47.23, Reese Schwab. Currently on our Hereford side, we're picking Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Hereford Heifer. Results on our Hereford side in our senior champion division. Class 13 went to 7806. Kanan Crisp, and reserve senior champion came out of class 14, 4716. Mason Roeder. Currently, those heifers are all competing for the grand or reserve grand on our Hereford side.
Second call, Maine, classes 8 and 9. Second call, Maine, classes 8 and 9.
Really good class of heifers here, and all three of these heifers have a lot of quality to them, but I just really like this heifer that's going to win the class. She's just the right kind, and she has the most structure and integrity of the three heifers out here, and on top of that, she's got the balance and eye appeal and everything that blends it together. And cattle that are sound structured, they just give you that kind of presence right there. She's elegant up through her front end. Her shoulder lays into her right. She's big ribbed. She's good hipped. She's flexible off them hind two. You get underneath this heifer, she's really nice in terms of teat size and spacing. Again, going to make a nice, productive brood cow moving forward. Young lady's heifer's high quality that's here in second too. On the stand, I really like this heifer. Her strength, the top, the way her neck gets out of the top of her shoulder. She's big ribbed. She's definitely stout enough in terms of structure. When we ask her to go, she's just not as flexible as that heifer that wins the class. You see it up in her spine. You see it in her hind leg as she steps out and goes. Heifer that's going to round out the class, again, like I said, there are three quality heifers in this class. This is a good kind of female. She gives you a nice balance from the side. She's elegant up through her front end. She's strong down her top. She's square out of her hip. Again, relative to those other cattle, not quite as long, not quite as deep. Like to change her structurally and give her a little more flex as well.
Well, a fun Hereford show we've had over here. If you would, please put your hands together for these exhibitors that we've had on this side of the ring. Really nice classes and divisions, and we bring our division and champion and reserves back out here, and I'm really happy with what we see in terms of quality. You know, not always do you know exactly what you'll get in each class or within each division, and particularly within each breed. You know, as you work through those, you hope you find cattle that you really identify with in terms of their quality, in terms of their merit, and what they have to offer, and I think there's several of these out here that offer you so much good from a breeding standpoint, but then at the same time, they look like elite cattle. They look like ones that were meant to be generators, to ones that look like they're going to have some profitability, ones that have those extras from a show ring standpoint, because that's really why we do this, trying to make them better, trying to make them extra cool, extra unique, and I think there's a few of them out here that really fit that mark. Just to kind of go through and tell you, I'm not going to spend a lot of time re-talking each of these, but I want to kind of share with you what I see in them. This little calf that wins this first division, boy, I tell you what, she is cool. She is one that's made so neat from the profile. I love her extra extension up front. I like the added length that she has there. She's so neat in the way that she ties into the top side of her shoulder, yet at the same time she's appropriate in terms of her condition and still maintains the right kind of body type with a genuineness of width and shape, just a good solid kind of heifer that's unrivaled when we set them in motion, in the sense that she's so good off both ends of her skeleton. I like that calf quite a bit. A heifer that wins the second division is one that that was a stout division, and I like cattle that got something to them. She's the one that's got some width. She's got some power. With that, she maybe is just a little more conventional in terms of her look up front, maybe just a little thicker there at the top of her neck, maybe not quite as flashy and as trendy from that aspect, but you go from her shoulder back, and I love the depth of body that she has. I love the hip shape that's represented there. I like the extra substance of bone that she has, yet at the same time, she's flexible and good in terms of her reach. That's a nice heifer. The heifer that wins the 3rd division. Talked about her a couple times here recently, but again, you know, when you get them to that age and that stage in production, to still be that good looking and still youthful in terms of their appearance, but yet at the same time proportional and right in terms of their body type, one that's still sound in terms of her movement. Yeah, I nitpicked on her in division. I would like to clean up her chest just a little bit. She is carrying maybe just a little bit more on her, and honestly, I'd probably like to see just a tad more udder development on her at this stage of the game as well. But she's a nice heifer. That she's good looking. She's right in terms of her design and her squareness and her levelness of kind, and she's another one that can get out and travel with a length of stride that I like to see. So those are the differences that I see amongst these division winners. I'm going to go out and select a champion. We'll bring in the appropriate reserve from that division and then select another one. If you would, please put your hands together for these exhibitors one more time. That's a nice set of cattle.
Final call, Maine, classes 8 and 9. Final call, Maine, classes 8 and 9. First call, Maine, class 10. First call, Maine, class 10. Final call, Red Angus class 3. Final call, Red Angus class 3. And first call, Red Angus class 4. First call, Red Angus class 4.
Back on the main side as we come into this January class, again, I think it's a soundness of structure and function that separates these two cattle. The red and white heifer is definitely more flexible out of her shoulder and knee. She's more flexible out of her hip and hock. Besides that, from her shoulder back, she's the one that's got more rib cage. She's deeper flanked. She's got nice udder quality to her. She's wide gauged when you get behind. If I could compare this heifer to the ideal, I would like to make her more maternal about her head. She's just a little square and maybe just a little clubbier looking in terms of that head shape and ear shape. But from her shoulder back, I do think there's a lot of function and a lot of quality in that heifer in terms of mass, body, substance. The heifer that comes in next is one that I see more female quality in her front 1/3, and I like that about her. She's a little more feminine about her head and ear set and eye set. She lays in flatter at the point of shoulder, but from there back, she's a little straighter in her angles. Wants to get up in her top and doesn't have near the center body of the one that goes directly ahead of her.
On our Hereford side, our overall champion, Polden Horn, Hereford heifer, overall champion, comes out of class 13. Kanan P. Chris, entry 7806. And our reserve grand champion comes out of class 1, Peyton Alexandria, entry number 9046. Congratulations to our Polled and Horn Hereford exhibitors. On our Maine-Anjou side, class 3 winners as follows. 4239 goes to Grace Tolos. Second goes to 3923, Kaylee Brown. And third goes to entry 7707, Kaylee Locke. In class 4, 2 entries. First went to 1500, Mia Steele. Second goes to 7443, Sonette Greer. Now we're coming in for our calf and reserve calf champion on our Maine-Anjou side. Calf and reserve calf champion for our Maine-Anjou heifers.
Well, as we get the heifer calves back out here, other respective classes, again, I think you can see a type and kind. I think you can definitely see a type and kind in terms of feet and leg structure. And to me, when we start judging breeding females, it starts with the foundation. Up and foremost, they got to be sound, because soundness screams longevity. When we get into these calf classes, we need to keep them youthful, and we need to keep them the honest age, and I think we have that out here. And then once you do those two things, we need to make them capacious. We need to see some moderation in these heifer calves. Look and develop into nice bred heifers. It always aggravates me when I'm showing cattle that the judges, they just get into a frame size or a weight size in these calf classes, and maybe lose some cattle that are very functional and very productive, but this because they're honest aged. And you know, to me, I've showed enough cattle and seen it, and it's just not right. These cattle that are broody and maternal and functional, they start that way as heifer calves, and we just got to do a better job as a whole nation at identifying that in these particular classes. Now, as we get into this set of heifer calves here, I really like the heifer that comes out of that April class. She's very elegant, she's long, she's sound, she's broody, she's productive. She does a lot of things very, very nicely. The heifer that comes out of the second class, again, she did so this in terms of soundness of structure, especially out of her front end. She comes out here from her shoulder back. She doesn't have the goods to run with the heifers on either side of her, but she's a sound structured heifer that comes out of that second class. The one out of the third class, I think, is elite. I think this is one that can go and compete at the junior national at the highest of levels. Young lady, keep that heifer on track. You got her excellent in terms of body condition. She's fit to the T. She's shown to the T. That's a heifer there that's big time and has big time potential, not only at the Austin Stock Show, but at the National Junior Maine-Anjou Show. And the heifer that comes out of the fourth class, again, that's a sound structured one. She's a big-bodied female. You like a lot of those things about her. I just like to make her more ladylike and more maternal about that head shape, the eye set, and the ear shape in that one, especially the way she handles into that shoulder. With that being said, this young lady in the purple shirt, I think she's got one well of a heifer calf. She's going to be your champion today.
Second call, Red Angus, Class 4. Second call, Red Angus, Class 4. Second call, Maine, Class 10. Second call, Maine, Class 10.
Well, we kick off our Red Angus show over here, and a really nice heifer to win. I like a lot of things about this female in terms of her build, in terms of the way that she gets out and travels off both ends, and still has the right kind of look and freshness and everything from that standpoint to still combine together a lot of good things for me. She kind of wins the class pretty handily, in my opinion. But just as easy as she wins, I think this heifer in second belongs in that second place hole because she's so good in terms of her center body. She's so genuine in terms of her width. She's long and extended from her shoulder forward. She just doesn't blend quite as nicely today as the heifer that plays ahead of her. I think when we fill her in there behind her shoulder, kind of level her out in her top line, and I think with maturity, some of that will come. That's a nice heifer. That's one that definitely has got a bright future to her. My compliments to the young man. He does a nice job getting her shown. The heifer that's going to be third out here is one that's just kind of a basic build kind of a heifer. She lands in that third place hole because of her structural advantages out here for me. She's got some flex off both ends, and I appreciate that. I wish she had more body depth, particularly back there through a rear rib and flank. She needs to be a little bit deeper. Heifer that's going to be next out here is one that I like her at the stand. She's one that's attractive and good looking. When you set her in motion, she's a bit more concerning to me as she's a bit upright off both ends. She's a little tight and restricted in the way that she gets out and moves. Heifer that's coming next is another one that I appreciate her body volume. She too needs to be changed just a little bit in the way that she handles herself from behind. I think you loosen that heifer up, and she's got some practical pieces that you could move up in the class. Heifer coming next is tall fronted and extended. She's got a longer step than the heifer we just talked about, but she's plainer in terms of her look, narrower as she goes to her base. The next two heifers, the heifer that's exiting the ring there is a good body kind of heifer that needs more power and stoutness, and the heifer that rounds out the class is one that's got some length and extension. She just needs to be balanced up a little nicer from the side, have just a notch more true body volume.
Results on our Maine-Anjou side, our calf champion came out of Class 3. Grace Tolos, entry number 4239, and our reserve calf champion came out of Class 1, Daniel Sullivan, entry number 162. Congratulations to our Maine-Anjou exhibitors.
Final call, Red Angus, Class 4. Final call, Red Angus, Class 4. First call, Red Angus, Classes 7 and 8. First call, Red Angus, Classes 7 and 8.
Results on our Red Angus side, 36 heifers today, Class 1. First goes to entry 6887, Caden Schroeder. Second place goes to entry 8630, Braxton Hunt. And third place goes to 4290, Emma Haynes. Congratulations to our Red Angus breeders.
Another good class here, and another heifer that, in my opinion, kind of wins at the gate. This is one that's so good looking in terms of her pattern and her presence out here. She's just put together so nicely from a profile, and then when you watch them move, she kind of further solidifies herself in that first place spot because she's so good at her angles. She's correct in terms of her stride. I like this heifer quite a bit to win. And then from there, I think you got some give and take. Heifer that to me is just more opened up in terms of her skeletal base, had got just a bit more shape and punch than the heifer that's going to be in third, is what this heifer directly in front of me has. Now, do I wish that she probably blended a little bit smoother? Yeah, she gets just a tick coarse there up through her shoulder. I wish she was just a little bit deeper back there through her rear rib and flank, but I think there's just so much more to her today to go ahead and get the advantage to land in that second place spot. I like the softness and the practicality of the heifer that's going to be in third. She's feminine in terms of her look up front. I appreciate those things. I wish she was more opened up when I get off either end of her skeleton. She wants to narrow too much and funnel more to her base. I think she just needs just a bit more power for me to be able to work up in the class. Another heifer coming next here. It's really feminine and extended through her front end. She just needs more as you get to the top side of her skeleton. She gets a little more A-framed, a little peaked there, flattens a little bit more when you get in behind her. Heifer that's going to round out the class is one that you appreciate, the sense that she's got some depth of body. There's some volume represented here. She gives up a lot today in terms of weight per day of age, and maybe not quite as flashy as some of the others. But again, my compliments to all these young people. Nice class of Red Angus.
Final call, Maine, Class 10. Final call, Maine, Class 10. First call, Maine, Classes 13 and 14. First call, Maine, Classes 13 and 14. Second call, Red Angus, Classes 7 and 8. Second call, Red Angus, Classes 7 and 8.
Results in our Red Angus class. Number 2, first place goes to 7856, Macy Weems. Second place goes to 1145, Samuel Hardwick. And third place goes to 4238, Peyton McGee. Congratulations, our Red Angus breeders.
Well, very contrasting pair here, and I wish I could blend these two heifers together, and I'd really like it. The heifer that's going to win the class today, she's just the most massive, but I mean, that's not totally why she wins, because there's some things I'd like to change with that. But I think when we analyze the heifer in terms of rib and body and substance, she's got the most going for her. She's not perfect in terms of structure, but I do like the fact that she does get out and fill her track more correctly, the one that does in second. Now, the one in second is more ladylike, and I like that about her. I like her flatness of shoulder. I like the shape of her head. I just like the refinement in this heifer. Really, she's good down her top line. I like the length of body in this heifer. I really think that she's even more correct in terms of teat size and spacing, the one that goes there, and I honestly prefer her muscle pattern. It's just more ladylike, it's smoother, it's more maternal. I just got to see this heifer move better. You see it in her shoulder, you see it in her top line, the way she wants to pinch in her loin and handle her hind leg. She just needs to be sounder as she goes. The one here in third is a heifer that's just got more length and rib than the one in fourth. Yes, this needs to be a little more spruced up in terms of balance, but in terms of doing things right, in terms of getting out and going, in terms of having enough length aside, she does that very nicely. The heifer here in 4 is a heifer that's stronger top line than the one that went ahead of her, but as I analyze her from her shoulder back, this needs to see more rib, body, and function in her and see a better hind leg on her as well. Same for the young ladies that comes next. I like the fact that she's a little deeper than the one that goes directly ahead of her, but really like to change her off those hind 2 legs if we could.
Another good class over here. I like the heifer on top here because I think there's just more to her in some sense than a few of these others, but at the same time, she's attractive, she's well built, she combines a lot of good things from a presence standpoint, and at the same time, when you step in behind them, there's as much true width and dimension in this heifer as we have in any of them in the class. I like her to win. The heifer in second sure paints you a nice picture in a lot of similar ways from a profile aspect. She complements our class winner. I think they're both ones that look like brood females. They got some body volume to them. To me, when you step off either end of her skeleton, though, that's where she kind of finds herself in second for me. She wants to narrow up just a little bit, flatten more there through her hip and quarter. I like the extra feature and the extra density in the heifer that's going to be in third out here, but she's a little plainer in the way that she puts it all together. She's a little shorter in her neck, a little coarser through her shoulder, doesn't quite match up with the same kind of look and eye appeal out here as the pair of heifers that placed ahead of her. Then the heifer that's going to round out the class is one that, again, I like her extra length up front. I like her levelness of pattern, and she's got a lot of good things going for from a design standpoint, but she gives up a lot today in terms of extra power and mass and punch. She just needs more to her to run with some of those others. Nice class.
Results on the Red Angus side, class number 3. First went to 1425, Maddie Henderson. Second place went to 5721, Savannah Grimes. Third place went to 739, Austin Simmons. Congratulations. On our Maine-Anjou side, class 7. First went to 8882, Hadley McCraw. Second goes to 62, entry 62, Persley Murillo. And third went to number 9428, Lauren Krenick. Congratulations.
Second call, Maine class 13 and 14. Second call, Maine classes 13 and 14. Final call, Red Angus class 8. Final call, Red Angus class 8. And first call, Red Angus class 10. First call, Red Angus class 10.
Another nice class winner over here that I like, her practicality. I think she's one that's good in terms of her center body. She's one that's feminine up front. She's good in terms of her movement at the surface. And I think she just kind of finds that first place spot pretty handily. And then from there, I think you got a pair of heifers that differ quite a bit. The one that I like to be second, I think, is just the next most functional. She takes the longer step off both ends. She's a little softer there through the center portion of her body, a little more ladylike up front. Heifer that's going to be third out here has definitely got some advantages in terms of performance. She's a big-footed, heavy bone kind of a heifer that you got to appreciate that about her. To me, she's a little more A-frame, a little flatter in terms of her build all the way through. Doesn't quite hit the ground with as much flexibility off either end.
Tension in the barn, tension in the barn. We will not be stopping for lunch. We will go straight through. We will not be stopping for lunch. We will judge straight through the classes.
Well, as a judge, certainly a tough class to evaluate because there's a heifer that's third that I really like a lot of things about. We just got to see her go better in terms of structure. But the heifer that's going to win the class today does so in terms of function, and it starts with her structure correctness. She's not ideal, but she is sound. She's capacious. She's big-bodied. She's got some production to her. Now, definitely I'd like to trim her up in terms of her body condition. I see that in her neck. I see that in her chest. But I do like the fact that she can reach and get out of her shoulder. She's got some flex and stability off that hip and hind leg, and she does have some teat spacing and other quality. The Bronco Face heifer that comes next, again, one that definitely like to see more to her from her shoulder back. She's too tight middled. She's too tight flanked. But I do see her shoulder laying into her better. She's better down her top line. She gets out of her hind leg more correctly. She is long and youthful and attractive up through that front end. Just like to see more cow power in her. Now, without question, the eye-peeling heifer is the one here in third, and I like her for her rib and her body and her mass. I like her for her substance. I just encourage this lady to maybe get with a chiropractor because I think she's sounder than she's appearing out here today. I think maybe she's just been injured or maybe has his hip knocked out of place here. I think if we just see this heifer go with more flex out of her front end, more flex out of her hind end, she becomes more functional.
Second call, Red Angus, Class 10. Second call, Red Angus, Class 10. Final call, Maine Class 14. Final call, Maine Class 14. And first call, Maine Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Maine Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
On our red side, our results of Class 4 is followed. 4009, Jesse Smith. Second place in the class goes to 2257, J.C. Fillin. And third goes to entry 4911, Eli Sunner. Next in is going to be our Red Angus Calf and Reserve Calf Champion. Red Angus first, Reserve Calf and Reserve Calf Champion is in the ring currently.
Well, really nice first division that we got over here. If you would, please congratulate these exhibitors on their class winners and seconds. Really nice lineup out here. I think that there's several of these that can really make an impact for these young people in terms of the breeding operations. The Class 1 winner is just so good. She's so youthful and so appropriate in terms of her look. She's proportional, yet flashy and attractive, and she's so good in terms of her movement. At the ground, she's flexible off both ends, and I love that about her. I think she's got a bright, bright future to her. She's definitely one that would be in contention out here for me. As winner of the second second place class is one that's so broody and so good in terms of her center body. You love the look that she gives you in terms of cow power. There's some width and some dimension to this heifer, yet at the same time she goes to the surface appropriately in terms of her angles and her flexibility. Nice heifer there. A heifer that wins class 3 is one that's so cool up front. I love the way her neck ties high there into her shoulder. She's one that's good bodied from there. You know, sometimes when you get them that tall fronted and tied in that neat, you can get a bit more upright in her shoulder, and that's what's kind of happened here. She does kind of get a little posty up front, maybe doesn't want to reach out with as far a step as a few of these others, but boy, she can give you a cool look. And then the heifer that wins this final class out here was one, she's soft and practical and she's good built, and that's why she elevated to the forefront of that class, and I think that's still some positives for her out here. She gives up a little bit in terms of substance and dimension, but again, I like the body type that's represented here. She's sure feminine enough in terms of her look. I'm going to go out and select your champion in reserve. If you would, put your hands together one more time for this first division.
Second call, Maine, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Second call, Maine, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Second call, Red Angus Class 10. Second call, Red Angus Class 10. And Bentley and Easton Kuzmich. Bentley and Easton Kuzmich from Red Angus Class 8. Please make your way to the arena immediately.
Nice heifer here to win this two-head class. A heifer that gives you a nice look from the side. I honestly wish today that she wouldn't be quite so full. She's kind of wanting to get a little full on that left side, and consequently, when she moves out here, she wants to get up in her back. I really don't think there's an issue there with her in terms of structure in her spine. I think she's just a little full in the way she's presented out here today. But outside of that, I like the fact that this heifer's attractive up through her front end. She's been managed well. She's fresh in terms of condition. She's sound in terms of structure. She's got that added length of body. She's got nice teat size and spacing underneath her. She walks wide from behind, like I said, just a little full today in terms of feel. The heifer that's going to be second here today is one I really like in terms of the levelness of her top. Her neck comes out of her shoulder well. But you get off to the side of her from her shoulder back, you just got to see more cow power there in terms of rib, body, and function.
Results on our Red Angus side, our calf champion comes out of Class 2, Macy Weems, entry 7856. Our reserve calf champion comes out of Class 1, Caden Schroeder, entry number 6087. Congratulations on our Red Angus side. On our Maine-Anjou side, Class 8 winner goes to 4931 Area Barnes. Second goes to 9312 Skylar Tor. And third goes to 1499 Cadence Tucker. In Class 9 on the main sides, there is 2 entries. First place goes to 4262 Hagen Bullion. And second goes to 9135 Madeline McCauley. Congratulations.
Well, just a single entry over here, and a nice female, one that you got to appreciate for her body volume and her extra rib shape there that she's got. She's one that gets out and travels well up front. I'd wish she'd followed through from behind with as much reach as she does going out of her front end, because she gets just a little tighter there out of her hip. But a nice heifer here to win the class. Congratulations to her.
On our Red Angus side, there's only 1 entry. First goes to 8664 Reese Church.
First call, Red Angus, classes 13 and 14. First call, Red Angus, classes 13 and 14. Have your calf division showed up? Final call, Maine, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Final call, Maine, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Red Angus, Class 8, Bentley and Easton Kuzmich. Bentley and Easton Kuzmich, please make your way to the arena immediately. Second call, Red Angus, classes 13-14. First call, Red Angus, class 15. Second call, Red Angus, classes 13 and 14. And first call, Red Angus, class 15.
Well, nice class here, and one of those, I'm married to a judging team coach, so this would be a kind of a typical class I think he'd put together, because you got 4 heifers here that just kind of find their spot. I like the heifer here that wins the class. I think she's one that definitely deserves that first place ribbon, in the sense that she's so good in her build. I like her body type. I like the width and power that she has, and she's so good in terms of her structure. She's just an easy class winner and kind of does so in a smoke. And then I think if you were going to question anything out here, it could be between second and third, because there are some differences. But for me, as you break them down and kind of analyze the true pieces that are there, the heifer in second's just bolder. She's more opened up. There's more look to her up front. I'd like to change the way she travels from behind, but I think all the next 3 heifers could be tweaked just a little bit structurally. Heifer in third is big-bodied. She gives you a nice picture at the stand, but she's a little bit more two-dimensional. She flattens to the center portion of her body and plays out more from behind. And then the heifer that rounds out the class is 1. She's probably a little stouter at her pins, a little wider in terms of her build up high, but she also kind of wants to duck underneath herself. She gets just a bit more insecure in terms of her travel, just a little off balance as well.
Final call, Red Angus, classes 13 and 14. Final call, Red Angus, classes 13 and 14. Second call, Red Angus, class 15. Second call, Red Angus, class 15.
Well, we just got one out here, and that's too bad, because I think this heifer is really good, and she deserves to beat some today, because she's so good in the way that she looks from the profile. I like the depth of body that she has and her squareness out through her hip. She's a nice female that's got a lot of positives to her. My congratulations, that young lady.
Results from Class 8 on the Red Angus side. First goes to 86-31 Braxton Hunt. Second goes to 43-48 Grace Halford. And third place goes to 8-48 Cole Roberts. And single entry in Class 10, first place goes to 74-57 Brindley Pick. Congratulations. Next in will be our junior champion and reserve junior champion in the Red Angus division.
Final call, Red Angus, class 15. Final call, Red Angus, class 15.
If you've had a breed champion, a reserve breed champion, and will be participating in the Supreme Champion later, please bring your bio to the announcer's stand. Please bring your champion and reserve bio to the announcer's stand if you're done showing a breed and reserve breed champion. Thank you.
Just a really nice class of females here, and these top three, I don't know if you could design them and make them more different. I wish we could combine some things about all of them, and because I think they all have their advantages in this particular class. But the one that ties it together, and the longer she's out here, it makes sense, is the young lady's heifer that wins the class. I would be the first to admit, maybe like to stretch her out just a little bit. I not necessarily make her bigger. Maybe this make her a rib longer. But I think there's a female that's wedged very nice in terms of her rib shape. I like that springer rib that she has, the depth to her flank. She's going to be a nice uddered female, but she's sound structured. She's more correct in her top line. I like the way she handles her hip and hock. Again, she's fresh conditioned up through that front end. Now, I really like the length of body that we have in this next heifer here. She's big top, she's big hipped. With that, is she too much? I mean, I would like to tone her down in terms of frame size. I definitely would like to see her further along in terms of gestation period. Just like to see her, and it would help her visually too, because a bigger calf in her would give her more body and more capacity. Now, the heifer that I just love from the cow look is the one here in third. I just wish she structurally was a little more correct, especially on the move, and I like to freshen her up in terms of her chest and the top side of her neck. She's got the body, she's got the rib, she's beautiful in terms of udder quality. There's a lot of things to really like about that heifer. She's a good breeding piece. This in terms of her top line, her shoulder, the way she wants to pinch her loin. Just like to see her more flexible. Young lady that comes here in third, I like a lot of things about her heifer. She's long and level down her top line. She's square out her hip. She just needs more cow potential in terms of rib shape and design from her shoulder back. The young lady's heifer that comes next, again, a bit real muscular black and white heifer that's big top. She's big hipped. Heifer that's like to see her go a little more flexible and make her a little more ladylike in terms of her overall design. The red heifer the same way. Young lady's done a nice job in terms of presentation out here. A heifer that's got some muscle, just not quite as good in overall balance and design. And the young cowboy here that rounds out the class has had a good project. He's got this heifer prepared for the show nicely. She handles nicely for him out here. I like the way that her shoulder lays into her body. Her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder nicely, but from her shoulder back, just like to see more rib shape, more volume, and this more overall capacity.
Some really nice females over here vying for some champion honors within this division. If you would, please put your hands together for these exhibitors. They've worked really hard. There's several of these that you can really appreciate some merit in and some quality, and I'm not going to go through and rediscuss each one of these again because some of these classes were a little bit smaller, and I'm sure there's some people that are getting a little bit tired of hearing me talk. But what I will say is when they come back out here, boy, it's easy. I think there's one that just absolutely dominates in terms of look and presence, still flexible and sound. Young man here out of our second class, he's going to be your division winner. Let's congratulate him. And for reserve, I think you could,
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
First call, Simmental, Class 1. First call, Simmental, Class 1.
Results are your junior champion on your Red Angus side. Junior champion heifer came out of Class 8, Braxton Hunt, entry 86.31. And a reserve champion came out of Class 10, Brindley Pick, out of entry 74.57. Congratulations to our junior champion and reserve junior champion on the Red Angus side.
Well, another good class over here. I like this female to win because she's the most functional and practical one that we have in the ring at the time. I think she's one that's good off both ends of her skeleton. I like the udder development that we're seeing here. She's springing up as well. Good bodied, good looking. Nice place to start. The heifer that's going to be in second, she's already got a calf at side, and I appreciate that. But at the same time, she gets into that second place position because of the two remaining. She's the next truest in terms of her movement. I like her lines. I like her look up front. She just has a bit more quality appearance to me amongst the two that are remaining. Heifer is going to be third out here is a big-bodied kind of a heifer, one that's really robust from that standpoint. She gets a little tighter, more restricted off both ends of her skeleton. I wish we could just loosen her up from her skeletal standpoint, make her reach just a little bit further as she goes. Nice class.
Well, as we get these cattle back out here, of the 2 days of the divisions I've judged, this division has probably been more up and down in terms of type and kind of cattle, and there's differences in them, and then trying to combine that together and find some cattle that had some function, that had some production, and were sound in terms of their feet and leg structure. But I think when we get back out here, it's pretty easy. In my mind, the young lady in the pink's going to be your division champion. This female is just the soundest in terms of her structure. I like her freshness, condition. I like her rib shape. Her udder quality looks like it's going to be nice. That's just a nice female to go ahead and win this second division. Then it becomes a little more challenging where you go from there. I'm going to give these cattle a little more, let them show them here just a little bit, and I'm going to continue to evaluate them as I talk here, because there's differences. There's a lot of apples and oranges out here and how you compare these cattle. I'm going to look at them again, but again, really like that heifer that this particularly won the class, this in terms of her moderation, her rib, her body, her volume, and this overall function.
Class 13 on our Red Angus side is as follows. First goes to 77.06, Kylie Locke. Second place goes to 1962, Phoenix Steel. And third place goes to entry 41, Kylie Butcher. Congratulations.
First call, Shorthorn, Class 1. First call, Shorthorn, Class 1.
Really a bold-made, really good-looking kind of female here to win this class. I like the body type. I like the hip structure. I like her flexibility at the ground. Just a really good big heifer here to win that puts a lot of good things together for me. Heifer in second ends up in that second place spot because I like her from a structural standpoint. She's one that's got reach off both ends. She's good in terms of her toe set. She's good in terms of some look and some presence out here. She's got a calf at side, so she's probably a little skinnier than the other two, but that's okay because she's doing her job, and she's got some she's got the right kind of body depth to go along with it, and it is in the right condition from my standpoint. Heifer is going to be third out here is one that ties high. She's got some length the front end. To me, she gets a bit more upright in her shoulder. She gets tighter, more strict in the way that she handles herself out of her hip, but I think she's got more to her than the heifer that's going to round out the class. Heifer that's going to be fourth out here is one. I appreciate the bone that she's built on. I like her length the front end. As she moves from her shoulder back, she gets piecier in the way that she's designed. She pops up in that spine, kind of breaks there ahead of her tail head, and as you step in behind the cattle, she's the one that gets narrow and flat and plays out more from that standpoint.
Second call, Simmental, Class 1. Second call, Simmental, Class 1.
Results Class 14 on a Red Angus side. First went to 74.82, Faith Jackson. Second goes to 22.56, J.C. Fillin. And third place went to number 90.38, Aiden Wall. Congratulations. Next in, Class 15. On our Maine-Anjou side, our junior champion went to Class 10 winner, Brooklyn Golden, entry number 967. Our reserve champion came out of Class 9, Hagen Bullion, entry 462. Congratulations to our junior champion and reserve junior champion.
Final call, Shorthorn, Class 1. Final call, Shorthorn, Class 1. And first call, Shorthorn, Classes 2, 3, and 4. First call, Shorthorn, Classes 2, 3, and 4. Final call, Simmental, Class 1. Final call, Simmental, Class 1. And first call, Simmental, Class 2. First call, Simmental, Class 2.
Well, good class here. I'm going to leave them lined up the way they came in with the pair to win. Young man's got a nice female that he's on the end of there in the sense that her true advantage within this class is she's just so much more compositionally genuine. And I mean that by saying that she's both trimmer in terms of her condition, yet she's also more genuine in terms of her shape when you get in behind her. So collectively, I just like this heifer in terms of her genuineness. She's got some stoutness. I like the body type that's represented here, and I like the calf at side. The heifer that's going to be in second is a big-bodied heifer, one that definitely has some performance. To me, she's just got a bit too much on her from a condition standpoint. I'd like to trim her up in her chest. I'd like to lay her in her shoulder just a little bit better. And I think as we trim her up, when you ask her to lead, she'd get out and travel with just a little bit freer of a stride from behind. But a nice female there to stand second. Congratulations to both of these exhibitors.
Over here on the main side in the March and April's, two really nice kind of cattle. But they're both very moderate in terms of size and very functional from that standpoint. Both these females have rib and body, and I really appreciate both of these young ladies have got these heifers bred, and they're coming into their gestation period, and they're starting to spring and develop some really high-quality udder structure underneath them as well. The thing that divides this pair is the strictly structure. You see it when they get out and go. You see it in their shoulder. You see it in their hind leg, but especially you see it in their top line. This heifer that is going to win the class is so much more correctly in their spine, the way she comes and handles her tail head when she's on the move. I really like this heifer. I think she's big-time good. She's wedged so right. Young lady's done a tremendous job in terms of presentation and feeding these heifer for the Austin Stock Show. Again, like I said, I just love the broodiness that she has, the function that she has, the udder quality that she has. She just looks like a mama cow. The heifer there, like I said, that second, there's so many things that we talked about that we liked. I just like to relax her in her spine, strengthen her behind her shoulder, and maybe lay that tail head in her a little nicer. But certainly that's a good heifer. That sound structure, the young lady's done a nice job in terms of feeding her.
Results on a Red Angus side, Class 15. First goes to 58.53, Eliza Machuca. Second place goes to entry 147, Emma Peters. We will now have our senior champion and reserve senior champion on our Red Angus side. On our Maine-Anjou, Class 13 goes as follows. First place goes to 1060, Hadley Howe, and second place goes to 9104, Taylor Eckelberg.
Second call, Simmental, Class 2. Second call, Simmental, Class 2. Second call, Shorthorn, Classes 2, 3, and 4. Second call, Shorthorn, Classes 2, 3, and 4.
Single entry here on the main side, and a heifer that, a black and white heifer that's got some length of side to her. She's got some muscularity to her. She's a heifer that's, I like the fact that her neck comes high on the top side of her shoulder. As we maybe look at her feet and leg structure, like to change how she handles herself out of that hip and hock if we could. Maybe this give her a little more sweep and a little more depth back into that rear rib and flank. But certainly the young lady's done a nice job in terms of presentation, in terms of the body condition in this heifer. She's kept her nice and fresh. Congratulations.
Well, another good division here. If you would, please put your hands together for these exhibitors out here. You know, as these cattle mature and they get older, and we expect them, you know, to look certain ways as they get near that next point in production, I think that's impressive to see several of them out here already with a calf at side, and the rest of them are looking like they're supposed to in terms of udder development and looking like females should at this stage. And so my compliments to these young people. Class 1 winner is a nice heifer. She's one that in terms of her structure, I like how she's built at the ground. She's good in terms of her center body. She's not as powerful as some, but that's okay because everything blends right. She's proportional. She's a nice female. The pair that stood second to her in class have some advantages too. That's one that's straight in her lines and extended, could hinge just a little bit better in terms of the way that they move from behind, but that's still a nice female there that stood second. Second place class winner is one that's just so attractive from a profile. I love the look that she gives you out here. She's one that's big-bodied and opened up and still sound at the ground. And the pair that stood second to her in class were ones that were quite good in their own right, in the sense that they are good-looking. That cow's a good-looking female. She ties high. She's extended. She's got a nice calf at side. That was a good class. And then the third place class that we got out here, the pair that wins that class, this is a nice female too, in her sense that she's very attractive. She's level and well built. She's well balanced. She's one that's square out of her hip. She gets a little tighter in her movement as well. And I think if we could just loosen her up just a notch, then it makes it kind of close in some sense. But that's a nice pair that we have there. And the heifer that stood second to her, getting a little close to Calvin. I appreciate her still bringing her to Austin. One that's super big-bodied and opened up, and you have to appreciate that about her. To me, as it sorts down, to me, the champion in this division is rather logical. I like the heifer out of the second place or second class here to win, and then it gets a little bit closer for reserve. To me, as I analyze the structural base and the function behind them, I like this Class 1 winner to be reserved. Congratulations.
Results on the Maine-Anjou side, one entry in Class 14. First went to 7:51, Danielle Nunes. Now coming in will be her senior champion in reserve for Maine-Anjou's. Results on our Red Angus side. Our senior champion goes to entry 7482, Faith Jackson. Our reserve senior champion out of Class 13 goes to 7706, Kylie Locke. Currently on our Red Angus side, we'll be picking our overall grand and reserve grand champion, Red Angus heifer. Grand and reserve grand champion, Red Angus heifer.
Final call, Shorthorn, classes 2, 3, and 4. Final call, Shorthorn, classes 2, 3, and 4. First call, class 7. First call, Shorthorn, class 7.
Well, really nice Red Angus show. Please show your appreciation to these exhibitors and some high-quality cattle. We'll bring the division winners and their respected reserves back out, and there was a couple of them that were memorable. They stuck in my mind all the way through in terms of being the cattle that I really gravitate towards. And that's not to take anything away from our older division here, because I do think that there's parts both of these from this older division that are quite good. I appreciate that they're nearing that stage in production where they're going to actually have some return for these breeders and these exhibitors. But as we get them back out here, to me, the ones that match up in terms of having more look and more presence and more quality from a show ring aspect are some of the ones more on this end of the ring. And I'm not going to go through and talk about each one a little bit different, but I think that there is some trade-offs. As I evaluate them and get down to it, I think it's close between three of them. I only get to pick two, and as I really study them, I think those two surfaces being the ones that are just a notch more opened up in terms of true width. I like the body type that's represented. I like the feet and legs that they're built on. There's one of them that's just so powerful and so ladylike at the same time. I'm going to go out and select your champion in reserve. If you would, please put your hands together one more time for these exhibitors.
Well, back on the main side, folks, I think we just had a really good one that came out of that first class. She's going to be your division champion here today, and I mean, she's big time good. She's high quality. She's big ribs. She's sound structured. She's bred her up early. She's going to drop a nice high quality udder. She's a female that's classy. She's ladylike in the way she's designed. She's just really, really good. We're going to keep that other high-quality heifer that was second to her together there for reserve champion. Congratulations to those two young ladies.
Results on the Red Angus side are grand champion Angus female came out of class 2, Macy Weems, entry 78.56. A reserve grand champion came out of class 8, Braxton Hunt, entry 86.31. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Attention in the barns, if you had a breed champion or reserve champion, make sure to bring your champion bio up to the announcer's table. If you had a breed champion or reserve breed champion, make sure to bring your champion bio up to the announcer stand as soon as possible. On the Maine-Anjou side, the senior champion heifer came out of class 13, Hadley Howe, entry number 1060. The reserve champion heifer is Taylor Eichelberg, number 9104. Now currently in will be your grand champion, Maine-Anjou heifer. Grand and reserve grand champion, Maine-Anjou heifer.
Well, as I worked through this Maine-Anjou show to get to this point, I'm very happy when I get these 3 division winners out here. I think they resemble a lot of good qualities in the right ways, and they do it together as a group. And you know, first and foremost, these cattle have to be sound structured, and all these class winners out here are that. All these cattle, they need to be feminine, and they need to be ladylike in their demeanor and their overall look, and they are. These females all got to be honest in terms of their age and their performance level for this stage of life, and they are. And I commend them for, on top of that, they've done a tremendous job in terms of presentation, in terms of hair coat, in terms of freshness and feeding and exercising. I mean, these cattle are all prepared to their best degree to compete here at Austin, and I think my hats go off to them, their families, because it's hard. I mean, you're getting in here till, you know, almost April. The weather's changing. It's getting warmer. You're spending a lot of time trying to keep the hair coats on these cattle and to keep them from itching. I mean, I'll be the first to admit, our family, we had thoughts of going to a stock show a month or so ago, and I went out to check our first calf heifers and looked over the spotlight, and we had one of my daughter's heifer to try to destroy herself, and did destroy herself in terms of itching her hair off on her side. So I know how challenging it can be as a family. A lot of these kids are probably involved in sports and judging and things like that too. So it's a big commitment to come here, but this is why you're here. It's because you're serious about Maine-Anjou cattle. You're serious about competing here at the national level or at the state level at the Austin Stock Show to win the big prize of a division champion and then have a shot at Supreme. I know it's a big deal. It's a dream. It's a family goal. And I know how you exhibitors feel that are standing out here in contention for this. There's a lot of intensity. There's a lot of effort. There's a lot of money. There's a lot of time that goes in to get to where you are now, and I don't take that lightly, because that's my job as a judge, is to balance the quality and to give every individual out here the fair opportunity to show their animal off and showcase her to the highest level, and I think we've done that here today. I really like all 3 of these heifers, but in my mind, there's 2 of them out here that are like big time, and I mean big time good, in terms of bringing a brood cow, in terms of bringing a productive breeding piece, in terms of going to the Maine-Anjou Junior National and either exhibiting as a bred heifer or as a potential cow-calf pair. I think you got 2 animals out here that are nationally competitive. I'm going to go show you the way I like them. Again, hats off to these exhibitors on a tremendous top 3 trio here of females.
First call, Simmental, Class 3. First call, Simmental, Class 3. Second call, Shorthorn, Class 7. Second call, Shorthorn, Class 7.
Your overall grand champion, Maine-Anjou heifer, came out of Class 13, Hadley Howe, entry number 1060. Our reserve grand champion came out of Class 3, Gracie Tolis, entry number 4239. Congratulations to our Maine-Anjou exhibitors. If you've got a breed or reserve breed champion, please bring your champion bio to the announcer stand as soon as possible. If you've got a grand or reserve grand champion, please bring your champion's bios to the announcer stand as soon as possible.
Well, as we start up here on our Shorthorn side, a challenging class to work through in the sense that I think there's good to all of these heifers, but at the same token, you're projecting a ways, they're young heifers, and so we're trying to find the combination for elite females out here, and I like this heifer that wins. I think she's the functional one that we have in the drive that still combines a lot of good things, not only in terms of her mobility, but her look and her presence and her body type as well. I think it gets really close from there. The heifer that's going to end up in second, I'll be honest, maybe didn't hit me as hard at the gate, but kept working on me with its time out here, because I think this heifer is so good in terms of her structure. She's so flexible off both ends. She holds the class advantage in terms of her movement out here, and that's what keeps her towards the top. Yes, I'd like to clean up her navel, and I'd like to add more natural body volume in this heifer, but I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt that as she continues to get older, her body type's gonna continue to mature and continue to get fuller, but I just really like her structural base, and that's what's gonna keep her in second. Heifer in third out here is one that I like her at a depth. I like her squareness of build. To me, she's one that's just a little plainer in the way that she's assembled up front. She's a little bit flatter as you analyze her all the way through. Heifer that's gonna come next, the blue roan heifer. Nice job, young man. You look pretty sharp out here. But in terms of your heifer, I like her look up front. I like how she ties there to the point of her shoulder. I just would like to change the angles of her structure. She's a bit more upright in her shoulder. She's straighter there out of her hock and in her hind leg. And consequently, when we ask the cattle to go, she's shorter in that step. She's quicker in terms of her movement. You got to question her just a little bit more from a longevity standpoint. Heifer that's going to come next here is another one that I appreciate the added stoutness that she has. She's a big-hipped kind of a heifer, but another one I'd like to change structurally. She also is just a little bit straight off both ends. She also wants to kind of get up in her tail head and break there in her loin just a little bit more. I think if we could make her a little bit sounder, she's got a nice look to her from a profile for sure. Good-bodied heifer coming next that probably is just a bit more flexible off both ends. This heifer, though, is a bit more concerning in the sense that she's pretty peaked there at the top of her shoulder. She flattens out just a little bit more. I need to open this heifer up from a width and dimension standpoint. Roan heifer coming next is big-bodied. She's tall-fronted. She, too, is just a little narrow and flat off either end, and I'd like to change her in the way that her angle is there to her shoulder. Heifer that's going to round out the class. The young man does a nice job getting her shown. She's a stout-hipped kind of a heifer that just needs to be reassembled in the way that she moves out off either end.
Second call, Simmental, Class 3. Second call, Simmental, Class 3. Final call, Shorthorn, Class 7. Final call, Shorthorn, Class 7. First call, Shorthorn, Class 8. First call, Shorthorn, Class 8.
Well, just two in this class, but nice females. I'm going to leave them lined up the way they came in with the more roan heifer to lead the class. I think she's one that just blends so much nicer from her shoulder back into her forerib. She's a bit more attractive and well-balanced when you get off a profile on her, and at the same time, you get behind her and there's more than enough in terms of extra substance. I like the red heifer, too. I think she goes to the ground on a bigger foot. I think she's more extended from her shoulder forward. She's just a little piecier in the way that she puts it all together from there back. She wants to get a bit pinched in her heart and a little easier in her top line. Nice class, though. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Final call, Simmental, Class 3. Final call, Simmental, Class 3. First call, Simmental, Class 4. First call, Simmental, Class 4.
I'm going to go ahead and use the young ladies to win this class. The heifer sound structure, she's just lazy out here. I wish she'd just get out and go, but she flexes out right when the young lady gets her set up there. I mean, she really gives you a nice look from the profile. A heifer that's really sensible sized. She's fresh conditioned. Her neck comes good out of the top side of her shoulder. She's got a nice rib shape. She's got a perfect set to her hip and hind leg. Just a high-quality heifer to win this class. Young man's heifer got a good heifer here in second. She's long-sided. She's extended. Maybe like to tone her down if I could in terms of frame size and maybe give her a little bit more body volume with that size and skeleton that she has. But that's a good heifer that's fresh conditioned. Nice big ribbed heifer that comes here next too. You like a lot of things about her. I like her teat and other quality that she has. Maybe not quite the presence of the cattle directly ahead of her, but certainly a good heifer that's fresh conditioned and been fed nicely. The heifer that comes next is one that's a little more compact. She's an easy doing, big bodied heifer. Again, this like to stretch her out and freshen her up if we could. The heifer that comes next is longer sided and bigger muscled. With that, I just like to see her sounder in terms of her feet and legs, especially off those hind two. The heifer that's going out next, a long-sided, sound-structured heifer. This needs to be opened up in terms of mass and dimension. Same for the young man's heifer. A big-framed heifer that's sound-moving, just like to see more mass and body and dimension.
Well, another good class here. The white heifer is the one that I like to win. I think this is the brood cow you have in the class in the sense that she's opened up in her skeleton. She's good-bodied. She's really high volume, still looks feminine up front. I like that heifer to win. Little moderate heifer that's coming in second. I like her body type. I like her advantages over the third-place heifer in terms of her angle to her shoulder. She's a little bit longer and more attractive from there forward as well. Just a nice feminine kind of a heifer. Like to change the way she hinges out of her hip and hind leg, and that's what lands her in that second place hole for me. She's just not as fluid in terms of her movement. But the heifer that's going to be in third here, I like her in the sense that she's level-topped and square-hipped. She's one that's kind of flashy in terms of her neck set. To me, it's her structure that I'd like to change just a little bit. She gets a little straighter and steeper off both ends, consequently doesn't really get out and travel with the freedom and flexibility as either of the other two heifers.
Shorthorn, Class 7, Mark Muirhead. Shorthorn, Class 7, Mark Muirhead, please make your way to the arena.
At the conclusion of the heifer show, attention in the barn, and conclusion at the heifer show, we will take a 30-minute break to set up for Supreme Champion Drive. We will take a 30-minute break to set up for the Supreme Champion Drive at the conclusion of the heifer show.
Final call, Simmental, Class 4. Final call, Simmental, Class 4. First call, Simmental, Class 7. First call, Simmental, Class 7.
Well, just one head out here. Young man does a nice job getting this one shown. She's super attractive up front. I love the elevation that she has there at the top of her shoulder and the length that she represents from there forward. I wish she was maybe just a tad more opened up in terms of width and power, but still a good, really solid made kind of a female here to win the class. My congratulations to him.
Final call, Shorthorn, Class 8. Final call, Shorthorn, Class 8. First call, Shorthorn, Class 9. First call, Shorthorn, Class 9.
Results on our Shorthorn show, Class 1. First went to 2181 Dylan Earls. Second place went to 5571 Drake Raby. And third went to entry 4362 Marley Harris. Class 2 on the Shorthorns. First went to entry 3590 Ashlyn Wood. Second went to 1489 Lauren Gates. In our Class 3, our winner was first went to 1488 Lauren Gates, second went to 1484 Kaylee Corley, and third went to 6765 Finley Jones. Currently in on our Shorthorn side, we're going for our calf champion. In Class 4, 601 Blake Bryant was a single entry. Currently in on our Shorthorn side, calf and reserve calf champion. On our Simmental side, Class 1, first went to entry number 3948 McKenna McAvoy. Second place went to entry 4013 Hutton Hawkins. And third place went to entry 6264 Addison Corpus. Congratulations to our Simmental exhibitors.
Well, a nice division that we got over here. All four of these class winners have some merit that you can sure appreciate, and the respected seconds within those classes are also really good cattle. And so my compliments to these exhibitors. Just to kind of briefly make some remarks, I think it gets close between a couple of them out here, and that's not to take anything away from the other cattle that are still in the ring, but I think you got a couple class winners out here that I'll use for champion and reserve that just have so much more to them in terms of true width and dimension, yet at the same time they represent that functional body type combined with a set of running gears underneath them that allow them to have flexibility and reach as they go across the surface and still look like females should. And with that being said, like I mentioned, there's two of them that hit me just a little bit harder as being just a notch more elite, and the ones that really kind of get me excited out here when you're judging show ring cattle and you think about what they represent for their breed. I like this white heifer here to be your division winner. We're going to follow it up with Class 1 to be reserved. Congratulations.
Well, I tell you, on the Simmental side, I'm really happy with this set of heifers as a class. A lot of quality from top to end in the class. Differences in them, but I tell you what, you can't get away from the cow power and the ladylike look that is in this heifer calf. This young lady showing her does a tremendous job of getting the most out of this heifer. And the whole thing, the showmanship skills, the heifer, the structure, all of it is an awesome design. Congratulations on a broody heifer that's sound structured. She's big ribbed. Just a really, really classy job. The heifer that comes in second is maybe a little stouter. I mean, I don't give her that advantage because there's plenty of muscle in that heifer that goes there, and that's probably what her advantage is her muscle lays onto her skeleton a little smoother than yet does this one. This one wants to get just a little bit bolder to point of shoulder and maybe doesn't lay that tail head in her quite as nice as the heifer that goes directly ahead of her. But I love this heifer on the move. She's really flexible. She gets out of her shoulder well. She flexes that hind leg nice. Again, that's a big-topped, a big-hipped heifer that's got a lot of power. We come into another heifer here that's really nice made. I like her in terms of balance and design. She's big-bodied. She's a female that's got a nice sweep to her rib. Maybe she's a rib or two shorter-sided than the two heifers that went directly ahead of her, but that's a nice kind of cattle, one that's sound, one that's functional, one that's high quality. Your young man's got a really long-sided heifer here that this is be sounder in terms of structure. You see it in her shoulder. You see it in the way she steps off those hind too. The young man's got a bigger framed heifer, a high-performing one that's next. Just like to tone her down in terms of weight per day of age and performance. The young lady's heifer that comes next, one that got a lot of muscle, a lot of volume, a lot of capacity. Just like to see her a little nicer balanced. The black and white heifer that it rounds out the class. Again, a heifer that's got enough muscle and volume to her. We just like to see a little more show ring look from the profile, especially that sweep and curvature to that rear rib and flank. Like to stouten her up on that hind leg as it goes also.
Second call, Simmental, Class 7. Second call, Simmental, Class 7. Second call, Shorthorn, Class 9. Second call, Shorthorn, Class 9. First call, Shorthorn, Class 10. First call, Shorthorn, Class 10.
Our calf and reserve calf champion on our shorthorn side champion. Our calf champion came out of Class 3, entry 1488, Lauren Gates. Our reserve champion came out of Class 1, entry 2181, Dylan Earls. Congratulations to our shorthorn breeders. On our Simmental side, results of Class 2 are as follows. First went to 55-56, Madison Moore. Second place went to 63-18, Mackenzie DeBerry. And third place went to entry 42-59, Kennedy Asher. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. If you had a grand or reserve grand heifer, we need your champion bio at the announcer's table. If you had a grand or reserve grand champion heifer, we need your champion bio at the announcer's table. Currently, we only have 2, so Supreme should go real fast.
Final call, Shorthorn, Class 9. Final call, Shorthorn, Class 9. Second call, Shorthorn, Class 10. Second call, Shorthorn, Class 10.
A lot of different types and kinds represented in this class. The one I land on that I'm just the most comfortable with is the young man's predominantly red heifer here. I think to me she surfaces towards the front when we ask him to lead, because this is the heifer that's the most correct off both ends of her skeleton, yet at the same time when he pulls her together she can give you a nice look. She's good in terms of her body type, just a nice solid kind of a female to start with. Heifer that's going to be in second really gives you a nice profile. I like how she ties high. I like her added substance of bone. She's one that you get off either end though, and she wants to flatten just a little bit more. And comparatively to our class winner, when we ask them to go, she's maybe just a little bit steeper there on her shoulder, but still I think collectively she offers the next most good and is a bit more compositionally genuine than the heifer that we got coming in third. This heifer in third is good bodied. I appreciate that about her. She's stout out of her hip, all good things, but to me she's carrying just a bit on her in terms of condition, adds to her chest up there, kind of throws her balance off a little bit more, and then when they're set in motion she's just a little bit stilty, doesn't really want to reach quite as good there up front. The heifer that's going to come next here is one that's level in terms of her lines. She's high tie, and the young man does a nice job getting her presented out here. She's a bit upright off both ends of her skeleton, up in her shoulder, out of her hock. It just makes her a little more stilty as she tries to get out and move. Heifer that's going to come next here, this dark red heifer, it is one that I appreciate how robust she is there through the center portion of her body. I wish that her chest width kind of matched that, because she kind of wants to funnel there to her base. She flattens more out of her hip, and comparatively she's also one that I'd like to change in the way that she hinges and goes from a structure standpoint. Heifer that's going to go next there is looser in terms of her build. She just needs more body volume for me. And the heifer that's going to round out the class, she's a little longer, more extended. She needs balanced up just a little bit better, squared up out of her hip. Nice class.
First call, Simmental, Class 8. First call, Simmental, Class 8. Again, final call, Shorthorn, Classes 9 and 10. Final call, Shorthorn, Classes 9 and 10.
Well, the heifer that I'm going to choose to win the class with here is just more the most ladylike in her demeanor, and it starts up in her head, her ear, the shape of her eye, the way her neck lays into her body, the way it comes out of the top side of her shoulder. I love the length of side that she has. She's a long-hipped heifer that's very maternal in her muscle shape. Good underneath this female. She's really good in terms of teat size and spacing, really fluid in terms of the way she walks. This a really fresh conditioned heifer that's going to have a great future ahead of her. I like the power and the performance in the red heifer. At the same time, I'd just like to see her a little more balanced from the profile, drop that tail head down in her if we could a little bit. But that's a good functional female, one that's good in terms of her feet and legs. She's got enough body. She's got enough look. This maybe not quite the overall balance and eye appeal of the heifer that wins the class. I really like the length side and a lot of the balance and design of the heifer here in third as well. But as we ask her to go, she's just not quite as coordinated off those hind two legs as the first two cattle. But certainly from her navel forward, there's the big ribbed female that her shoulder lays into her nice, and she's attractive up through her front end. The black and white heifer that comes next is really long-sided. She's got plenty of muscle when you look at her in terms of her top and her hip. At the same time, I'd like to make her a little more ladylike if we could, up through her front end to freshen her up and just make her more maternal. And folks, give the young lady a big round of applause for an excellent project that she's done here that brings her red and white heifer out. I tell you what, it takes a lot of effort and courage to do what she's doing out here. I'm proud of her. Keep it going. Her heifer's long-sided. Her heifer's muscular in terms of its overall shape. I'd just like to see more rib and body and volume in that heifer. But again, give her another big round of applause. Thank you for your courage, young lady.
Scott Horacefield, Shorthorn Class 9. Scott Horacefield, Shorthorn Class 9. Please make your way to the arena immediately. First call, Shorthorn, Classes 13 and 15. First call, Shorthorn, Classes 13 and 15.
Class 7 results on our Shorthorn side go as followed. First went to 43-24, Timothy Harmon Deal. Second place went to entry 35-30, Aiden Messler, and third place went to entry 39-68, Kate Swain. Congratulations to our Shorthorn exhibitors.
Final call, Simmental, Class 8. Final call, Simmental, Class 8. First call, Simmental, Classes 13, 14, and 15. First call, Simmental, Classes 13, 14, and 15.
Our updated results in Class 7 are as follows. First goes to 43-24, Timothy Harmon Deal. Second place goes to 39-68, Kate Swain. And third goes to 61-11, Riker Bates. Congratulations. Simmental heifer results in Class 3. First goes to 55-57, Madison Moore. Second place goes to 40-12, Holden Hawkins. And third place went to 67-54, Evan Baldridge. Congratulations, Simmental breeders.
Well, over here on our shorthorn side, a lot of differences in this class. And so if you kind of line them up a little bit different, that's okay. I think good cattle can come in different types and kinds. But at the same time, as I break them down, there's things that I'd like to change about all of these just a little bit. I think the heifer here to start with, and I don't like starting off on negatives, but I think if we could change the angle to her shoulder, then it makes it a real logical place to start, because she is just a bit steep and upright for me. But from there back, she's the one that blends the nicest look, the best body type with the most genuine width and stoutness, and she's got the best hip and hind leg that we have in the class, and so that's why I still like her and elect to use her to win the class. Then from there, I think you got some give and take. The heifer that's going to end up in second out here, I like her on the go. I think she's the one that keeps herself as collected and as well balanced when we ask the cattle to lead as any of them do. As we start comparing back and forth, she's not as robust as the heifer that wins the class. She's not as stout and dimensional, and I think that kind of works to her disadvantage, but she too is one that I would like to change just a little bit in the way that she comes out of that front end, so I don't think there's enough of advantage there to go ahead and justify using her over the heifer that I'm going to start the class with. The more loudmouthed roan here that is going to be in third is one that's good in her body type. I like the volume that she has. She's one that's just simply too narrow off either end to work up higher, but I like her basic pieces at the ground and her body type to go ahead and keep her towards the front end of this class. Heifer coming next here is one that's a little bit bigger in terms of her type and kind. She's a big-footed, heavy-bone kind of a heifer, one that gives you a nice look in terms of her lines. She's a little flatter in terms of her construction. Like to open her up to the center portion of her body just a little bit to match up with the shape that you get when you walk in behind her. Heifer that's going to come next here is a tall-fronted, extended made kind of a heifer. She's big-footed and heavy-boned. She just gets just a little bit more tucked up there through her rear rib and flank, throws her off balance just just a little bit more. Like to see more genuine stoutness out of her hip when you step in behind him. The red heifer that's going to go next is another big-bodied kind of a heifer. I appreciate that about her, but she's kind of fine-boned, and when she goes on the lead, she's pretty tight and restricted off both ends as well. White heifer leaving us here that's long and extended. She's not as flashy. She's not as big-bodied as some, but she's got some basic pieces. The other white heifer is probably a bit more robust through her center body. She needs balanced up just a little bit better for me. The red heifer that's leaving is stout and powerful. She needs to be changed from a structural perspective, as does the heifer directly behind her. I'd like to see both of those cattle move with just a bit more flexibility. And then the white heifer that's going to round out the class, she's got a long, cute neck on her that ties high, but she gives up a lot in terms of power and performance today.
Well, back on the Simmental side here, a really good heifer to win this class. Like a lot of things about her, she's so ladylike in the way she's designed up through her front 1/3. I love the broodiness and the shape of her head and the way her ear sets into her skull. Her neck comes high at the top of her shoulder. Her shoulder lays into her body cavity well, and then from there it transitions to a big heart girth, a nice sweep to her rib cage, a long hip, a beautiful set to that hind leg. Her tit and udder quality is very high quality too. That's going to be a productive show heifer, and that's going to even be a more productive cow. It turned out on grass. The young man's heifer that comes next has power. You like that about her. She's big top. She's big hipped. You like that added dimension she has. Maybe there's not the overall presence when you study her from her front 1/3. Maybe you like to lay that hind leg into her body just a little bit better. But certainly there's a heifer with some body and some muscle to her. Young man's heifer that comes next is really fresh conditioned. I like that about her. From her shoulder back, she just needs to be opened up and needs to be more capacious in terms of her overall body volume. And folks, give the father-son combination back here just a big round of applause. This young man's done a great job. He's got a good attitude. There's going to be great things that happen to this young man going forward in his life. His heifer's sound structured. She just doesn't have quite the show ring appeal today, but what the courage. I commend you, young man, and I commend you, father, for just one well of a job and your efforts here to come to the Austin Stock Show.
A good class here. I like both of these heifers on the top end, but for different reasons. The white heifer that I'm going to use to start with, I think is just so good in terms of her center body. She's so deep. I love the volume that she has. I like how she transitions back into a stout hip. She's one that's, when the young lady gets her propped up and presented, boy, she can give you an awfully nice look. My question are just a little bit, though, in terms of how genuine she really is, because when the cattle are on the go, she starts getting a little more piecey. She starts kind of falling apart there out of her shoulder. She starts to kind of duck underneath herself just a little bit, but that's a good showman on the end of that heifer because she knows what she's doing. She gets her propped up and looking the part there at the stand. Heifer that's going to be in second has an advantage, I feel like, at the ground because she's the flexible one off both ends, and I appreciate that about her. She's not as robust through her center body. She's not as opened up in terms of her rib cage. She doesn't have as much power when I get right in behind her, and that's the differences, but she's sure good in terms of her structure and definitely has a class advantage in that area. Heifer that's going to come next here, she's a big-footed, heavy bone kind of a heifer, one that I wish was just a little bit different there through the center portion as she gets a little flatter, a little more tucked up in her flank, isn't as proportional from that standpoint to give you as nice a bounced look from the outside. And the heifer that's going to round out the class, she is probably a little bit deeper, a little higher volume than the heifer I just talked about. Just like to reconstruct her just a little bit in the way that she handles herself out of her hip. She's off just a little bit there. She's also carrying just a little bit more on her, which makes her deeper in her chest, kind of throws her look off just a little bit for me.
Results in our Simmental Show Class 4 are as followed. First went to 14.98, Candace Tucker. Second place went to 23.96, Granger Schubert. Third place went to entry 38.75, Caleb Kurlick. And fourth place went to 57.53, Alan Perry. Results from Class 8 on our Shorthorn side. 54-38. Cora Lindgren, first place. Second place went to second in class went to 987, Aubrey Kano. Third place went to 6671, Chloe J. Morris. Congratulations.
Well, another class here. Again, some differences represented, but the one that I come back to in terms of just combining so much more from a look standpoint, from a presence aspect, and then still coupling that with a nice set of running gears underneath her. It's a young lady here in the pink. I think this is the heifer that just balances up the nicest for me, offers you the most look quality. Then from there, the heifer that's going to end up second for me, she's got a slight advantage over the heifer that's going to be in third because I think she's a little better back there through a rear ribbon flank. I think she's just naturally a little bit stouter all the way through, and that gives her an edge in my opinion. Hereford's going to be third in this particular class is one that I appreciate her lines and her levelness of kind. She gets a little tighter, more restricted in terms of her movement off both ends, a little flatter in terms of her general construction.
Well, I tell you what, folks, on the Simmental side, give these young ladies a big round of applause. This outstanding class winners, just the right kind of cattle. So as we get into this division here, it is a head scratcher for me because, you know, these cattle are all good, and there's differences in them, and I'm going to describe that to you, and then we'll get you a division champion. Young ladies heifer that won that particular class, like I said, I just liked her body type. I appreciated the amount of rib shape that she had. I appreciated her flexibility. You get out here, she's just not quite as athletic, and like I said, I think it's because she's more lazy than athletic, because actually her parts and pieces are nice. I think she's just maybe had a long last couple of days. But I tell you what, from her shoulder back, I like her rib, her body, her volume. The young lady's heifer that's in the second class is my kind. She's moderate frame. She's cowy in her build. She just screams maternal. She screams cow power. And I like her youthfulness. And I like the youthfulness of the first heifer, too. They still got an adolescent head to them. They're maternal in the way they're built in their skull. They're females that have some rib, some body, and there's some depth to her. I really like when I get underneath this heifer and look at her teat size and spacing. That's really nice. She's perfect in terms of hip and hind leg set, and really sound in terms of structure. Young lady does a tremendous job in terms of presentation. The young lady that come out of the third class, I really like that female too for her moderation. I liked her for her length of body. I liked her for her freshness of condition. When she comes out here, I mean, this heifer, and I'm going to be critical on it just a little bit because there's differences in the necks of these heifers. This heifer, I probably dislike her neck the most. She's just maybe a little tight-throated for me. You see it when you get in front of her. I'd like to open her up into her chest, give her just a little more strength and cow power up through that front 1/3 if I could. From her shoulder back, I like her rib shape. I love her length of hip. She's got a beautiful set to her hind leg. When we compare her to some of the other heifers out here, maybe not quite as much depth back into that rear rib and flank, but that's still a really good heifer that this young lady's going to have a lot of fun with going forward. Then we come into a high-quality heifer out of this fourth class. It does make me scratch my head a little bit because I really like this heifer. I love her kind. I love her flexibility, and I love everything about her. I'm just standing out here looking at her, and I'm questioning how big is this female going to be in terms of a mature cow. I mean, if she keeps this growth curve up, I mean, she's going to be out there in terms of performance. She's going to be a big mama cow. I do love her kind, but I would like to see a more youthful head on this heifer if I could be critical of that. But a heifer that's really sound in terms of structure. I love her rib, her body, her female qualities underneath her flank are really nice. In terms of teat size and spacing, just a little out there maybe perhaps in terms of performance. But with that, I'm going to go out and pick the one that suits me to the best. Folks, give them a big round of applause. Tremendous set of heifers.
Second call, Simmental, classes 13, 14, and 15. Second call, Simmental, classes 13, 14, and 15.
Nice division over here. If you would, put your hands together for these shorthorn exhibitors. A lot of differences that were represented within this division, and you can still see that out here in this division, that there's different types of cattle. There's ones that are maybe a little softer, there's ones that are a little stouter, ones that are a little bit trendier looking, and ones that are probably a little more flexible. And so those are kind of the differences, and that's okay. You know, sometimes as an evaluator, not every class is going to show up the exact same, but that keeps life exciting, that keeps us working at our job here. And as I bring these back out within our different respected classes and the seconds that stood behind them, I think it gets down to a couple of them that just put together some good for me in terms of their basics, in terms of their build. They're not perfect, but that's okay. I have yet to see a female that is, but I think as I truly break them down and find the one that suits me the best in terms of combining some look and some presence with extra rib and stoutness, the one that I keep coming back to, young lady out of our second class, is going to be your division winner. Congratulations. It gets a little closer for reserve. I'll be honest. I think there's a couple of them out here that have some good to them that I really appreciate, but then a couple things maybe I'd like to change. And I kind of mentioned that within their classes, but just to kind of tell you where I'm at. Young man out of class 1, I like the basics of your heifer. I like her body type. I like her flexibility at the ground. She's a little lower fronted. She's a little plainer from that standpoint. And when you get in behind her, there's times she wants to kind of push that hock out just a little bit. And so there's some little things that you'd tweak this way or that way just to make her that much better. But I do like her body type, and I like that extra volume that she has. The heifer that stood second to our champion in class is one that gives you a nice look. She's elevated and extended. She doesn't match up out here in this lineup with quite as much power and width as the heifers on either side of her, but still she's an attractive made kind of a female, and I like that about her. The white heifer is one that's bold and robust in terms of her center body. She's cracked apart at her base, and she's got some dimension up high. She's just a little bit piecey on the go. I mentioned in class, the young lady does a great job getting her set and poised and propped up there with the stick, but when you ask the cattle to lead, she kind of shows her true colors and kind of breaks just a little bit there in her top line, gets just a little bit off behind her shoulder. But when she gets her set like that, boy, she gives you an awesome look. Love the body type, love the extra set of soundness that she's built on as well. And the heifer out of our last class was one that, again, has some basic pieces you sure appreciate in terms of combining some look and some body and some shape. Maybe not quite as flashy as a couple of them, but the solid pieces are there. I like her too. I think it gets closer for reserve. The one that maybe is just a little bit trendier in terms of her kind, maybe just a little bit flashier, fix her in a couple areas, and I like this white heifer quite a bit. Congratulations.
Well, back on the fall Simmentals here, I guess these are Decembers, Novembers. Really got a nice heifer here to win the class, and I really like her in terms of this, her freshness, in terms of her presentation. She's a female that they've done a great job in terms of management. I love the shape of her crest, the way her neck is thin and lean and lays into her shoulder, and then from her shoulder back, how that comes into a big rib cage. She's long spine. She's super flexible. This gives you an elite look from the side. Young man does a tremendous job out here in terms of his presentation. Good heifer that comes here in second at 2. I like her performance. I like her length of side. She's a big top female. She's got enough substance to her. When I get to the profile of her, there's a female I just like to see a little more flexible off them hind 2 and drop her down in that flank. But that's a good kind of cattle, one that's productive. Same with the young man's heifer that comes next. He gives you a nice balance from the side. Perhaps I like to tuck that chest up in her, maybe just make her a little more ladylike from the side. From her shoulder back, she could be a little more capacious in terms of center body, but she does the good things right in terms of being strong behind her shoulder blade and straight and strong down that top. Young man's got a good heifer that comes next, a heifer that's moderate in terms of kind. She's got enough body. She's sound enough structured. Maybe this needs to be a rib or two longer and have this a shot more performance. And the young lady that's struggling down there a little bit, she's got a long-sided, high-performing female, a heifer that this doesn't have quite the show ring style or balance as some of the other cattle. But give her a big round of applause for a nice job out here today.
Results in the Simmental side. Our calf champion was out of Class 2, 55-56, Madison Moore. And our reserve calf champion is out of Class 3, 67-54, also Madison Moore. Congratulations. On our shorthorn side, results of Class 9. First went to 66-86, Avery Mickenvale. Second place went to 55-70, Max Rabe. Third went to 55-29, Easton Messler. Congratulations. Class 10 on our shorthorn side went as followed. 39-69, Kate Swain, first place. Second place went to entry 69-41, Kinsley Thomas. And third place went to 1972nd, Zachary Worcham. Our junior champion and reserve junior champion shorthorn, Class 8 winner, 54-38, Cora Lindgren. And our reserve champion came out of Class 9, 66-86, Avery McVale. Congratulations to our shorthorn exhibitors.
Final call, Simmental, Class 13. Final call, Simmental, Class 13. Mackenzie DeBerry, please make your way to the arena. Mackenzie DeBerry, Simmental, Class 13.
Results in Class 7 on the Simmental side are as followed. First went to 465, Shay Sigmund. Second went to entry 67-52, Judson Voigt. Third went to entry 78-38, Caden Cooper. Congratulations, our Simmental breeders. Attention in the barn, if you had the champion or reserve champion, you need to get your bios to the announcer's desk. If you had a champion or reserve division champion and want to participate in the Supreme Champion Drive, you need to get your bios to the announcer's table immediately.
Pretty cool class winner here on our shorthorn side. A young lady has one that just gives you an awesome look from the outside. And then you get in on her, and she's got so much width and power. And at the same time, she's one of the soundest footed, best structured heifers that we've had through the ring in this particular breed. Just a really good kind of a female here to win this class. Heifer that's going to end up in second. I like her body type. I like her look of function from that standpoint. She's wanting to fight the lead just a little bit, but her angles are right. One that could be changed just a little bit from a composition aspect. She's got a little bit on her. She's got a little bit of a chest. She's got some pones when you get back in behind her. I think if we could trim her up just a little bit, she's made a lot like the class winner in terms of her function, just maybe not those extra wow pieces and a little extra condition as well. Heifer that's going to be in third out here, another one that I like, her robust center. I think she's one that gives you that look of brood cow utility. Aside from that, though, she gets pretty bold in terms of her shoulder. She's a little rounder out of her hip and kind of gets underneath herself on the go. The darker roan heifer that we got coming next here is one. I appreciate her udder development. I like the look that she gives you up front. She wants to pop up in that tail head just a little bit, and at the same time, she's just a little off balance on the go and gets a bit stiltier off both ends. I think if we could reconstruct her from a structure standpoint, I think she's one that that could sure move up within this class. And then the heifer that's going to round out the drive is one that ties high into her shoulders. She's long and extended. To me, she just needs more natural body depth and volume to go ahead and compete within this class.
Simmental, Class 13, Mackenzie DeBerry. Simmental, Class 13, Mackenzie DeBerry. Please make your way to the arena immediately.
Results on our Shorthorn side, Class 13. First went to Casey Collins. Second place went to 69.43 Chloe Thomas. Third went to 61.12 Riker Bates. Congratulations.
Pair of them over here, and I like the roan heifer. I think she's one. It sure gives you a feminine look. She's good in terms of her center body dimension. I like the udder development and the teat structure that we see on this particular female, and yet she goes to the ground with a big foot and some bone. Just a nice place to start. The white heifer, I appreciate her in terms of her genuineness and her width. She's got some width up high. She's got some width at her base. I'd like to maybe reconstruct her just a little bit from a balance standpoint. She gets a little coarse in her shoulder, a little short in her neck, just a little deeper in her chest.
On the Simmental side, in the September class here, an October class, these two heifers, I just like the youthfulness that I see about their heads, and this the mature size they are, and then this project them into a mature cow herd weight. That's where these two surface to be 1 and 2 for me. Between the two of them, there's just more quality in the young lady's heifer. You see it up in her head and neck. I love the strength behind her shoulders. She's long-bodied. She's got a nice sweep to her rib. I like her hip and hind leg structure. I'd be the first to admit I'd love to lay that tail head in her a little more correctly, but still I think that's a good place to start, a good functional heifer that's appropriately aged and the right size for this stage in life. The same for the young man's heifer comes next. I like her youthfulness up through her head and her neck. I love her moderation in size, a female that's built right in terms of enough muscle, enough width. You get underneath her, her tit and udder structure's nice. Again, she's a female that's flexible when she gets out and goes. The big high-performance heifer comes here next, and I question if that's this too much. She's just a little more mature about her head, and it has that added weight for me today. But more importantly than that, she's a heifer that struggles out of her shoulder. She doesn't get out of her hip and hock quite as good. Like to tone her down in terms of overall performance. The heifer that comes next is a good kind of heifer. She's functional. She's an easy keeping kind of female. It kind of works to her disadvantage as a show cow, though. She stands out here. Like to see her more attractive up through that front third if we could. We come into a black baldy heifer that I really do like that comes around next that the young lady's got. Really fresh and all again up through that front end. A heifer that is strong down her top line. I just don't quite see enough internal dimension in her heart girth and all the way back through her skeleton. But a heifer that has been fed well, the young lady's done a nice job. Young man's got a heifer here that's got a lot of muscle to her, just not quite as much overall balance and design. The young lady's done an excellent job with this red heifer in terms of shouldering prep. Beautiful hair coat presented to the nines. I just like to see that heifer more correct in terms of structure off them hind two. Like to see her longer hipped as well.
Results on the Shorthorn side, Class 15. First went to 1485 Kaylee Corley, excuse me. Second place went to 1296 Shelby Jacobs. Congratulations. Currently in the ring on our Shorthorn side will be champion and reserve senior champion heifer. Champion and reserve senior champion heifer. On our Simmental side, Class 8 goes as follows. 9802, Katie Davis is first. Second place goes to 141, Paul Logan. And third place goes to 5939, Chloe Tompkins. Next in will be our junior champion, Simmental Heifers.
Well, it's our final division here, so if you would, please put your hands together for these exhibitors out here. We have some nice heifers that are still represented here at an older age within the Shorthorn breed. As they come back out, I'm not going to sit here and discuss all the minute differences between these two, because to be honest with you, there's one that ought to just hit you like a ton of bricks in terms of just having so much more quality, so much more look and presence and eye appeal. This heifer out of the first class in this division is the logical place to start. She's your division winner. Congratulations to her. But I do think that there's some differences that you can discuss for reserve. I think the heifer that stood second to her is one big-bodied kind of a heifer, one that's robust from that standpoint. She's functional at the ground. I'd like to tweak her in a couple areas. I'd like to clean her up in terms of her composition, tuck that chest back in her just a little bit, make her just blend a little better from her shoulder into her forerib, and then aside from that, I think she's a functional, good-built kind of a heifer. And then the heifer that wins that second class, a lot of the same sentiments there. Big-bodied, square-made, extended. She too could be trimmed up just a little bit. And so I think you call that a wash. And to me, when I get down and I analyze the other pieces that are there, the one that's more flexible, the one that's more opened up, stood second to our champion in class. Congratulations to her.
Updated results in Class 8 of Simmentals. First went to Katie Davis. Second place went to 539 Chloe Thompson, and third place went to 5650 Presley Chabert. Congratulations. Our senior champion and reserve senior champion on our Shorthorn side, champion is 96-95 J.C. Collins out of Class 13. And our reserve champion also came out of Class 13, 69-43, Chloe Thomas. Congratulations. Now in on our Shorthorn side, we'll be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion, Shorthorn heifer. Attention in the barns, If you've had grand or reserve grand champion, please get your champion bio to the announcer stand immediately. If you had champion or reserve champion and you want the opportunity to show for supreme champion, please get your champion bios to the announcer's table immediately. Thank you.
Well, a really nice Shorthorn show here we've had today. If you would, put your hands together for those exhibitors both in the ring and those that have already exited. There's been some nice cattle that have come through here and landed on these 6 as the ones within their respective divisions that kind of brought just a little bit more to the show today in terms of quality, in terms of look and presence and added appeal. And I think as I go back through them, from early on within our first division, I think they're cattle that are functional. They're cattle that still have some attractiveness. All the way through our middle division, I think that was one that really sorted itself in terms of added good look and some structural differences and some design differences. And our last division was one that really just kind of sorted itself in terms of basic merit, look from the outside, extra presence and eye appeal. And these 3 division winners fit in this lineup really nicely out here. I like things about the division reserves too. I think there's parts of each of those females that have some merit, and these young exhibitors can use that to breed around and make some stuff better. But for me, there's 2 of them that really stick out as being just next tier level in terms of extra quality, extra look, and extra my kind, I guess you would say, putting together so many positives in one kind of a package, and then those elite extras on top of it. I'm going to go out and shake the hand of your champion in reserve. Please put your hands together one more time for these exhibitors.
Well, on the fall drive over here on the Simmental side, like I said, I'm really happy with these class winners and just the stage that they're at in terms of performance and youthfulness still in terms of their overall female qualities. Again, 2 females that are both really good in terms of feet and leg and structure and body development. It's my decisions between these 2 cattle, but the young man's heifer, I just see more style and balance. I like the way your heifer's tailhead lays into a better. You'll be the division champion here today. Young lady, you'll be reserve champion. Congratulations.
First call, ORB Class 1. First call, ORB Class 1.
Results of our Shorthorn show. On the west side of the ring, our grand champion heifer came out of Class 13, 96-95, J.C. Collins. And our reserve grand champion, also, Class 13. Our reserve grand champion came out of Class 3, 1488, Lauren Gates. Congratulations to our Shorthorn breeders. Just a reminder, if you've had champion or reserve in a breed division, please bring your champion bios to the announcer's table. Please bring your champion bios to the announcer's table. We will take a 30-minute break after the conclusion of the ORB show to flip the ring for our Supreme Drive. On our Simmental side, our junior champion came out of Class 7, 465, Shay Sigmans. And our reserve grand champion came out of Class 8, 9802, Katie Davis. Congratulations.
Boy, I tell you what 3 nice bred heifers that we have on this side, but the first 2 are more elite, but I think the one ahead of the one that wins the class is just outstanding. I just really like the balance, the body volume, the presence, the freshness, the correctness of design of this black bald face heifer up here. So elegant and female-like up through her front end, strong down her top. She's got the right amount of rib shape. She's flexible out of her hip and hock. She's going to be very uniform and nice in terms of udder quality as well. This freshly, well-conditioned, well-managed, great showmanship on that heifer. Nice place to start. Young lady, this udder quality is just tremendous. I commend you for that. This female is going to make a beautiful, productive cow for this young lady. I love the structural correctness that she has. She's got a lot of reach. She's long-sided. Her tail head just doesn't lay in her quite as nice, and I'd like to maybe give her a little more width to chest and a little more forerib relative to the heifer that went directly ahead of her. But those are two outstanding heifers that those two young ladies should be proud of to bring to the Austin Stock Show. The black baldy heifer that's going to be third out of moderation. I like her rib, her body, and overall function. In terms of length of side and this female quality, I'd like to see a little more of that in her. But certainly there's an easy-doing kind of female that's going to be a nice project for that lady.
Results of Class 13 from the Simmental show. First went to 87.39, Madison Mosley. Second place went to 98.04, Mackenzie DeBerry. And third went to 43.27, Callie Gordon. Congratulations. Our next two classes are single entries.
Well, I tell you what, this young man brings a good heifer here to the Austin Stock Show, and really like this heifer in terms of length of body and extension that she has. She's a performance-driven heifer that's got a rib or two extra length to her. I like the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. Now, perhaps from her shoulder back, I'd like to drop her down on her center rib and flank, but give this young man a big round of applause for this is the determination and his ability to get this heifer to the Austin Stock Show. You can tell he's a hard-working man, and you can tell he's going to do great things in his life. Again, nice heifer. Congratulations to you, and we'll see you back out in the champion drive here in a minute. Give him a big round of applause.
Results of Class 14, first place went to 84.52, Bryson Heckler.
I tell you what, folks, give this young lady in the pink shirt a big round of applause. Tremendous effort that she's doing out here. And thanks to the young lady in the blue for all the support and encouragement that you're giving out there. This black heifer, I tell you what, folks, is a good one in terms of her overall function. She's sound structured, she's long-sided, she's easy doing, she's a low-maintenance kind of female. Perhaps compared to the ideal. Maybe like to this here, a little more stylish, maybe this a little more ring presence. But again, open up a big round of applause for this young lady in the purple. She's done a tremendous job out here today.
In Class 15, first goes to Abigail Heckler. Congratulations. We will now have our senior champion and reserve senior champion division in our Simmental show.
Second call, ORB Class 1. Second call, ORB Class 1. Final call, ORB Class 1. Final call, ORB Class 1. First call, ORB Class 2. First call, ORB Class 2.
Well, I tell you what, as we bring the cattle back out here, there's a pair of these females that this go together in terms of quality and overall balance. But there's a pair of young people out here that go together in terms of this a class act. I think everybody in this stands or at this stock show can learn from these two young people here of maybe some challenges they had in life at some point. And I tell you what, folks, I hate to hear young people say that I can't do something, because you can if you put your mind to it. And it's because of people like you two down here that make me want to get up and work hard every day. Thank you for being here, and thank you for doing a great job with your Heifers. This, in terms of show cattle, these two Heifers are going to stay together. Give these two young ladies a big round of applause. This a classy set of Heifers. Congratulations.
Congratulations, our senior champion Heifers. Our senior champion heifer is Madison Mosley with 87.39, And our reserve champion is 9804 Mackenzie DeBerry. Congratulations. Next in will be our grand champion, Simmental Heifer, grand champion.
Second call, ORB Class 2. Second call, ORB Class 2.
Attention in the barn, if you've had a champion or reserve champion heifer and would like to go into the Supreme Drive later this afternoon, we need your champions bio. Currently, we only have 3. So if you have had a champion or reserve and would like to get into the Supreme Drive, please bring your bios to the announcer's table. Thank you.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
I know we got another show to go here today, so I'm going to keep on moving here, but I can't commend you exhibitors enough. These young people are out of here for the female quality, for the freshness, for the honesty in your cattle that are out here in terms of the performance and their ages. I really, really enjoy looking at your cattle. And I tell you what, this young lady's got a heifer calf up here in the lead that is elite. She's just so broody in terms of her capacity. I love that body that she's got. She's so correct in terms of structure. Gives you a nice look from the side. She's maternal in her muscle shape. She just screams mama cow, and one that I really like. She's going to make a beautiful bred heifer. She's going to even make a more powerful donor cow someday when she's turned out. This a great breeding piece for this young lady to move her Simmental herd forward. Same for the young man that has the fall heifer, one that I just am so intrigued with in the way that she's built structurally. So fresh in terms of her body condition. I love the way that shoulder lays into her body. She's long skeleton. She's long hipped. She really gets out and goes when she's asked to go. Again, you get underneath this heifer. She's blessed with a really nice teat and udder structure, one that's going to make a nice cow going forward too. And then I think you come into a baldy heifer here, and I think this heifer, this screams, today is my day. And it is. She is on point. She is fresh conditioned. She's big-bodied. She's sound. She's feminine. Her muscle pattern matches her body type. Young lady, you're going to win the Austin Stock Show today.
Final call, ORB Class 2. Final call, ORB Class 2. And first call, ORB Class 3. First call, ORB Class 3.
On the Simmental side, your grand champion, overall grand champion Hereford goes to 87-39 Madison Mosley, and your reserve grand champion goes to 55-56 Madison Moore. Congratulations.
Second call, ORB Class 3. Second call, ORB Class 3. Final call, ORB Class 3. Final call, ORB Class 3. First call, ORB Class 4. First call, ORB Class 4.
Well, again, a big class, but a good class. A lot of differences, but this heifer that wins the class, she does so quite handily. That's just a good kind of livestock. Female that I just love her in terms of her body and capacity and structure. She's wedged right. She's got the proper rib shape to her center body and back into that flank. Sets her hind leg down very correctly. Again, the young lady does a tremendous job in terms of presentation. The heifer that's going to be second does so in terms of structure. She's more flexible than any of the other cattle out here. I still admire her added length, her extension up through her front end. She looks like a lady. Young lady does a nice job in terms of presentation as well. We come in a black and white heifer here that's got some muscle to her. She's big top, she's big hipped, she's got some rib cage. I like that about her, and that perhaps is what beats the other black and white heifer. This heifer gets a lot closer to being second if she would be a little more attractive in the set of that hind leg and the way she handles it from behind. The black and white heifer here, this needs to be gauged wider. I love her attractiveness. She's sharp, she's clean, she's well balanced. You get into the front of this heifer or behind her, just like to see more heifer there. The young lady's red heifer is powerful. Big top, big hip, a lot of body to her. There's a lot of things going for this heifer. I admire her for her performance. Just when you ask her to go, those hind legs need to be designed more correctly, and she needs to flex on them better. Young man's got a high-performance black baldy heifer here that's got some rib cage, some body. There's really nothing wrong with that heifer. She just doesn't have quite the extras that you need for the show ring here today. Young lady's got an attractive sound structure. The heifer here just doesn't have quite as much body and capacity from her shoulder back. Young man's got a heifer here that's got some muscle, just not quite as much body volume and through. Young lady's got an attractive black and white heifer there that's clean-fronted and attractive, just not enough cow when you analyze her from nose to tail. Big-framed, high-volumed red heifer there. This needs to be fancier up from the side and more balanced. The girl in the pink there, again, this to see more body in that heifer. Same with the young man that goes out next. Just like to see more actual cow power. The cowboy that goes out next, black-white heifer, he's doing a nice job with her, just not quite the balance and design. We round out the class with some cattle that this don't have either the structure, body mass, or overall total performance of some of the other cattle.
Second call, ORB, Class 4. Second call, ORB, Class 4.
Results in our ORB show. First of all, 110 heifers go through the ring today. Class 1. First place went to 47.93. Cassidy Bozeman. Second place went to 57.09. Aaron L. Elliott. And third place went to 42.40. Grace Tolis. Congratulations.
Final call, ORB Class 4. Final call, ORB Class 4. First call, ORB Class 7. First call, ORB Class 7.
Well, young man, I don't know if I like that orange shirt, but I do like your heifer. I tell you what, folks, what a tremendous heifer. Give him a big round of applause of just a nice cow prospect. Beautiful designed in terms of structure. I love the length of body that he has. So cowy up through her front end. She's got some width to her chest. She's bold ribbed. She's long spine. She's perfect in the set to her hip and hind leg structure. Again, the young man does a tremendous job with her. Nice heifer to win this class. The heifer that's most like her is the one that's in second. I like her balance. I like her eye appeal. I like the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. Compared to the heifer that goes ahead of her, she needs to be a little looser in the way she handles her hind too, but I do think she's the cattle that has the most quality that needs to go second. I like the rib, the body, the volume of the young lady's heifer here. I just like to change her off that hind leg and lay that tail head in her a little more correctly, but that's a long-sided, big-bodied heifer that's got a lot of good. I like a lot of things about the red and white heifer, the young man's. She's big-topped, she's big-hipped. He does a nice job showing her. I just like to change her and her structure of her hind two legs if we could. Young lady's heifer that comes around here next is very eye-appealing from the side. She's got enough body to her. She's a heifer that's just a little narrower gauged right in terms of her chest, a little tighter in her heart. Just like to open her up if we could. Young man's got a gray heifer with a lot of muscle. This needs to be a little sounder out of her shoulder and out of her hind leg. Young lady's got a long-sided, high-performing heifer there. Just like to maybe give her a little more show ring eye appeal. Young lady's heifer here is just a little jammed up in terms of length. I like to lengthen her out. But she is, her neck is high in the top side of her shoulder. Just like to make her a little sounder. Young man's black heifer there. It's wanting to fight him a little bit. Strong-topped. Just like to see more quality. Young lady's red heifer is really clean-fronted. It goes out there to conclude the class. This not enough cattle from nose to tail.
ORB Class 4, Hayden Weems. ORB Class 4, Hayden Weems. Please make your way to the arena as soon as possible. ORB Class 4, Hayden Weems. Make your way to the arena immediately. Second call, ORB Class 7. Second call, ORB Class 7.
Results of Class 2 are as followed in our ARB show. First place goes to 66-19 Joseph Ellis. Second place goes to 43-85 Madison F. Evans. And third place goes to 31-25 Katie Vanderslice.
ORB Class 4, Hayden Weems. ORB Class 4, Hayden Weems. Please make your way to the arena immediately. Final call, ORB Class 7. Final call, ORB Class 7. First call, ORB Class 8. First call, ORB Class 8.
Well, again, another really nice class and differences in type and kind, but I think the young man's gray heifer, she does put the most good together. I like this heifer from a balance standpoint. She's capacious in terms of her midrib. She's flexible in terms of structure. Young man does a nice job in terms of balance, and the way he shows this heifer, gets a lot out of her. Again, one that gets out and goes fairly nicely in terms of structure. This like her overall build. Really like the length of body and the presence the young lady's heifer gives you here in second. She's a rib or two longer than our first place heifer. I just don't know if she's not as sound structured. That's where I would change her. Then it becomes a little closer. She's maybe not as sprung as wide as the gray heifer that went ahead of her, but certainly refined, classy fronted. Young lady does a tremendous job in terms of showmanship. Young man's got a good heifer here too. Really attractive up through her front 1/3. She's dead level down her top. She's long-sided. Again, maybe just a little straight in terms of that hock, but I do like her balance and I like her overall eye appeal. Young lady does a nice job with a long-sided, big-bodied heifer that comes in 4th. I like the performance that she has. She's sound enough in terms of structure, just not quite as much center body or rear flank of the cattle go directly ahead of her. Young man here's got a good heifer that comes in. She's just a rib or two short-sided. Her pattern's right. Her structure's right. I just need to see more heifer there in terms of length of body. Same with yellow heifer here with a white splash on her. Good kind of cattle, sound enough, structured, big-bodied, functional enough, just like to make her 2 ribs longer if we could. Same can be said for the young man's heifer here. Nice pattern, overall design. Again, those 3 cattle right there in a row for a February heifer, this like to stretch them out and give them more weight. The young man's red heifer, sound enough in terms of structure. Again, this not as good in terms of top line overall balance. Young lady's black heifer goes out next. Is a nice balance, attractive female, just not as much cow there from nose to tail. Young man's heifer that goes next, like to change her structurally if we could. The yellow heifer, same thing. The 2 heifers that round out the class from nose to tail, just like to see more presence and overall pounds and weight.
Results for Class 3 in our ORB show. First went to Dylan Earls, entry 2180. Second went to McKinley DeFore, entry 7439. And third And third went to entry 6607, Jacob Fulp.
Well, I like this little cowboy's red and white heifer here. Give him a big round of applause. This heifer here, I really like her from the profile in terms of the added length of body that she has. She's straight and strong down that top line. The young man gets her set up, and she gives you a nice present from the side. Nice hip and hind leg in her, like the rib cage. Again, one that's been fed right in terms of body condition and things like that. The young man does a nice job out here. Congratulations, cowboy. Congratulations. The heifer that's in here in second, I really like her in terms of her balance and design. She most closely follows that class winner and being properly designed and structurally correct. I like the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. She's got some rib and body to her. She's flexible when she gets out and goes on her hind two. Maybe not quite as much heifer from shoulder back in terms of length and just overall performance. The yellow heifer that comes next, full of muscle, but with that, we'd like to maybe change her a little bit in terms of structure and just overall eye appeal. Same with the white heifer that comes next, really refined and classy up through that front 1/3. Like the way that shoulder lays into that body. From her shoulder back, like to stouten her up and give her more dimension if we could. Then we get into some heifers here that got some muscle to them, that is not structurally correct enough. The young lady's heifer is sounder than the black and white one that comes next, or the red and white one, excuse me. The shorthorn appearing heifer's got a lot of muscle to her, just a little jammed up and not female enough in terms of her overall type. Young man's heifer from her shoulder back, just like to see more performance and body there. She is attractive up through that front end. Same with the young man's, or the young lady's heifer here. Really a broody up through that front end, just a little not enough cow prospect. And the young man's heifer that rounds out the class, just not enough total rib, body, and volume.
Second call, ORB, Class 8. Second call, ORB, Class 8.
Results from our Class 4 and ORB. Results of Class 4. First went to 78.59, Hayden Weems. Second place went to 74.41, Gracie D4. And third went to 78.13, Peyton Colwell. Currently in, we'll be selecting our calf and reserve calf champion, ORB. Thank you.
Well, I know we still got a lot of cattle to judge yet today, but I do think we got to take time with these young people because it's been a lot of effort. It's expensive to come to these things, and this is their time to showcase their livestock. And yeah, I'm out here to give you my honest opinion, and it's up to me to flow through the show as smoothly and quickly as possible, but still give the kids advantages in my abilities to look at their cattle out here evenly. And I tell you what, when we get these class winners back out here, even though there's differences in breed types and color patterns, these females still match up very good in terms of the structure and integrity, in terms of being broody and capacious and having some mama cow potential to them. And that's very important to me that we keep these things maternal because it is a female show and they need to offer these female characteristics in terms of a long-term endpoint of a mature cow. So with that in mind, there's one heifer that really sticks out to me. The only thing that would be more that would make this picture any better if this young man had a purple shirt on. But come on, buddy, you're going to be a champion here today.
Final call, ORB Class 8. Final call, ORB Class 8. First call, ORB Class 9. First call, ORB Class 9. Hey, 9's here. I'm gonna. One can come in from 9. Whoa. Hey, don't do that. Again, final call, ORB Class 8. Final call, ORB Class 8. Please come to the arena immediately. Second call, ORB Class 9. Second call, ORB Class 9. And first call, ORB Class 10. First call, ORB Class 10.
On the ORB Shore Calf Champion, came out of Class 2, 66-19, Joseph Ellis, and our reserve champion came out of Class 1, Cassidy Bozeman, entry 47-93. Congratulations.
Randon Schwab and Harrison Thielen from ORB Class 8. Randon Schwab and Harrison Thielen from ORB Class 8. Please make your way to the arena immediately. Final call, ORB Class 9. Final call, ORB Class 9. And second call, ORB Class 10. Second call, ORB Class 10.
Really interesting class here, but I think a real nice place to start here, this with the soundest structured heifer in the class, and she does it when she gets out and goes. She's the most flexible out of her shoulder. She's the most flexible in terms of the hip and hind leg set to her. I like this heifer in terms of her body. She's a loose-hided female that's going to be efficient and easy keeping. She balances up nice from the side. Young man does a nice job in terms of presentation. Congratulations. We come into the second place heifer here, and she is more attractive up through that front end. She's a longer-sided heifer with that. But for when I analyze her from her shoulder back, I just don't see as much spring or rib, depth of flank relative to added frame size. Again, a really long-sided heifer, though, that the young lady does a nice job with in terms of presentation. She's sounder structured than the remaining two heifers of these top four. I like the center body in the young man's heifer that comes next. She's got a nice presence from the profile. Just when we ask her to go, she wants to round out of that hip and duck those hind legs up underneath her as she goes. We can change that in her. She gets a lot closer to the top end of this class. Young lady's heifer that comes next, same thing. Like this heifer on the standstill in terms of strength of top, the way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. When you analyze her in terms of the way she moves out of her hind leg, that's not as sound structured. A big, powerful white heifer that comes next, a big top and a big hip. Just like to see her more maternal if we could. The red heifer that comes next. Again, a long-sided heifer that's got enough to her. You look at her in her lower third, not as deep-bodied as the other cattle. Young man's heifers, big black heifers, long-sided and extended, like to moderate her in her kind. We come in with a pair of black and white heifers here that this need to be more female in their look. The young lady's heifer going out first, this needs more rib and body. Then another black and white heifer that needs to be a little nicer balanced. Got them into a gray heifer here that needs to be more extended and more maternal in her kind. The freeze branded heifer here, sound structured, there's not quite the overall balance. We remain the class with two heifers that this need more rib, body, and volume and performance.
Final call, ORB Class 10. Final call, ORB Class 10. First call, ORB Class 13. First call, ORB Class 13. ORB Class 9, Michaela Schronk, please make your way to the arena. ORB Class 9, Michaela Schronk, please make your way to the arena.
Results of Class 17 ARB show. First went to 91.45, Cash Morrison. Second went to 15.01, Mia Steele. And third went to 38.86, Jarrett Poole. Congratulations.
Second call, ORB Class 13. Second call, ORB Class 13. ORB Class 10, Jake Grossclose. ORB Class 10, Jake Grossclose. Please make your way to the arena.
Well, real interesting class here, and differences in size and maturity patterns. But we are talking about September heifer calves here, and we got to keep in mind what is appropriate, not in terms of a performance standpoint and a maturity level. And I just like the freshness. I like the youthfulness of the heifer that's going to win the class. To me, she's the one that's right on size in terms of size and weight relative to her age of this class. I really like this heifer in terms of balance, the design and structure. Her rib shape is nice. Her part and pieces go together. Congratulations to that young man on a really nice heifer. The heifer that comes in next is one that is really long and extended. I like that about her. She's sound enough in terms of structure. Just like to moderate her if I could in terms of frame size. Really like a lot of things about the heifer that comes here next. She's straight and strong down her top. She's good enough in terms of structure. I like the strength that she has up through her front end. Her main thing for me is I'd like to refine up that udder quality if I could. Those teats are a little gathered up down there and come just a little coarser. And then she's one that's a little straight and a little more restricted out of that front end as well. The young lady's big-bodied Angus appearing heifer here is one that's really good in terms of her own right. I like her soundness of structure. She's big-bodied. She's got a lot of capacity to her. You get up underneath that heifer as well. Like to space those teats out if we could. But in terms of a big picture of being a good brood cow, I like that one there in 4. Young man's got a good black baldy heifer that comes next. I like a lot of things about her. She's really good in terms of youthfulness. I like the shape of that head, and I like her mature cow herd weight that she's going to have. She's moderate, she's sound, she's capacious. This not quite the wow factor. This is a high-quality heifer that comes here next. This comes too big and too much for me today. I'd like to see more refinement in that head and more youthfulness about that for September. She's pushing the limits on the upper end in terms of performance. The black and white heifer that goes out, again, one that's got some muscle, just not quite as sound in terms of structure. Come in a gray heifer here, too, that balances up well. Young lady's doing a tremendous job showing her, just not quite as maternal in overall build. We come into about 3 heifers here that got some strength at top, just not as much body or brood cow look. Big black and white heifer here that this needs a shot more rib and body, but she's straight topped and her neck comes good on the top side of her shoulder. A pair of cattle or 3 cattle are right here in the middle here. They're all kind of the same. Just like to see more cow power from nose to tail. Same with the young ladies here. Like to spring her out, body and dimension. Same with the 2 white heifers to round out that class. Again, nice projects for these young people. This needed to see more production there.
Final call, ORB, Class 13. Final call, ORB, Class 13. First call, ORB, Class 14. First call, ORB, Class 14.
Little more interesting class here in terms of shape and kind, but the young man's going to win the class with his black heifer. a heifer that you admire for added length and extension, yeah, go ahead and turn him. Nope. Let him win the class, and he's trying to give it away. That's a good young man right there, being generous to these little ladies back here. But I tell you what, I do. He wins the class, and his heifer does so in terms of length of body and depth of body. That's where your heifer excels the two behind her. The gray heifer that comes next, this has more mass and more body than does the black and white heifer. She's one I'd like to change structurally, but I do appreciate the refinement that she has in terms of teat size and spacing. The black and white heifer concludes the class. Again, this like to see more cow power, more performance from nose to tail.
Results in Class 8 from the ORB show. First went to Raven Schwab, entry 4722. Second went to 5488 Tucker Childers. And third went to 1024 Williams Adkins. Congratulations. Class 9 results are as follow. First went to Mason Maddie. Second place went to 9429 Michaela Schronk. And third went to 5934 Haley Goodard. Congratulations. Yeah, don't let her go. You're going to win the class.
I tell you what, folks, this in terms of soundness of structures, where the young lady's heifer migrates to the top for me. So fresh in terms of her body condition, proper in terms of mature size, weight. I just see her very functional in terms of the way she gets out of her shoulder, flexes out of her knee, and how she handles herself out of her hip and hock. Young lady's done a great job in terms of presentation. The heifer's fresh conditioned. She's good down our top line. She's got enough body to her, and she definitely has more spacing in terms of her teat and udder quality compared to the heifer that's in second. Big, powerful heifer in second. She's longer, she's bigger, she's deeper, she's stouter. With that, I just don't see as female in her overall shape. She's bolder in that shoulder. She's a little heavier conditioned. She doesn't get out and move quite as nice as our class winner. I like the kind of the young man here in third. She's moderate, she's deep, she's sound, she's productive. She's just like at 2 o'clock today in terms of body condition. Young lady's heifer that comes around here next has a lot of mass and power to her, just not sound enough structured out of her shoulder or her hind leg. And the young lady's heifer that rounds out the class has a lot of muscle shape that's not structurally correct enough today.
Second call, ORB, Class 14. Second call, ORB, Class 14. First call, ORB, Class 15. First call, ORB, 15.
Results of Class 10 on the ORB show. First place goes to Avery McInvale, entry 6685. Second place goes to 8561. Jake Grossclose. And third place goes to entry 8740, Jace Mosley. Congratulations. Currently in is our junior champion drive. Currently in the ring is our junior champion drive.
As we get back out here and evaluate our lineup, it took a while to get here, but I think we got some cattle out here that are structurally correct, and that's what I like to see. And I think we got some cattle out here that are properly aged, and that even makes me happier. We got to teach these kids how to be honest young people from the start to finish of this project, and I commend these young people that are out here in terms of your cattle, in terms of your preparation, in terms of how fresh condition these are, and how structurally sound they are. But in my opinion, it's a one-horse race. The young lady here in the back is going to have your grand champion of this division. Congratulations.
Final call, ORB, Class 14. Final call, ORB, Class 14. Second call, ORB, Class 15. Second call, ORB, Class 15.
Junior champion. Junior champion female came from class 10, 6685, Avery McInvale. Reserve champion came from class 8, 4722, Randon Schwab. Congratulations. Our British Supreme Drive will start in 30 minutes. Our British Supreme Drive will start in 30 minutes.
Final call for ORB Class 15. Final call for ORB Class 15. And first call for our CAF and Junior Division champion and reserves to make their way back to the arena. First call, CAF Division and Junior Division champion and reserves for ORB to make their way back to the arena.
Well, I tell you what, I get into another class here, and this is a real logical place to start with the young ladies' heifer. This in terms of female quality, just in terms of balance and correctness, the soundness of structure. A heifer that's got some rib and some body and volume and capacity to her. And yet when the young lady gets her parked, she gets her head up, her neck comes good out of the top side of her shoulder. She balances up well, just a high-quality individual to start the class with. The heifer that comes in second's really nice, too. I like her type and kind. She's good in terms of her lines. The young lady's done a tremendous job in shouldering prep here. The hair coat's healthy, looks nice. Her female's got a really nice udder that's going to develop under her, to her teats are right. The spacing's right. Again, our mature cow weight's going to be right on track. Nice heifer to be there second. Young man, shorthorn appearing heifer here is doing a tremendous job, and I admire this young man's heifer for her soundness of structure. Her udder quality is nice. She's attractive from the profile, and again, like I said, she's got some bloom on this calf, doing a nice job. The young lady's black heifer that comes next is moderate size. She's big ribbed. She's sound enough in terms of structure. From an eye appeal standpoint, from the profiles where she falls short, she looks a little deeper in terms of a chest floor. Just like to strengthen her off that hind leg as she takes a step. The brothers are going to come here next, the two guys in the pink shirt. And I asked them which one's tougher, and they didn't tell me. I think they both agreed they were tougher, but I'm the dad to twins, and I know how that is. Congratulate those two. The young man's heifer that goes out there first has that added length of body you like to see. Just like to see a more center body in her. The young man's white calf is powerful and stout. Just like to see her a little more ladylike and a little sounder in terms of structure. Young man's black and white heifer is a good kind of heifer that goes next. She's got rib and body, and she's a sounder than the one that comes next. The young man's black and white heifer going out there. It's got a lot of quality up through her front end, but from there back, like to stouten her up. We come in here with a heifer here that this needs more rib and body and more pulled apart in terms of this rib cage. And the same thing with the other young ladies' heifer. Just like to see some more mass and substance and structure correctness.
Second call for calf and junior division champion and reserve to make their way back to the arena. Second call for ORB calf and junior division champion and reserve to make their way back to the arena.
Class 13 results are as follows. 66-33, Grace Sullivan. Second place went to 34-49, McKenna McAvoy. And third place went to entry 94-21, Terry Ratkin. Congratulations. British Heifers for the Supreme Drive. You have 20 minutes. British Heifers for Supreme Drive. You have 20 minutes. Immediately following the British Heifers will be the Continental Heifer Supreme Drive. Immediately following the British Supreme Drive will be the Continental Supreme Drive.
Final call for our ORB Calf and Junior Division Champion and Reserves to please make your way back to the arena. Final call, ORB Calf and Junior Division Champion and Reserves to make their way back to the arena.
Young lady's got a really good heifer to win this class, and one that can stand a lot of competition. What a beautiful job she's done in terms of presentation on her, and in terms of being fresh, and at this stage point, keeping a nice hair coat on her, and it's attractive. She does a tremendous job in terms of presentation. I really like this female. She's ladylike about her front end. She's got a lot of female quality about that head and ear set. Her neck comes high at the top side of her shoulder. Her shoulder lays into her body nicely. She progresses back into a humongous rib cage. She's soft flanked. She's good structured. Her teat and udder quality looks spot on. She's starting to spring up and develop some udder there, which is a good thing. I just think one heck of a heifer to win this particular class. The heifer that's going to be second here today in terms of freshness is the one here in second. The white heifer I just see more attractive up through her front 1/3. She's definitely leaner down into her chest floor, and then as you analyze her back into her body cavity, she's just freer of fat down low and up around her tail as well. I do like the muscularity she has. She's sound structured, just doesn't have the overwhelming body and capacity of the cattle that wins the class. The one that's in third has more body and capacity with that. That comes with a little more feed. The female, her chest is dropping out of her. She's just a little patch here over her top line and even down in her flank and belly in terms of body condition. But a sound structured heifer that's strong topped and sure enough has some rib and mass. Young man shorthorn appearing heifer here, again, one that's a nice kind of cattle. She's moderate frame, she's big bodied, she has a capacity that's not as good in terms of balance or eye appeal or structure as those first three cattle. And the young lady's black heifer that rounds out the class, long-sided and extended from her shoulder back. Just like to see more depth, rib, and overall volume.
The ORB Junior Division Reserve Champion to please make their way back to the arena. ORB Junior Division Reserve Champion, please make your way back to the arena.
Results in Class 13. First went to 39.49, McKenna McAvoy. Second place went to Terry Rakin, 94.21, and third went to 29.71, Briley Whitley. In Class 14 on the ORB side, first went to 10.27. Kennedy Brockton. Second place goes to Casey Randall, and third goes to 78.57 Macy Weems. Congratulations.
Well, as we get into the senior yearlings here, it certainly is neat to see one that's in production and did calve on time. And on top of that, she's a good maid kind of female. She's sound enough in terms of structure. I like her udder qualities good enough. She's a female that still maintains some body capacity. She's moderate in terms of frame size. But look at the power that she's already got going in her coupon here beside her. Man, he's got some top and hip in him. He's gauged wide and correct in terms of the feet and legs. Again, just a high-quality pair to win this initial class. Then we come into some cattle that I wish at this point in time in their life they'd be uddered up or already even should have a calf beside them. The heifer that goes out here next is sound structured and has just more mass and a little more power to her than does the one here in third. The one here in third is attractive up through that front 1/3 from her shoulder back. We just need to see more cattle there in terms of rib and body and substance. A bigger framed heifer that comes next, I like to tone down in terms of frame size and this loosen her up in terms of structure, but she is a long-sided female that's really extended. We end the class as a real powerful heifer that's got some top and hip. This kind of works against her in terms of her structure correctness. Like to see her just more maternal in her build.
First call for all British breed champions to make their way back to the arena. First call for all British breed champions to make their way back to the arena.
Results in Class 15 are as followed. First goes to 6676, Riven Brummond. Second place goes to 844, Trey Pittman. And third place goes to 8461, Natalie Cassis. Attention in the barn. Immediately following the British Supreme Drive will be the Continental Supreme Drive. So no time in between. We'll just go right into it. So British first and Continental right after. Thank you. Currently in the ring is our senior champion and reserve senior champion drive for ORB. Senior champion and reserve senior champion.
Well, and then in the last division here, as we bring the bigger girls out here, give these exhibitors a big round of applause. It takes a lot of effort to hold these big heifers together and get them to this point. Again, congratulations goes out to these kids, their families, and everybody that worked to make this project happen. Again, as we, I'm not going to go through and talk them all because I know we need to keep going with the day, but the quality is very good. These three females out here, of course, you can see their utter quality in the shorthorn appearing one, but these two right here are very, very nice cow prospects. I just love the way they're built. I love the way their structure is. Their utter quality looks spot on. There's a difference in between them in terms of rib and body and capacity. There's also a difference in between them in terms of this eliteness, in terms of just overall the wow factor. And the young lady's heifer right here in the middle, to me, she's got the wow factor. She's going to win here today. Congratulations.
Second call for all of our British breed champions to make their way back to the arena. Second call for all British breed champions to make their way back to the arena. We will be starting in just a minute. Last call for all British breed champions to make their way back to the arena. Last call for all British breed champions to make their way back to the arena immediately.
Our senior champion and reserve senior champion female. Senior champion came out of class 14. Entry 1027, Kennedy Brogda. And our reserve champion came out of class 13, McKenna McAvoy. Entry number 3949. Now in will be our grand champion ORB Heifer.
I need all British breed champions to make their way to the arena immediately. All British breed champions and reserves, please make your way to the arena immediately.
Well, as we wrap up the all other breed show here, certainly it's been an honor and a pleasure to evaluate the cattle. The kids have been great to work with, and when we get the cattle out here, I do see a lot of uniformity in the cattle, and that's always my goal when I judge is to try to end up the day with cattle that are built right, that are structurally right, that have the right kind of rib shape, the proper body condition, and I think we have that out here. I really impressed with the future of these cattle and what these females are going to do for these young people moving forward as cows. And I don't think we can ever take that away from this. I mean, these young people are showing, they're exhibiting at the stock show. This young man, he's going to get to show his a little longer. This heifer here might be able to come back and show at the junior nationals and some, and so on as cow-calf pairs. But long-term effect to these cattle, they're going to go out and make some money for these young people. And that's what I'm doing out here, evaluating these cattle, is trying to pick out which female, if I had to take one out of this division right here, would I go make money with, and in which one could I make the most money with. And young lady, I'd like to be your partner on that one right there. Congratulations.
This is a reminder that at the conclusion of the British Supreme Drive, we will have the Continental Supreme Drive. So all Continental breed champions, this is your first call to make your way back to the arena. First call for all of our Continental breed champions.
Results, our final results for our ORB show. Our overall grand champion heifer comes out of class 14, 10-27. Kennedy? Kennedy Brogdon. And our reserve grand came out of class 2, Joseph Ellis, with entry 6619. We are going to dismantle the center of the ring, and we will start our Supreme British Drive.
This is our second call for all of our Continental breed champions to make their way back to the arena. Again, we will start the Continental Supreme Drive at the end of the British Supreme Drive. Second call, all Continental breed champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our British Supreme Heifer Drive. First in will be our Angus Champion Female. Our Angus Champion Female is owned by Abigail King. She's 12 years old, from De Leon. Her hometown is De Leon, Texas. Her club is De Leon FFA. She plans to attend Texas A&M University and get a degree in animal science to help raise her cattle. And her favorite hobbies are showing cattle and riding bikes with her little sister. Welcome, Abigail. Our reserve Angus Champion British was owned by Wyatt DeBerry. He's 18 years old, hometown of Olton, Texas. Club is Lamb County 4-H. He plans to attend West Texas A&M and raise my own Angus heifers. His favorite hobbies are showing livestock, hanging out with friends, playing golf, making countless memories with my family and friends. Welcome, Wyatt. Next in is going to be our Hereford Champion Female. Our Hereford Champion Female is owned by Kanan Crisp, 11 years old, and she's from Gainesville, Texas. She belongs to the Cook County 4-H. Her future plan, his future plans, hopes to play baseball at the University of OSU. I like the one you scratched out. Glad. Favorite hobby, working at the barn, playing baseball and football, and hanging out with Wyatt and family. Welcome, Keenan. Our reserve Hereford Champion heifer goes to Peyton Alexandria. Peyton is 18 years old. Her hometown is Glen Rose, Texas. Her club is Somerville County 4-H. Peyton's future plans: attend Sam Houston State University in the fall, majoring in animal science and minoring in agribusiness. Her favorite hobby is livestock judging and showing cattle. Welcome, Peyton, to the Supreme Drive. Next in is our Red Angus Champion Female, owned by Macy Weems, age 13. Hometown is Maybank, Texas, and her club is Kaufman County 4-H. Her future plans are to attend Texas A&M and become a land broker. Her favorite hobby? Showing cattle. Welcome, Macy. Our reserve Red Angus Female goes to Broxton Hunt, 17 years old. Hometown is Huntsville, Texas. Club is Walker County 4-H. Future plans: to go to Texas Tech and earn a degree in computer science using their foreign exchange program, to go overseas to continue his education. His favorite hobbies are playing soccer with his friends and showing cattle. Welcome, Braxton. And last but not least, our Shorthorn Breed Champion. Our Shorthorn heifer is owned by J.C. Collins, 16 years old, from Kingsville, Texas. Her club is Riviera FFA. Future plans is to attend Texas Tech to be an animal science chiropractor. And her favorite hobbies are showing all kinds of livestock. Welcome, J.C., to the Supreme Drive. Our reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn is owned by Lauren Gates, age 17. Her hometown is Cut and Shoot. Club is Willis FFA, and her future plans go into getting a nursing degree. Her favorite hobbies is raising and breeding cattle. Welcome, Lauren, to the Supreme Drive. Judging our Supreme Drive, our Continental Supreme Drive is British Drive, is Ravina Bloomberg. Ravina Bloomberg grew up in central Nebraska on a diversified livestock operation. Her passion for livestock industry led her to Black Hawk East, then the Oklahoma State University, where she is a member of the livestock judging teams at both and named an All-American on junior college and the senior college level. She holds a degree in ag communications from OSU and an MBA from the University of Central Oklahoma. Ravina has judged major shows in over 25 states as she enjoys spending time evaluating livestock and working with youth in agriculture. She and her husband Blake live in Secor, Illinois, and have 4 children: Brecklin, Brenham, Berwick, and Bexton. Thank you for being here, Ravenna. We appreciate all you've done today.
This is our final call for all of our Continental Breed champions to make their way back to the arena. Final call for all of our Continental Breed champions to make their way back to the arena.
Next, I'd like to give a big shout out to our Sam Houston State University team that's here today, led by Dr. Marcy Beverly, Dr. Stanley Kelly, and Dr. Mark Anderson, and the interns that are all around here doing all the work. From unloading yesterday, checking in all the cattle, running the show today, and working the ring and lineup, this show would not be possible, nor would your kids have this opportunity if it wasn't for Sam Houston State University and their leadership. Give them a big round of applause. Also, big thank goes out to all of our volunteers here from Rodeo Austin. And for me, I'd like to thank my wife, Melissa, for helping me today on the table announcing and making sure I pronounce your names properly.
Well, what a great event. If you've enjoyed the Heifer Show here at Austin, please put your hands together for all the kids that have been through the ring the last few days. Really nice set of cattle from top to bottom in each breed and each drive. I think this is kind of fun where they separate out these grand drives, really bring some extra recognition to some of these kids. And I tell you what, I was thrilled to get to sort through these breeds here today and share with you kind of my opinion on what I see in the cattle, how I sort those differences. And I think that there's some really elite livestock that are out here in the ring for us today. I'm as competitive as anybody. I like to win. My family is very competitive. But I do hope that these young people realize that what they are learning out here is a lot more than a banner. It's a lot more than just a win. There's a lot of life lessons that can be learned. And at the end of the day, there's also a lot of things in life that are more important than a livestock show. You know, they mentioned in my bio that I got 4 kids, and I got a set of twins in there in the middle that were born extremely early. And the night that they were born, they weighed 1 pound each. They didn't give us much hope that either one of them were going to make it through the night. By the grace of God, they turned 11 years old yesterday, and it really brings something in perspective within your life when you realize that those kind of moments and those kind of things really set you apart, and that's when you really learn what life's really about. We all want to be out here and do well, and we all want to have success, and we want to win, but we have to realize that there is some things in life that when God throws those things at you, it's how you can handle it. And I do believe that the livestock industry teaches you how to handle things in life better than any other thing. So I compliment the parents and the people that put these kids in these situations to learn those important life skills because it is invaluable. So congratulations to you parents and friends and mentors that have gotten these kids involved and gotten them to this point here today. As I've sorted through the livestock shows, I've tried to be consistent in terms of what I've looked for in your heifer shows, whether it was on Thursday or whether it was here this morning. I like good cattle. I like cattle that are functional. I like cattle that are built right in terms of their feet and legs, ones that have the right kind of look to them in terms of rib shape and body volume, ones that have some stoutness and some dimension to them. I think, a lot of times it's real easy just to stand off the sideline and just look and see which one paints you a good picture. But high quality cattle need to have some substance to them, and I'm a firm believer in that. As I look through, I think that there's several of these that really offer you a lot of merit, a lot of opportunity from a breeding standpoint, and there's a few of them that really surface to the top, in my opinion, as just being elite kind of livestock. It's been my pleasure to sort through these shows here today. I'm going to go out and show you which 2 I like the very best here today. If you would, one more time, put your hands together for all these kids that's been through the ring.
Final call for all of our Continental Breed champions. You must be In the arena, all Continental breed champions, we are getting ready to start Supreme Drive.
Our Supreme Champion British breed heifer goes to Abigail King with the Angus heifer. And our reserve Supreme heifer also goes in the Angus division to Wyatt DeBerry. Congratulations to our Supreme and Reserve Supreme British breed champion heifers. Next in, we're going to have our Supreme Drive for our Continental breed cattle. First in the ring is going to be our Charolais champion heifer, owned by Lexi Hughes. She's 18 years old from Elmont, Texas. Her club is McLennan County 4-H. Her future plans is to go to Tarleton State University, majoring in mechanical engineers. Favorite hobby? Enjoys showing cattle, livestock, judging, and shopping. Welcome, Lexi. Our reserve champion Charolais heifer is owned by Georgia Goodo, 16 years old from Ladonia, Texas. Club is Fennendale FFA. Her future plans is to attend Texas A&M University in agribusiness degree and hopes to one day own her own ranch. Her favorite hobby is spending time with family and taking care of her show cattle. Welcome to the Supreme Drive, Georgia. Next heifer to enter the ring is going to be our Limousin champion, owned by Hannah Wages. Hannah's 18 years old, lives in Center, Texas, and is showing for Center FFA. Her future plans are to attend West Texas A&M to major in agriculture communications, plus to continue raising beef cattle and advocating for the agriculture industry. Her favorite hobbies are raising and exhibiting show cattle, cooking, fishing, and spending time outdoors. Hannah loves working with cattle, her family, especially her Meemaw and Papa and big brother Wesley. Welcome, Hannah, to the Supreme Drive. Our reserve champion Limousin heifer is Paisley King. She's 12 years old and is from Fort Worth, Texas. Her club is Mansfield FFA. Her future plans, she wants to go to Tarleton State and go into ag science. Her favorite hobbies are showing cattle. Welcome, Paisley. Next heifer entering the ring, Hadley Howe. 16 years old has our champion Maine-Anjou heifer. Hadley Howe, 16 years old. Hometown is Lyons, Texas. Her club is Somerville FFA. Her future plans are to go to OSU to major in animal science and become an embryologist. Her favorite hobbies are playing softball, showing, and hanging out with friends. Welcome, Hadley, to the Supreme Drive. Our reserve champion Maine-Anjou heifer is Grace Tullis. She's 16 years old. Her hometown is Trinity, Texas. Her club is Trinity County 4-H. Grace's future plans to attend Tarleton State University and major in animal science and minor in agribusiness, then get a job in the agriculture industry and raise show cattle. Her favorite hobby, I enjoy hunting, fishing, participating in LDEs and CDEs in FFA, as well as showing livestock and spending time in the barn with friends and family. Welcome, Grace, to the Supreme Drive. Next in is our champion Simmental heifer, owned by Madison Mosley, 16 years old and is from Club Early, Texas. Her club is Brownwood FFA. Her future plans are to attend Texas A&M University to become an ag lawyer or embryologist. Her favorite hobbies, working with her animals and livestock judging. Welcome, Madison. Our reserve champion Simmental heifer is also Madison. Madison Moore, age 15. Hometown is Franklin, Texas. Club is Robertson County 4-H. Madison's future plans to attend Oklahoma State or Texas Tech, majoring in ag communications, whereafter she plans to start her own ag marketing company. Her favorite hobby is working in the barn with her heifers. Welcome, Madison, to the Supreme Drive. And our last but not least heifer, our ORB champion heifer, owned by Kennedy Brogdon, age 14. Hometown is Waxahachie, Texas. Her club is Ellis County 4-H. Her future plans to attend Texas A&M and become an embryologist. I want to thank all my family, friends, and above all God for always guiding and supporting me, because none of this would be possible without them. Her favorite hobby, hanging out with friends, shopping, spending time in the barn. Welcome, Kennedy. And last but not least, in our ORB heifer, our reserve champion ORB heifer goes to Joe Ellis, age 12, Aquia, Texas. Club is Hill County or Aquila 4-H. Future plans to attend college and earn a degree and start building up a herd, then breed to good bulls. Sell babies, after a while start making show cattle. Profit invested into better cows. He wants to be an entrepreneur. Favorite hobbies, running my produce stand. Joe's Real Fresh Fruit. Welcome, Joe. Judging our Supreme Drive today is Mr. Kyle Perez of Perez Cattle Company in Nara Vista, New Mexico. Kyle graduated from Kansas State University, where he's a member of the livestock judging team. After graduating, he returned to the family ranch, where they run 800 head of cow-calf operation. They raise both registered Hereford and Angus cattle. They have 2 bull sales a year, selling 200 bulls annually. The spring sale is at the ranch in New Mexico in February, and the fall sale is in Columbus, Texas in October. They also offer 90-day pregnant recip cow programs for customers for both spring and fall transfers. He and his family have shown on the national level and have exhibited national champions at Denver, Reno, Fort Worth, Louisville, and Cattlemen's Congress. In 2009, Kyle was named the Hereford Herdsman of the Year. He also served on the National Junior Hereford Board and was a director of the American Hereford Board. Kyle has judged shows all over the nation, from the county level to elite national shows. Welcome, Kyle Perez, and thank you for being here today.
Well, folks, as we wrap up a big show here in Austin, you guys in the stands and exhibitors that are still here, give the staff here at Austin a big round of applause for a great event and all the efforts that went into this. I guess at this time I'd like to thank the committee for their selection and giving me the opportunity to judge this show. You know, it's I live out there, and a lot of people say out in the middle of nowhere running cows, and I enjoy it and wouldn't rather be anywhere in the world than to get in the ranch alongside my father and work with our family, my wife and our 2 kids, and just raise good quality livestock. But I tell you what, we like to fit cattle and we like to go show because we're competitive people, and I know how competitive it is here, and I know how much each and every one of you want to win this, because it's what got you to this point is your competitive nature. And you know, it's just such a shame that, you know, usually when we pick these grand champions or these supreme champions, the barns are cleared out and everybody's gone home. And I hope for that a lot of those exhibitors that were here throughout the day are online and watching this, because we do have that opportunity to evaluate this, because I always think it's important if you want to know where you want to be, and if your goal is to be out here showing in the Supreme Drive, to me, I think you got to be here in person to witness it, so you can set your goals high. And that's what I would say about all you young people. I mean, we're only going to get to pick 2 champions out here today, but I commend all of you and your families for setting your goals high. You've done the right preparation. These cattle are right structurally. These cattle are right in terms of their body composition. They're right in terms of their phenotype. And you should be commended as young people, as young breeders, and young cattlemen for this a tremendous display of livestock. And my hats go off to you and your families. Give your guys self a big round of applause at just one heck of a set of heifers here to pick from. I'm not going to go through and describe all the cattle because you guys heard me describe them already today. But I do like cattle that are sound. I like them functional. I like them big-bodied, and I like them good-uddered, because there is a bigger picture in the big scheme of these breeding heifers, and it's to make mama cows. And I think a lot of judges at times lose sight of that fact, that these guys are going to be productive donors. And we have a couple embryologists here in this deal here, and I put in a bunch of embryos for people, and it's just amazed me how many people complain about a certain recip, and the recip is twice as good as the donor cow that they're flushing. So I always keep that in the back of my mind, and then when I'm judging a show, these things have to be built right in terms of females, and we have that out here. You guys have done a tremendous, tremendous job. With that in mind, I'm going to go out and select the one that suits me the best here today. We got all sorts of breeds represented, even all other breeds heifer. She's a percentage Simmental on the end, and I just couldn't be more impressed with how these particular cattle represent their breed. And when I select a supreme champion, I'm not really comparing which one's the stoutest, which one's the deepest, which one's this or that. I'm looking at each one in their particular breed and which one do I think has the most potential to make a lot of money. And I tell you what, there are some breeding pieces out here that are tremendous in their respective breeds. My hats go off to you as young breeders. Take these cattle and mate them and make the next generation better. That should be everybody's goal in breeding livestock, is to make the next generation better. Think out of the box on your mating decisions. Find the bulls that fit your cattle and make them better. With that in mind, let's give these young people a big round of applause again. I'm going to go get you a champion.
Your supreme champion heifer is your ORB heifer, owned by Kennedy Brogdon. Congratulations, Kennedy. Your Reserve Supreme Champion is the Limousin heifer owned by Paisley King. Congratulations to everyone. Thank you, everyone, for a great show, and we look forward to seeing you next year.